possibilities are endless. New customers get 25% off at vistaprint.com.
안녕하세요 여러분. 4월 3일 월요일 4월의 첫 트레이딩 데이입니다. 어제 뉴스가 좋은 뉴스, 나쁜 뉴스 하나씩 섞여 있었죠. 테슬라 딜리버리가 예상치보다 상회하는 그런 결과가 나와서 오늘 주가에 좀 좋은 영향을 받을까 싶었는데 더 큰 거는 뭐냐면은 오펙 플러스에서 감산을 한다 그래가지고 유가가 올라버렸어요. 유가가 거의 80불대를 넘어가는 그런 유가가 나와가지고 갑자기 또 전반적으로 시장이 약간 하락하는 그런 모습을 보여주고 있는데 지금도 보면 이제 80불대 정도 온 거예요. 80불대에 왔다 그러면 뭐냐면은 이 수평 저항선이 있었거든요. 요 횡보하던 거기까지 지금 치고 올라와가지고 유가가 더 올라갈 수도 있는 모습을 보여줄 수도 있다. 그런 걸 좀 우려를 하는 거죠. 이제 유가가 올라가면은 만약 유가가 이 정도로 계속 유지된다 그러면은 인플레이션 내려가는 속도에 좀 영향을 또 미칠 수 있기 때문에 이런 것들이 조금 시장의 악재로 지금 나와 있는 것 같고 그 외에는 오늘 아침에 특별한 큰 이슈는 없는 것 같아요. 중국 시장이 조용하기 때문에 중국은 지금 헐리데이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 조용하고 테슬라는 지금 200불을 유지 못할 것 같은 모습을 보여주고 있고요. 이제 시장 시작했습니다. 잠깐 시장을 좀 보고 있을게요.
48.6, 48.6 for the Canadian S&P manufacturing PMI, 48.6.
일단 어제가 아니라 금요일 날 장대 양봉 나온 거에 한 중간쯤에서 지금 시작하는 모습을 보여주고 있습니다. 저는 일단은 지금은 포지션이 없어요. 요즘에 잠을 잘 때는 꼭 이거 정리하고 자거든요. 또 오늘 눈이 좀 바쁠 것 같습니다. 아침 시작할 때 테슬라가 200불 위로 유지해 주느냐, 그리고 이 나스닥이 아침에 거기 뭐 제임스 블라드가 나와가지고 어디 인터뷰를 한 것 같아요. 블룸버그 쪽에서 이 연말까지 기준금리를 5% 이상으로 올려야 된다. 뭐 그런 얘기를 또 나눠줬고 또 그러다 보니까 그때 이렇게 좀 시장이 빠졌던 것 같아요. 그래서 이게 짧은 구간으로 봤을 때는 이제 더블 발음을 치고서 이렇게 올라오는 그런 포메이션을 만들어주는 것 같고 지금 어제 트레이드 할 때 거놨던 이제 저항 지지선들인데 지금 그 부분에서 지금 주가가 유지해지는 그런 모습을 보여주는 것 같습니다. MP님, 병원님, 조미님, 꼬츠미남님, RK님, 수님, 모크님, ATK님, YK님, 슈님 모두 환영합니다 오늘. 그리고 여기 작지만 지금 급등주는 아니고 갭 상승하는 종목들을 좀 리스트를 여기다 뽑아놨거든요. 제가 그 디스코드에 올려놓게 한번 여러분들이 제가 같이 둘러보긴 할 건데 한번 여러분들이 스스로 한번 일단 한번 체크해 보세요.
Let's bring in Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld for more, evidently the WWE expert. Katie,
We posted out the Canadian S&P manufacturing PMI report for March 2023 for those interested.
News in the world of televised combat entertainment, which I learned a lot about this morning. So the combined company, it's going to be valued at more than $21 billion. And like you said, Vince McMahon came out and said this is without a doubt the best outcome. But you do see shares falling right now, currently off about 7% or so, because a counteroffer is seen as unlikely. Those are the
대부분 에너지 섹터 쪽이 이제 오늘 갭상승한 종목들이 많아요. 갭상승한 종목들이 많고 처음 보는 종목인데 HSKA라는 종목 이것도 19% 갭상승했고 APLS라는 종목도 13% 갭상승했어요.
Commenting on the latest survey results, Paul Smith, who's the economics director at S&P Global Market Intelligence, it did state that the recovery of Canada's manufacturing economy stalled during March with renewed falls in both production and new orders. So broader macroeconomic uncertainty and the negative impact of rising prices on client purchasing power were key factors that weighed on the market demand.
Katie, our televised combat expert, thank you so much. Turning now to technology, Tesla's first quarter deliveries falling short of Elon Musk's goal, even though they did come in at a record. Shares following down after a host of price cuts.
이렇게 하이 오브 데이까지 올라갔어요. 지난 목요일 날. 아마 이게 하이 오브 데이는 아닐 거예요. 중간 지점일 거예요 아마. 하이 오브 데이는 아니고 그때 저항 막판에 올라오기 전에 저항 받았던 곳이. 그 테슬라도 이제 200불 위로 탄력 받고 있고요. 그래서 익절을 쳐줘야 될까? 비싼 시기에 같이 들어간 것 같네요. 쭈니님이랑 저도 그때 들어갔는데 장대 양봉 나올 때 일단 수익 한번 치고요 지금.
In 10 minutes time now, 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time for the US S&P manufacturing PMI, the final read here. The forecast for 49.3 on the prior 49.3. Range of 49.4 to 49.2 expected.
Shares a bit low. You have to remember the run up in the stock this year above 60% after a difficult year for the stock in 2020.
저는 요즘에는 개장하기 전에 일어나서 하는 게 이제 체력적으로 딸려. 우리 쭈니님 체력이 너무 좋은 것 같아. 요즘에 약간 보약을 좀 지어 먹어야 될까 싶은 생각이 들어요.
Could see some of the bigger penalties for EPS weakness. Chris, I am so pleased to say, is joining us now. Chris, let's start there. Why haven't we seen such a real punishment from some of the earnings misses, which we actually did see during the first quarter?
Lisa, that's a great question, and we're not sure.
일단 다행이네요. 오늘 이 피벗 베이스라인까지 올라와서 지금 유지되는 거 보면 여기까지 이제 유지가 된다 그러면은 오늘 그래도 지금 하락분을 좀 이렇게 또 들어가요. 좀 하락분을 회복할 수 있을 것 같아요.
So this is what people thought in the first quarter as well. This is what heading into 2023, the likes of Mike Wilson were saying over at Morgan Stanley, and it didn't come to pass. People say that things kind of hung in there when it came came to earnings. Not that much. Actually, they weren't that great. Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson just doubling down over the weekend, saying we see little evidence that a new bull market has begun and believe that the bear still has unfinished business. So he agrees with you, talking about tech's relative outperformance as really just hinging on the potential for stimulative aspects of the bank assets, which Federal Reserve assets have grown, but he really pushes back against that. So from your vantage point, what will be the key moment, Chris, where people kind of realize that weakness actually means weakness?
Yeah, so a couple things there, Lisa. The first thing I would say is for the last few quarters, we haven't had this stance, right? We think there has been more fear-mongering than fact, but now what we have is we had the banking stress, the banking crisis in the middle of the quarter. What we're going to find out, what we're looking for is what companies say. Do they say things were good up until the middle part of March and then things slow down, right? So if you go back to fourth quarter of 18, right? A lot of companies said, hey, we read the newspapers, we see what's happening in the stock market, but the consumer, our end markets were still strong. I'm not sure that's true anymore because you do have a much tighter Fed. We are long in the tooth at this point in time, and you do have real concerns on the funding markets. And the last thing is we have been seeing for a number of quarters margins starting to compress, and we think this is where it comes to roost. This is the period where you really have to, if you can't make numbers, if margins get compressed, this is where you get penalized. And this is the first of what may be several very
지금 EOG 같은 것도 오늘 점프를 많이 했어요. 에너지가 두 개 다 에너지가 많이 오르면서 지금 에너지 섹터들이 거의 오늘 그 갭 상승하는 종목으로 나오고 있거든요. 거의 다 에너지네. 거의 다.
situation has stabilized, but there's still some idiosyncratic issues. We are going to see some of that play out during earnings season, but overall the bank situation is in good shape, and the Fed the Treasury has a good job at backstopping things, and things have calmed down. But I don't think that the thing that we're facing and the thing that we fear the most and the concern that we have is we've crested on liquidity. Access to capital will be a little bit more difficult to come by in the second half of the year, and that's going to have economic effects. But overall, the bank space is still in a good space. The banking sector is working. We expect it to continue to work. This is not the great financial crisis by any stretch of the imagination, but there are parts of the banking space that still need that are still under a bit of stress.
It's especially under stress because rates are so high and people are taking their money out of deposit accounts and putting it in money market funds, which we see record inflows. To what extent do you see some sort of reduction in credit, this sort of credit tightening that everyone's expecting and eager to get on May 8th with that senior loan officer survey? How much is that going to really tap how far the Fed can raise rates and even cause them to cut?
Yeah, so again, a couple things there. If you look at the senior loan officer survey, we've already seen conditions tighten, and this is before SVB. So you would have to believe that conditions.
오늘 아침에 제임스 블러드가 이런 얘기를 했어요. Real wage has been declined with inflation hunting worker. The strong job market provides the Fed with room to fight inflation. 똑같은 얘기네요. The labor market is not changing much. 이건 바뀐 기조가 없어요. I expect inflation to be stickier and strong labor market. 똑같은 얘기.
Forecast 49.3, and apply 49.3 on a range of 49.4 to 49.2.
If you're good credit, you still will be able to get it, but at the margin,
There was rapid and appropriate response to bank turmoil. 특별한 얘기는 없어요. 그냥 레이저를 5% 이상 가지고 갈 것이다. 뭐 그런 얘기 한 거밖에 없는 것 같고. 오늘의 가장 큰 시장의 임팩트는 유가예요. 국제 유가 올라간 것들. 그래서 아마 이게 얼마나 오래 갈지는 모르지만 단기적으로 봤을 때 아마 그 에너지주들이 좀 좋은 모습을 보이지 않을까 싶은 생각이 듭니다.
environment for growth, and the S&P 500 is a growth index. And so the answer is we've wanted long duration. We thought growth would come back. This is the environment that growth does come back in. But what we're seeing too is we're seeing some of these longer duration assets really run up in the short term. We do expect to see some pullback. The place that we think that's lagged a little bit, not a ton, but a little bit, is mid-cap growth, and that's a place where we want people to put new money to work.
Chris Harvey, you'll be sticking with us. Coming up, we'll hit oil. OPEC's cut stoking U.S.-Saudi tensions.
It was definitely designed to boost oil prices. I don't think we're
오늘 개법했던 종목 잠깐만 볼게요.
flirting with a market which could see more demand in spring and summer.
That conversation still ahead.
HP? 이거는 뭐야? 이거는 컴퓨터 회사 HP가 아닌데. 아파치, 코너코필립스, 코스모스, 할리버튼. 다 에너지 종목들. 에너지 종목들이 그냥 뿡뿡 떴네 오늘. 대본 에너지.
At Vistaprint, we can get your brand into your customers' hands, or their heads, or their backs, or hands. Hands are good. And just about anywhere else, your customers can remember you.
다이아몬드백 에너지. 빵.
It proved to be a mistake.
She opposed Powell's renomination. She called him a dangerous man in 2021. And now she is really pointing the blame at the Fed.
We're expecting that she'd be here in Brussels today. This is a meeting that happens regularly, but obviously today it will be all about the banks.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
A cruise ship is much more than a flotilla of financials and
So
numbers.
keeping on the market
Dolly
following
Hall
the
showed me
cash
around the
equity
celebrity
open here. So the
beyond
S&P
Royal
500
Caribbean's
has
newest
이렇게 전형적으로 지수는 다우만 지금 상승세 에너지 때문에 상승세 이어지는 것 같고요.
example of investment that's yielding returns in
So we
several
did a comment from
different
Fed
ways.
Bullard earlier today. He did say that OPEC's decision to cut output was
약간 섹터 로테이션 냄새도 나죠. 헬스케어랑 에너지, 인더스트리어 오늘 푸릇푸릇하고,
1 minute remaining now, so we do get the
컨슈머 스테이플 푸릇푸릇하고, 파이낸셜들도 부분 올라오고 있고요.
And we may created this bar, it went up and down.
Now, what does it take
How
to
about the Instagram? Can you about that?
I can
An
imagine.
Instagram moment with the sunset, having a drink with your friends or family. I mean, that's
이번 주 금요일은 이스터 성금요일,
engineering time?
굿 프라이데이라 그 마켓이 없습니다.
so starts from just
야,
the
요거는 딱 쌍고점을 치고
a lot of technical factors, the
쌍고점을 치고 이렇게 된 것 같네요.
lots of hours of really hard work, and every time we up the game, we see that customer willing to spend more.
PMI가 나옵니다. 오늘은
49 spot 2, 49 spot 3.
PMI가 나온 것 같은데
49 spot 3. So again, that's the US S&P manufacturing PMI final read coming out of 49.
지난번보다는 높고 지난번엔 47.3, 지금은 49.2, 그 다음에 예상치는 49.3, 컨센서스 49.3. 그러면 시장에서 어떻게 리액트를 할까요?
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all
경기가 안 좋아서 경기야 뭐 계속 안 좋지.
On YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
그래도 이제 바름에서 계속 그 상승세로 올라오고 있으니까 이제 바닥은 쳤다 그렇게 평가하면 될 것 같습니다.
Also noting the greatest improvement in import delivery times on record. Import burdens rise to the lowest rate since July of 2020. So Ciaran Jones, who's the senior economist at S&P Global Market Intelligence, did say that the US manufacturing sector continued to signal
이제 7시에는 ISM PMI가 나오는데 뭐 이것도 그렇게 큰 영향력이 있는 것 같지는 않아요.
growth was fractional and
일단은 50이 넘어가면 제일 좋죠.
production following an unprecedented reduction in supply chain
for
pressures.
their manufacturing PMIs. The question now becomes, how does the ISM turn out at the top of the hour? We are expecting at this point a 47.5, which would be
이렇게 이제 여기서 반등이 나온다 그러면은 지수가 좀 탄력을 받을 가능성이 있습니다.
After a surprise production cut, Saudi Arabia leading the way by pledging its own 500,000 barrel a day reduction. The White House calling the move ill-advised and vowing to focus on lowering.
그리고 오늘 고점을 뚫으면 더 올라갑니다. 오늘의 고점을 뚫으면.
Do we have a sense of what the administration's response is likely to be?
Well, they said it's ill-advised, and Lisa, this surprise cut over the weekend, Sunday surprise from OPEC, was a little bit of Sunday scaries for the Biden administration. What RBC's Salima Cross has said is that obviously these Gulf producers, they are pursuing their own economic interests, but the Biden administration has their own interests as well, and that's keeping a lid on oil prices and gasoline prices. What we could potentially see is they could tap the SPR again. Remember, they've been making these historic taps on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, trying to make sure they can quell an oil price rise that is inflicting on gasoline prices as Putin was invading Ukraine. The other thing you may see, and this would be a lot more political posturing, but there is this
고점 치고 못 나오면 수익 실현 해야죠. 고점 치고 못 나오면 수익 실현 바로 해줘야 돼. 조금이라도. 오케이, 좋아. 고점 뚫었어.
Just quickly here, some people would say that perhaps the U.S. thinks too much of itself in this.
여기서 이제 클로징이 이 위에서 돼야 돼요. 다음에 또 봉이 나와야 돼요.
How much credence do you give that kind of line of reasoning?
To be honest, I do really believe this is Gulf producers looking out for their own interests. When you look at especially what's going on in Saudi Arabia, obviously, no OPEC minister will come on or leader will say that they want higher oil prices, but they'll say they want a supply and demand. But clearly, this benefits their economies. Also, when you look at what's going on in the kingdom right now, they obviously took a huge hit when it came to the collapse of Credit Suisse. So I truly believe this is more about their own economic interests than trying to play this hand to China.
AMH, thank you so much for being with us. Chris Harvey of Wells Fargo back with us. Chris, how much does it change?
여기서 반익절.
OPEC Plus is cutting production by more than 1 million barrels a day.
I think it really does. And now the question
또
is
익절.
what the
전체 다 익절.
look like they're doing is they feel like they have leverage, and now this is going to create a back and forth. But at the end of the day, I agree with the other commentator. They're looking out for their best interests, right? And one thing that came out recently is if you look at energy production in the United States, 20% of the electricity production in the United States, 20% of it is from renewables, which is, I believe, slightly more than coal. That is something you couldn't imagine 10 and 20 years ago. And so the hydrocarbon space is under pressure, it is under attack, and they're going to do what they think is in their best interest, which may not be aligned with our best interests and our consumers.
Well, Chris, do you take from this that oil prices are going to be higher, or do you take from this that perhaps growth is slowing more substantially globally, and that's going to feed back into other inputs as well?
오늘 에너지가 좋아가지고 다우가 많이 올라가는 것 같아요. 지금까지는 차트가 좋습니다. 아침까지는. 지금 테슬라만 헤매고 있네요.
Let's get the US construction spending month over month, forecast 0%, on prior minus 0.1%. Now the breakdown for the US ISM manufacturing, prices paid, forecast for 51.1, on prior 51.3. The orders index, forecast 47.5, on prior 47, and the employment index for a prior read of 49.1.
We are looking at the pullback. There are a lot of really attractive companies in the energy space. The energy companies have done a fantastic job at restructuring their balance sheets, at doing shareholder-friendly activity, and we think there's a lot of value.
테슬라 좀 아쉽네요.
One issue that we have is we do think we're going into recession. We do think things are slowing down, so it may not be tactically the opportune time to get aggressive on energy just yet.
How different is your outlook today than it was, say, at the start of the year when it comes to what's defensive and what's not?
Not too different. So at the end of the year in December.
근데 사실상 유가가 계속 올라가면 전기 자동차한테 득이 되죠. 제가 말씀드렸듯이 유가가 4불 이상, 가솔린 가격이 4불 이상만 유지되면 유지 관리비 입장에서 전기차의 매력이 훨씬 더 큽니다.
What you're seeing in the marketplace is Uber caps or large cap growth or technology appear to be the new low vol. And to some degree, we understand that. But it's also because when you're in a banking crisis, when you're in a situation where there's stress,
테슬라는 거의 지금 계단식으로 하락하고 있어요.
people have run to that. But it does look like that's a little bit stretched in the short term. But overall, those balance sheets do look pretty attractive to us.
On the flip side, do you
오늘 트레이드 하고 싶으신 분들은 에너지 종목만 잘 보셔도 될 것 같아요. 근데 에너지도 이제 고점 치면은 꺾이죠. 지금 거의 다 올라온 것 같아요. 이거
Fade cyclicality, and we like growth.
그렇죠? 고점 치고 꺾이는
We think we're going
그런 차트라
economic environment
에너지 같은 거 한번 잘 지켜보세요. 이거는 뭐
in the cycle.
어디 치고 올라갈 것 같은 그런 모습은 아닌 것 같아요. 그냥 갭상승,
As we look
갭상승해서
heads we lose, tails we lose, because financial conditions in all likelihood are going to tighten. They're either
그냥 다 갈 대로 간 것 같아요.
banking
뭐
crisis
더 올라가거나 줄 것 같진 않아요. 아직 추세가 바뀌진 않았기 때문에.
that it's in a good place and the Fed will get back on its horse and start raising again. And so we're looking at a situation where financial conditions almost no matter what tighten, and that's just not a great environment for risk and risk product.
아직 시장은 뭐 조용합니다. 특별한 뉴스가 없는 것 같아요. 제 귀에는.
energy stocks? Abigail Doolittle on deck. Abby.
Hey, Lisa. Well, of course, energy is the top sector on the day, up more than 5%. A really classic risk picture here. We do have small
1월부터 3월까지는 솔직히 뭐 뉴스가 없어요.
companies as yields go higher relative to energy. It's a seventh up
연준의
winning streak since last October, and we also
연준의 스케줄에 그냥 관심만 갖고 보는 그런 분위기로 되어가고
that
있습니다.
streak the best since last March, Lisa.
Abigail, thank you so much. Coming up, the market moving events that you need to be watching. That's next in our trading diary.
뭐야?
Electrification.
The
world's increasing
이거
electricity needs present an exciting opportunity for Williams. The golden age of natural gas is here. Williams is ready to lead the charge into the clean energy future.
The delta of paper is equal to the partial derivative of rock with respect to rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
Okay, so you're moving in on me quick, distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your knight because it's really bothering me.
My knights.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
What did you get up to this weekend?
Just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good.
In 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour, you get the US ISM manufacturing PMI forecast 47.5 on prior 47.7 with a range of 48.5 to 45.7. You get the US construction spending month over month forecast.
이제 또 여기서 또 피벗에서 두 번째 바운스가 될지 한번 지켜보도록 합시다.
US ISM manufacturing PMI data prices paid forecast at 51.1 on the prior 51.3. New orders index forecast at 47.5
When US
47, and the employment index for a prior read of 49.1. So again, we did just see the release of the US S&P manufacturing PMI, and slightly cool at 49.2 on the forecast of 49.3.
This is Bloomberg The Open. Let's take a look at what's going on right now. About 25 minutes in.
PMI 때문에 주식시장이 막 크게 움직일 것 같지는 않고 오늘도 그냥 서플라이 디맨드로 움직일 것 같아요. 지금 이 부분에서 다시 리바운드를 해줄 수 있을지 없을지만 지켜보면 될 것 같아요.
Trading diary, what you need to be watching this week. ISM manufacturing manufacturing coming at the top of the hour. President Biden discussing his economic agenda for Minnesota at 2:30 Eastern. On Tuesday, Credit Suisse holding its annual shareholders meeting, plus Fed speak from Cook and Mestard, followed by Bullard on Thursday. And finally, on Friday, yes, it's Good Friday, but it is also the main event, the U.S. payrolls report to close out the week with potential perhaps for a softening.
오늘 지금 현재로는 또 러셀이 가장 퍼포먼스가 좋습니다. 현재로는.
This was Countdown to the Open. This is Bloomberg.
이거 보세요. 그냥 수급에 의해서 움직여요. 지금 딱 여기서 피벗에서 리바운드하는 그런 흐름으로 지금 살짝 보이는데 너무 100% 신뢰하지는 말고요. 또 PMI 나오면은 또 방향이 또 휙 바뀔 수도 있으니까.
We're not going to have only stagflation, we'll have a stagflationary debt crisis. The worst of the 70s and the worst of the post-GFC period. That's
Nouriel, I gotta say, you're not helping with my anxiety levels right now.
I'm moving my portfolio to cash. 1 second. I gotta pause the
Well, cash is not enough because she wipes out by inflation.
로이러는 테슬라의 적이에요. 걔네들은.
Stagflation already seems like the nightmare scenario for central banks. If you have high prices and
아시다시피 로이러랑 그 CNBC의 로라랑 그 둘은 테슬라의 적이에요. 걔들은 아마 뭐 GM이나 유니언이나 뭐 그런 쪽 자동차 노동조합이나 그다음에 GM 같은 그런 회사들한테 스폰서를 많이 받고 있는 애들일 거예요.
One minute remaining. I'm leading with the US ISM manufacturing PMI.
The live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg.
이제 PMI가 곧 나옵니다. 그래도 뭐 이 데이터 때문에 시장이 움직일 수 있을까나?
Visit Bloomberg.com webinars.
나왔습니다. 야, 이것 때문에 시장이 움직인단 말이야? 바보같이? 하여튼 이거 알고리즘으로 프로그램이 돼 있어서 그래요. 다 작아요. 예상치보다 다 작아요. 전년치보다도 작아. 아니 전월 비교보다도 다 작아요. 그럼 이렇게 안 좋게 나왔으니까 경기 침체를 우려를 할 것인가? 연준이 호키시하게 못 간다는 거에 베팅을 할 것인가? 이제 시장의 움직임을 봐야죠.
Sitting for the market there, a little bit of weakness in the dollar and some upside movement in the S&P 500. Some the same upside in gold and a little bit in the US crude as well. So again, we did see the ISM manufacturing PMI fall off there to 46.3. And that's against the forecasted at 47.5.
오케이, 그러면은 연준이 못 간다의 베팅이네요. 시장은 지금 움직임이.
Yes, certainly into a lot of people's calculations. Where are we going with the oil price? I think is a big question now. And is that going to slow the US economy down? Is that an inflation fear that we should now factor in? There's lots of things to think about there, and we need to do that, and we will do that. But first, before we do that, Alex.
근데 그렇게 강하게 치고 올라가진 않아요. 손절 라인 잘 잡으세요.
Business survey commitment panelists reporting softening new order rates over the previous 10 months. The most confident index reading reflects companies continuing to slow output to better match demand for the first half of 2023 and prepare for growth in the late summer/early fall period. The demand eased with the new orders index contracting at a faster rate. New orders index still below 50 and declining.
아직 흐름이 안 난 것 같아요. 아직 흐름이 아리까리하게 움직이는 횡보 흐름이에요. 지금 원더링 하는 흐름이니까 지금은 그냥 먹힙니다. 잘못하면.
Interesting on Wednesday to get the services data, but as you point out, with new orders down and
lending treasuries as well are raising their declines after weak ISM manufacturing index.
We get the jobs report. Does that mean that we're going to start to see the slowing that everybody has anticipated? And of course, prices paid, we would normally be celebrating the fact it drops below 50 in terms of the Fed's inflation fight, but now with the oil price shock
Also
from
posted the
OPEC,
US
it's
construction
going to be
spending
interesting to
report
see
for February
whether it
2023.
holds that way.
Yeah, great lead-in, because you spoke to Jim Bullard about many things, but in particular when it comes to the
농진입.
scenario and oil price.
Yeah, Bullard has been one of the more hawkish members of the committee, and he's suggested that rates need to go to 5.6% because inflation is going to be sticky. However, I did ask him this morning about the oil price shock, and he's not as concerned about that as you might think.
This was a surprise, the OPEC decision, but whether it will have a lasting impact, I think, is an open question. Oil prices fluctuate around. It's hard to track exactly. Some of that might feed into inflation and make our job a little bit more difficult.
Of course, it's always difficult for the Fed to react to energy price shocks because they don't react to interest rates. And so the question will become, does that feed through into other areas of the economy? When we talk about the manufacturing area, of course, energy...
아, 블라드가 5.6%가 돼야 된다고 얘기를 했구나.
Consumer psychology, because does this mean that...
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow.
진짜 테슬라만 힘을 못 쓰네 오늘.
Get a free trial at TickStrike.com.
As the market starts to consider both supply and demand.
Yeah, Mike, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Guy actually pointing out the yields are now down on that ISM number. They were up earlier on those reflation fears from the oil price. Mike, good stuff. So let's get more on these numbers here. Tim Fiore, he runs the ship over at ISM Manufacturing Data. He joins us now. Hey, Tim, walk us through the demand side of this.
So disappointing for sure. I mean, I think we were hoping to see a bit more of a recovery consistent with the month of February, but we didn't get that. So all 10 sub-indexes of the PMI were sagging. They're all in contraction territory, several of them in fairly moderate territory. The demand piece is concerning. We had customer inventory levels about right. We had backlog sagging again close to 40. New export orders came down again, and the new orders number came down. So I think it's a clear sign here that we're in for a period where we're going to see pretty weak demand for the next 3 or 4 months, unfortunately.
Tim, good morning. It's Guy. Are we finally at the point where these manufacturers are also going to start laying people off?
So we did have a shift in the month of March. We definitely saw nearly a 1-to-1 ratio between the companies that were hiring and the companies that were managing headcount down. That's a fairly significant shift from the 2-to-1 that we've been pretty much working on for the last 3 or 4 months. So I think people are getting ready to kind of de-staff.
시장이 되게 원더링 하는 것 같아요. 지금 방향을 못 잡고 있는 것 같아요. 이 부분이 오늘 중요한 변환점이 될 것 같아요. 지금 헤드 앤 숄더가 보이네.
to fill their order books, but the demand just really isn't there, and people are still working off their backlog, which is really overdue, and it's a bit unfortunate.
지금 시장은
It's definitely weak, and it likely will remain weak for some months to come.
경기 침체에 대한 우려가 더 큰 것 같습니다. 연준의 매파적인 발언의 감소를 예측하는 것보다는 경기 침체를 더 우려하는 하락 쪽으로 흘러가는 느낌이 보이네요.
Ordering for the last 9 months, I think we've pretty much worked that off. So now we're trying to refill the order book.
HSKN은 지금 엄청나게 많이 올라가고 있네.
We've been raising interest rates and it's been slowing things down.
HSKA
Manufacturing companies are pretty much hunkering down now.
이런 건 쭈니님이 좋아하는 종목인데. 딱 물리기 좋은 종목인데 지금 상황이. 근데 계속 올라가고 있네요. 이런 거는 잘하는 사람만 가야 돼. 수급으로 잘 저항 지지 잘 따라갈 수 있는 사람들. 나스닥은 하락. 지금 헤드앤숄더 치고선 지금 하락세로 가는 것 같아요. 여기서 이제 다시 리바운드를 할 것인가 못 할 것인가. 그 부분이 되게 중요해요. 넥라인.
The interesting thing on the pricing side is that it pretty much says that we're stable. We're at a stable level. So we haven't gotten back to where people wanted to get back to. But if you look at the last couple of months, we've been hanging around 49 to 51. So we're
치고 올라오네 다시.
stable on the price side. And Mike's comment here on energy, we'll see what that means. On the manufacturing side, there's no indications that transportation costs are going up. But we'll see what the energy.
지금 이동평균선들이 지금 플랫하게 움직이고 있으니까 지금은 일단은 나스닥 같은 경우에는 트레이드를 하지 않고 잠깐 봐야 될 것 같고 러셀은 얘도 똑같아. 러셀도 지금 행복 다우도 이제 뭐 시작은 이렇게 됐지만 이제부터 여기가 횡보가 될 거예요. 얘도 결국은 이 전날 클로징이랑의 차이지 이제부터 이제 시장 움직이는 거는 거의 비슷하게 움직이기 시작할 겁니다. 이제는 이 배수가 큰 애가 멀티플이 큰 애가 누군가 그걸 따라가는 게 훨씬 더 수익 내는 데는 도움이 될 거예요.
Yeah, but Tim, you mentioned that pricing is now stable, and I'm wondering if now pricing gets a little bit more unstable because of it.
Well, it's stable on the high end because we never got back to where we really wanted to be. We're significantly higher than we were.
오늘 피벗이 딱 넥라인이 되고 있네. 여기서 고점에서 눌리는 지점이 되고 요새는 저점에서 지금 받아주는 위치가 되고. 그래서 한 번 더 일어날지 아니면은 계속 이런 식으로 올라갈 때마다 떨어지면서 추세적 하락으로 갈지 그 부분을 좀 애매해요. 위치가 이동평균선도 150 이동평균선 그 위쪽 피벗 위쪽 지금 찬물인지 더운물인지 결정하기 애매해요. 위치 종목 봐도 그래요. 마이크로소프트도 제자리고 애플도 제자리고 테슬라는 이제 197에서 바닥을 잡아가는 듯한 느낌이 들고
it's interesting to see the delta change here in terms of the rate of change, maybe a little bit. Tim, great to see you. Always a pleasure. Instant analysis on your numbers. We so much appreciate you doing this for us. Timothy Fiore, chair of the ISM Manufacturing Business Survey Committee. Coming up, more on our question today. We're going to take you back to what is happening with oil. Are we heading back towards $100 a barrel? We're going to ask Anne Miletti, head of active equity at Allsprings Global Investments. That conversation is next. This is Bloomberg.
Want to explore more of the investing universe? Capture 500 companies in a single ETF. Expand your dollars across the entire U.S. stock market. Diversify with bonds, too. Explore more with iShares tax-efficient ETFs.
What do you see on the horizon? uncertainty, or opportunity. Whatever you see, at PGIM, we can help you rise to the challenges of today, when active investing and disciplined risk management are needed most. Drawing on deep expertise across the world's public and private markets in pursuit of long-term returns. PGIM. Our investments shape tomorrow, today.
Game on. See ya. Permission to launch. Bend with the wind. Almost there.
Bloomberg has the Fed coverage you're looking for. Wednesday, an exclusive interview with Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester.
I do believe we have more work to do.
For all your Fed coverage, keep it tuned to Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Higher oil prices push up the headline CPI number, but they are fundamentally disinflationary for the U.S. economy because they take money out of the hands of lower middle-income consumers, and they will just spend less on other things. So if I were in the Federal Reserve's position here, I would not look at higher oil prices as a reason to get tighter. It's actually a reason to get easier.
That was David Kelly, JP Morgan Asset Management Chief Global Strategist, talking on oil and the Fed earlier on Bloomberg Television, which brings us to the question of the day. $100 oil? A, do we see it? And B, what are the kind of bigger ramifications here? Anne Maletti, Allspring, a global investment head of active equity, joins us now. Anne, $100, do we see it?
You know, if we see it, I think it's only going to be for a very short time. I think OPEC's taking an outward look, and I think they're looking at where is demand really going to come from. Yes, we saw the reopening trade in China. Yes, things have been a little bit better in Europe. They've been better here in the U.S., but is demand really going to strengthen from here? And I don't think they believe it is, and so that's probably why they chose the production cuts.
And let's put this together with the ISM number. So David Kelly talking about the idea that this is actually going to be a further factor that's going to slow the U.S. economy down. You've just seen an ISM print on the manufacturing front that certainly points to a manufacturing sector in the United States that is continuing to slow down.
오늘 이제 남은 일정은 뭐가 있나? 일단 뭐 단기물들 옵션들 있네요. 8시 반에 금리 움직이는 거. 그다음에 이거는 1시 15분이니까 상관없을 것 같고 훅 스피치가 1시 15분에 있는데 이거는 시장 후에 나오는 거니까 큰 장중에 영향은 없을 것 같아요. Has been strong. We'll see if it can continue to be strong. But I think, again, things are breaking in the system, and it's going to cause real problems with the economy going forward. And so that changes our outlook. I think it makes it feel like, again, it's going to be hard to find real upside in the economy. There's going to be more pressures on the downside.
But, on the other hand, we were talking to Tim Fiore just moments ago, and he said if you're looking for inflation to come down, this is not the place to look. And then if we couple higher oil prices, and even if we don't get 100, there's clearly a floor, and that floor looks to be 80 for OPEC. So that needs sort of a a readjustment and a rethink. How can the Fed back off if inflation's not going to be coming down?
Well, it is. It's this yin and the yang, right? I mean, OPEC for sure doesn't want to see really low prices. And, you know, we've known that for a long time, so they do what they can to protect. But I do think we have kind of one, you know, very important part here in North America. We do have the ability to drill and produce our own oil. And so we
다우가 오늘 아웃퍼폼을 엄청나게 하네요. 에너지 비중이 그렇게 많은가? 이거는 대단하다.
And so they'll want to see oil above $70 to be able to do that. And so we'll see this, you know, pressure on oil to stay a little bit higher, but I think we can keep it.
다우는 비중이 똑같이 이퀄로 들어가는 건데 그래도 에너지 애들이 에너지가 하나밖에 없는데 어쨌거나 올라가면 올라가는 거죠.
You have to be selective, and you know, even within energy, this might be just a short-term trade. So if you're going to
S&P
want to be very, very selective
S&P는 어떻게 돌아가고 있나?
go into strong balance sheets, strong free cash flow, and very disciplined management teams, whether it's in energy or in any other sector. That's what our investment teams are looking at right here in the later part of the cycle. Even if we go into recession,
이 하방 지지가 좀 다르네. 하방 지지가 다른 지수들은 약간 이렇게 서포트 받고 올라가는 모습을 보여주는데 나스닥은 지금 좀 플랫하네요. 그래서 오늘 같은 나스닥 같은 경우에는 지금 하방 서포트가 깨지지 않아야 돼. 이 부분이 깨지면은 하락세로 갈 가능성이 훨씬 더 크고.
certainly some in the mid-cap space and even in the small-cap space.
What do I do? How do I sort of think about my portfolio from
다우도 마찬가지고 지금 고점이 좀 이제 만들어진 것 같아요.
What should I be doing? Is this a signal today maybe that the yields are going to be going lower that I should be
이제 시장은 지금부터 시작이네. 지금부터. 앞에 올라온 거는 일종의 쇼커버로 올라온 거고 야간 선물 시장에서 쇼커버로 올라온 거고
But here at Allspring, we do believe that bonds are back, and you are going to get some real return from the fixed income market. And you know,
APLS 이거는 가끔 본 종목인데 이것도 그거구나.
I do think investors are looking
아이오.
more at the fixed income market than they ever have. It's been the first time in a decade where you can really look at getting a good return there. And so I think investors are looking at all
할리버튼
where they need to be positioned in cash, fixed income,
에너지도 올라가다 지금 다 고점에서 쓰고 있는 분위기고.
equity portfolio. Because as we've seen already this year, you have to be right twice if you're going to sell. You have to know when to sell, and you have to know.
CNQ Canadian Natural Resource.
This stream is sponsored by Tivitic. Get free daily code points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tivitic.com.
이것도 지금 갭 상승해서 비슷해. 에너지들은 비슷해 지금. 보면은 볼린저 밴드 상단에 딱 맞아가지고 더 못 올라갈 것 같아요 오늘은. 올라가네. 이제 마이크로소프트도 올라가고 애플도 올라가고 엔비디아도 올라가고 올라갈 것 같은데 시장이. 이 부분이 중요합니다.
Soros Fund Management CIO Dawn Fitzpatrick are the exception in finance, not the rule. Morningstar has taken an in-depth look at women in the industry, and the numbers are startling. The firm found that in 2020, women made up 14% of global fund managers. That's largely unchanged from the year 2000. Morningstar also calculated that while the number of women at the top of the corporate ladder has increased, it won't be until 2060 that women will reach parity with men in the C-suite. Studies have shown that increasing the number of women managers leads to better decision-making and moderates overconfidence. European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde in
바로 눌려버리네.
of the banking industry made the 2008 collapse of Lehman
바로 눌려버리네. 바로 눌려버리네.
If it had been Lehman Sisters rather than
속았어.
Lehman Brothers, the world might well look a lot different today.
딴에는 어떤가? 얘도 눌리지. 근데 얘는 방향을 보면서 눌린단 말이야.
Still on the card. Repeat that ECB's falseness about half-point hike is still on the card for May. And optimism has returned, but unpointed, it's hard to go back, and we can't ignore the potential curves in credit supply. The OPEC Plus decision will add to inflation on the margin.
눌리는 건 약간의 페이크였어.
Just seeing some upside in the euro after that.
A look at some of the biggest business stories in the news right now. I'm Lisa Mateo. Extra Space Storage has agreed to buy Life Storage for $12.4 billion in an all-stock deal. Life Storage operates more than 1,100 self-storage properties. Self-storage real estate benefited during the pandemic because people wanted more space while working from home. But demand and pricing power.
오늘은 다른 지수가 확실히 좋아요. 근데 나스닥으로 기준으로 보면은 나스닥도 요 고점을 이제 한번 뚫어줘야 돼. 지금 터치는 했는데 터치하고 밀렸습니다. 본다, 간다.
The Aussie dollar and the dollar, right?
Banks led by Goldman Sachs is trying to offload the riskiest chunk of
The Aussie
financing
dollar
from
versus
last
the
year's
dollar
stress
rises as
systems
much as
buyout.
1.5% to 0.6788, the highest since February
They're now
24.
offering $3.8 billion of second lien notes at a coupon of 9%. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex.
All right, Lisa, thanks very much. This is breaking news for you. ECB's Robert Holzman saying that a half-point hike is, quote, still on the cards for May, and that the OPEC Plus decision is going to add to inflation on the margin, but then also can't ignore the potential curbs in credit supply.
여기서 밀리면은 안 되는데.
Some read-through onto what happened with OPEC Plus and the oil price. Half-point hike is still in the cards for May. You have Italy front-end yields up by about 4 basis points. All right, it is also
여기서 끊고
on the West Coast, so we want to get to the startup where we cover the top tech stories from the Bay Area and
확신이 없어요 지금. 시장에 확신이 없어 올라가는 게.
and Ludlow. The news over the weekend, overnight, was Tesla and what they were able to sell in terms of their cars and then in terms of the discount that they offered. Do we read this as
엔비디아만 올라가네.
bad news?
엔비디아가 좋아요. 엔비디아 지금 278, 285는 뚫겠네. 엔비디아는 아마 290 정도 되면은 맥스일 것 같아요.
It's not enough to keep Tesla on track for 50% annual growth. That 422,000 odd number puts them on track for around 40% growth. And
이 시점에서 이제 더 치고 올라갈 것이냐. 약간 이게 보기 나름이지만 W자 반등이 보이죠 여기서 W. 장대 양봉 치고 여기서 올라가 줘야지 강한 상승세인데.
that demand kind of tapered off in the last 2 weeks or so of the quarter, which is a concern.
More price cuts?
It's certainly a lever that the analysts think is available to them. The concern from the street is that margins are going to be impacted, right, going forward. Profitability is going to be impacted. Elon Musk has been very sanguine about that.
이게 일반 주식 가지고 트레이드하는 거랑 선물로 트레이드하는 거랑 약간의 차이점이 있어요. 왜냐면은 선물은 그 숫자의 그 차이 가지고 그냥 멀티플라이가 똑같이 들어가는 거거든요. 나스닥 선물 같은 경우는 20 아니면 2 해가지고 이렇게 되는 거기 때문에 물타기를 했을 때 베니핏이 그렇게 크지 않아요. 주식은 물타기를 하면은 밑에서 더 숫자가 낮아지니까 올라가면서 약간 뭐랄까 그 엑스포넨셜하게 올라가잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 지수는 그래서 중간에 자꾸 뭐라 그러지? 계속 트레이드를 하는 거예요. 이제 주식으로 하는 사람들은 한 뭐 반으로 나누든지 3분의 1로 나누든지 4분의 1로 나누든지 해가지고 떨어졌을 때 분할 매수 짝짝짝짝 해서 올라가면서 팔아도 되잖아요. 그러면은 더 효과가 있잖아요. 근데 지수는 그래서 물타기를 하는 것보다는 한 번에 짧게 섞는 게 빨리, 아니 한 번에 빨리 트레이드를 결정을 짓는 게 훨씬 더 효과적이에요. 보통 이럴 때 느낌이 안 좋던데 일단 다 빠져야겠다.
Ed Ludlow joining us from San Francisco. Coming up, we're going to go back, ironically, to the oil story. Amrita Sen is going to join us from Energy Aspects. This is Bloomberg.
생각한 대로 안 가죠? AI 같은 것도 오늘 생각한 것보다 안 떴어.
During this 2007-2008 recession where Morgan Stanley came close to going under. Was that the most difficult time of your career?
No question about it. I mean, we were on the brink of going out of business.
And you thought you had a good cash reserve for a while, but then all of a sudden people started pulling cash out. Your cash reserves went down. How close did you come to actually going bankrupt?
We were very close, David, to the point that Tim Geithner at the Fed was trying to get us to sell to Jamie Dimon at the time. And he kept saying, that's what I want you to do. So I called Jamie and I said, look, Geithner's all over me. He says, you'll buy the firm. He said, I don't want your firm. I said, well, go tell Geithner that. And he said, John, if you forced me to do it, I wouldn't pay you $2 a share. So that
테슬라의 숏들을 엄청나게 쳐놨나? 이렇게 테슬라의 안 좋은 얘기들만 골라서 하려고 노력을 하는지 모르겠네 지금. 특히 토니 사키나기 같은 사람들. 테슬라가 더 프라이스를 컷해야 될 것 같아요 이번에. 지네들 인도량 증가시키려면은.
I said, I'll take the firm down first, and I hung up on him.
From New York City,
in London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai. Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening. Here's what I'm watching. You do not.
엔비디아만 잘 나가고 있어 지금 10개의 빅테크 중에서. 테슬라는 약간 세된 기분이네요.
We're about an hour into the U.S. trading session. We got the ISM manufacturing data that definitely disappointed. You now have equities kind of around the highs of this session and yields also falling lower. Abigail's tracking all of these moves for us. Hey, Abigail.
Hey, Alex. And yeah, mixed moves.
In the Bank of Canada business indicate that lower prices expectations
지금 유럽이랑 미국 정부에서는 뭐 중앙은행도 그렇고 지금 오펙에서 감산한 거에 대해 가지고 그래서 반박 의견을 계속 얘기하고 있어요. 니네가 그럼 인플레이션 우리 계속 못 잡는다.
and the consumer inflation expectations remain high. Consumers see home prices bouncing back after banking with a rate pause.
This is the longest winning streak in more than a year.
And firms tell the Bank of Canada labour shortages are easing and wage demands are still high.
Today, the course of today, this absolute spike higher on the surprise cut that some analysts
The
are saying
IEA
could
says
drive
OPEC
oil
Plus cut risks
back above
worsening
$100 per
inflationary
barrel. The best
pressures.
day for energy today, going back to October of last year. And if we take a look at some of the individual movers, it's really pretty incredible. Marathon
Bank
Oil
of Canada
up
Consumer
10%,
Survey says
Schlumberger up
expectations for
9%,
5-year ahead inflation have edged down to
massive oil company up 10%,
2.92%
and then
from 3.1%,
ExxonMobil, the top
and
point boost
59%
for
of
the
firms
S&P 500,
expect
a rare occurrence,
inflation to
but
stay
because
well
it's up
above 2%
5.7%,
until
that
at least
is happening. Now,
2025.
speaking of the S&P 500, let's check in on one of the wonkier charts that we have not checked in on for some time, but it's actually working really pretty well. So this is the S&P 500's range over the last year, and you can see these moves down and then up. These are basically what are called bull wedges. It represents a culmination.
한 번, 두 번, 세 번, 네 번.
It is now performing well.
야,
The S&P
이게
500
느낌이
close to the top of the range, well above the 200-day moving average. The big question now is, are we going to see a break above the range? Now, the recent strength guide, of course, has been on oil, energy being higher. We had some tech strength. To break above that range, I would say that we're probably going to need, it's going to need to be in the energy, or excuse me, the technology sector, because
그래도 일단 S&P 지표가 올라가는 거는 긍정적으로 봐야 될 것 같네요. 나스닥은 떨어지는 거 이해하지만 왜냐면은 그동안 너무 많이 올라왔죠. 야, 테슬라 아쉽다. 요번 주는 짧은 날이에요. 주가 짧은 날이기 때문에 요번 주 만기 옵션 건드리면은 아마 회복할 시간이 좀 물리면은 회복할 시간이 적을 수도 있으니까 그거 잘 관리하셔야 될 거예요.
Some in the last week as well has been meeting our Chinese clients here, and they have just been asking about OPEC. What was the rationale? What does it mean for prices? One thing I will say though is that demand is recovering in China slowly but surely, and you are. The general sense I get over here is also that savings in our numbers show that Chinese savings are about 10% of GDP. They are actually okay with high prices. Yes, they are concerned.
어서 오세요,
But I think
박님.
its ability to withstand high oil prices is much greater than the West. Over here, guy, if you come, there is no recession. Like there is no R word ever uttered over here. It's how much is China going to grow and for how long. Whereas in Europe and in the US, the first word in any meeting is, "Oh, how big is the recession going to be?"
Yeah, Amrita, I keep hearing that the closer you get.
아, 여기서 상승이 정말 필요한데 이제는.
Basically, is how that's working. We're also going to get some refiners coming back from China at the same time. So when do we get to $100 oil? Does this just push all that forward?
So, look, our price forecast for $100 that Guy mentioned, that's been there even before the OPEC cuts, right? We haven't changed any of that view. Our view has been that second half will be very bullish as long as the global economy is okay. How am I defining okay?
그러니까 이제는
Recession baked
둘,
into our numbers for the
넷,
OECD in particular.
다섯.
We've got a small
약간
recession.
오파 찍고 내려가는 것 같아.
And that's why our overall oil demand number isn't that big. It's about 1.5 million barrels per day of growth. So as long as that happens, we were going to get $100.
아니야, 이게 3파일 수도 있어. 1파, 2파, 3파일 수도 있어.
In potentially late Q2.
Amrita, given what you just said, why is OPEC cutting at this point? If Asia looks strong, and that's now its biggest customer, why the need to cut output?
Because at the end of the day, and I have been writing this day in, day out as well, regardless of our view, I cannot be sanguine that there are no more skeletons or further skeletons in the closet. This banking crisis is by no means over. We've had a few banks, and of course this is not 08, 09, right? But I do think, in general, having had 15 years of zero interest rates and suddenly going up to 5%, we are going to see credit tighten up. That was one of the reasons why we have lower demand growth anyways. And we just
S&P 기준으로 피벗까지는 갈 수 있을 것 같은데.
OPEC Plus are correctly being cautious about it, saying, and oil is being impacted by exogenous factors. If you ask me the single biggest reason, I mean, of course, you're putting a floor, you're kind of guaranteeing future investment, but it is very much about driving those shorts out of the market. The market had become a playing field for these shorts because people were like, oh, oil's not going to go up because of X, Y, Z. Definitely a huge amount of short positions. That's what OPEC is trying to get rid of, saying, look, we are still in control of the market. Don't try and drive the price down for non-oil fundamental reasons.
So, Amrita, I love that you mentioned that because it feels a little bit like the Fed. The market pushes the central banker, and I'm putting that in quotes. Like, are the markets just going to keep pushing around OPEC? I hear that that OPEC's like, guys, if you're short, get out. We don't like you. Here's the floor, and it's 80. But the shorts did it. Like, they forced their hand.
OPEC Plus cuts risk exacerbating strained market and pushing up oil prices amid inflationary pressures from the IEA. And global oil markets were already set tightening in the second Q3 with potential for substantial supply deficit.
Ever since 2020, cohesion is very good, and I really do think OPEC are very much in control of this market. So I'm not going to, if I was a trader, I wouldn't necessarily take them on. Even in a very, very big recession, I really think, and we've seen this in 2020, OPEC will come cut and provide a floor to prices.
Amrita, just to be clear though, there is no signal in this cut vis-a-vis Chinese growth. This is not a signal from OPEC, who have very close connections from with China, now saying we actually don't think that Chinese growth is as good as we maybe thought it was.
No, and it's funny you ask me that, right? Funny, like over here, nobody's asking that, but every client of ours in the US is asking us exactly that. Oh, do Saudis know something about the Chinese economy? No. Look, one thing I have learned, and that's kind of been our view, the Chinese recovery is happening, but it is gradual. Mobility is back, but for instance, isn't back because flight capacity isn't back. Property markets are just starting to pick up. Manufacturing is still lagging. This is not going to be a 3 to 6
근데 사실 그런 것도 웃기지 않아요? 평균 가격수 X라고.
So I think again, from Saudi's point of view, it's a long game. China is
그렇게 쉽게 자기네들이 포뮬라 준 대로 움직이면은 자기네들이 오는 뭔가 베네핏이 있겠죠. 아니면 정말 우리를 위해 가지고 그렇게 얘기해 줄까? 장대연봉.
Yeah, Guy and I were discussing this too. It's like there was no macro signal, but there could be a macro impact in sort of what the Saudis wound up doing. Amrita, you mentioned response. Does Shell respond to this?
Shell, no, because again, like we've had higher prices than this, and they couldn't, or they chose not to increase production because the focus has been on just returning money to shareholders. For me, actually, Shell, there's more downside risk to upside risk because of the lending issue. Because smaller banks, they are going to struggle to lend, and the privates, the smaller shale players, are very, very dependent on these smaller banks. So I actually think there's downside risk to U.S. production, regardless of the price of WTI, because of just tightening credit.
오늘은 롱숏으로 같이 들어가 있어야 되겠네. 다우랑 나스닥이랑.
To what extent was that a catalyst as well for today's announcement?
I'm sure OPEC are looking at all those factors, right? I don't think that was the biggest driver, but of course, I mean, at the end of the day, the U.S. administration released record volume.
이제 4월의 첫 거래일에 완전히 사람들 확 그냥 기 죽여버리고선 끌어올릴 수도 있고. 근데 우리 낙타 형들 아주 그냥 타이밍 잘 맞춰가지고 이거는 단순히 기름만이 문제가 아니야. 자기네들이 기름을 감산을 해버리면은 기름값이 올라가서 돈을 더 버는 게 아니라 인플레이션을 올라가면서 경기가 다시 침체되면은 기름의 수요가 줄어드는 거에 대한 그런 생각을 안 한 건 아닌 것 같고, 그거보다는 자기네들이 가지고 있는 숏 포지션 커버를 좀 할 게 많이 남은 것 같아, 내 생각에는. 그래서 이런 거 일시적일 것 같아, 느낌이.
of diesel capacity, and especially diesel demand is weak. We are in an industrial recession, but we are bullish summer gasoline, and in part it has already made the move. It's not saying that we're going to get much more upside from current levels, but summer gasoline will be strong because consumers are still strong and we don't have enough gasoline capacity. So yeah, margins will still remain good for the next few months, but starting to taper off. Also remember, when crude rallies, margins by definition will come off. So we are expecting softer margins, but nowhere close to like 2019 levels in general, just softer than last year's levels.
Amrita, I want to keep going back to China because you are there, and I'm just curious about it. If the price gets too high, does China switch to other suppliers?
그렇게 해야지 공화당이 힘들어지니까.
I'm wondering where the price point is for that.
Well, to be honest, they have been buying more Russian.
뭐 뉴욕이랑 뉴저지는 원래 도로 공사하는 거는 이거는 뭐 안 하면 이상한 거 아니에요. 그리고 버젯을 세워놓고선 그 버젯을 사용을 안 하면은 그 다음에 또 버젯을 못 받으니까. 근데 뉴욕, 뉴저지 도로 사정 나쁜 거는 뭐 그거는 아주 유명한 거 아닙니까? 전 옛날에 405에서 아니 405가 아니라 495에서 파톨에서 60마일 넘게 달리는데 파톨에서 박혀가지고 바퀴 다 날아갔는데 휠 다 깨지고. 프리웨이에서 파톨이 있다는 거를 상상할 누가 있겠어.
Right. So also the US can't really replace that. Before I let you go, I just got to ask a nerdy question. What's your
요즘에도 퀸스보로는 맨날 공사하나 요즘에도? 퀸스보로는 쉬지 않고 계속 공사하잖아.
Great question. So we think, look, I mean, generally compliance when these are voluntary cuts historically, they have tended to be good. Not expecting a full 100%, I'm sure, especially if prices stick up, there will be some laggards, but we are still penciling in about 1 million barrels per day of that 1.1 that was announced yesterday.
All right, fair enough. Amrita, thanks a lot. It's like midnight there. Really appreciate you staying up. Thank you so much, Amrita Sen, the Director of Research over at Energy Aspects, joining us from Singapore. All right, coming up, investors taking WWE stock to the mat after the sports entertainment company announced $9 billion deal to combine with UFC parent Endeavor. More on the details on the sports media merger next. Stocks off the low. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, so you're moving in on me quick, distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your knight because it's really bothering me.
Ah, my knights.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
What did you get up to this weekend?
You know, just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good.
그쵸. 금은 좀 오르나? 금은 조금 올랐네 오늘. 금 조금 오르고 비트코인은 좀 빠지고. CBX 사놓은 게 좀 올라왔네 오늘은. 그래도 이게 뭐 또 주택건설주는 또 오르네요 오늘. 톨 브라더스 같은 거 뭐 크진 않지만 0.45% 이런 건 제가 지금 트레이드하고 있는 그런 종목들. 그 뉴먼트도 좀 있으면은 수익권에 들어오겠네.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
오늘 마지막 준 매수기인가? 그렇게 봐야 되나? 글쎄. 어떻게 판단을 해야 될지 조금 시장이 감이 안 잡히네요, 오늘 아침에는. 확실히 마켓 메이커들 없으니까. 휴가 중이니까 확실히 마켓 메이커 뿐이 아니라 지금 이스터 헐리데이래 가지고 좀 시장이 딱 반도체랑 나스닥이랑 딱 반대로 가네. 차트 모양이. 뒤집어 놓으면 나스닥이네.
The U.S. and South Korea and Japan have begun naval exercises off the Korean peninsula. It's a move certain to anger North Korea, which fired its first missile over Japan when similar drills were held last year. The two-day anti-submarine and rescue maneuvers started today. They include vessels from a U.S. Air
AMD가 차트가 좋네요.
spy balloon that floated over the U.S. in February, reportedly gathered
아마 AMD가 나스닥 뭐지?
sites. According to NBC
AMD가
intelligence that was collected from mostly electronic signals rather than images. The U.S. shot down the balloon off the coast of South Carolina. The debris that was recovered is still being analyzed. Donald Trump's lawyer says he'll plead not guilty when he appears in court in Manhattan tomorrow. The former president will also seek to have the case dismissed. He was indicted on Thursday, but the exact charges remain sealed. The grand jury was investigating his role in hush money payments made to porn star Stormy Daniels. And Endeavor has agreed to buy World Wrestling Entertainment for $9.3 billion. The company is planning to combine WWE with its Ultimate Fighting Championship to create a new entity that will be headed by Endeavor CEO Ari Emanuel. Now shares of
AMD, AMD,
potentially the biggest drop in almost 2
AMD.
years. Global news powered by
얘도
700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
얘도 추세적으로는 하락인데요.
Is Bloomberg, Alex.
All right, Lisa, thanks so much. Let's get more on the WWE.
변곡점은
Joined now by Bloomberg's Cameron.
strong하게 만들진 못하는 것 같아요,
The
아직.
question is, why now? Why did this kind of deal make sense now in the middle of this macro environment?
Well, this is one way to bring in Merger Monday with some WrestleMania. Obviously, discussions around this seem to be hitting the head over the past few days, but really discussions have been happening for some months now. And honestly, just to see that Vince McMahon, the CEO, happened to come back at the top of this year, it seemed like a few things were brewing, and now is better than ever because clearly WWE needed the lift, and I think this is what they'll get with an Ari Emanuel and Endeavor.
Cameron, let's just talk about pricing. Are we going to be paying more to watch wrestling as a result of this? Is NBCU going to be paying more? Is Fox going to be paying more?
I mean, based on what, Ari Emanuel and Endeavor has been able to do at UFC, they bought that business in 2016 for about
일단 오늘 수익 난 것들은 좀 빨리빨리 정리를 해야겠네요.
12 billion, so that's already 3x's number. So short answer, yes, you will be paying more, but I'm sure we'll get a nice little discount, as most streaming services do when they're trying to do a nice launch and get everybody signed on.
What if the whole streaming live event thing doesn't pay off in the same way, right? I mean, Endeavor's betting that TV companies and streaming giants are going to keep paying top dollar, right? But all these guys are kind of going to, batten down the hatchet here. What if they're wrong?
I mean, let's look at the base case. I mean, we saw in COVID, WWE had a lot of issues trying to have their live events. They wound up, relocating some of their events down to Florida at the time. So that was the worst case scenario for the business. And now with, a talent agency, backed company, I think the sky's the limit. You talk about some of the people who can package some of the best content when it comes to show business. That is Endeavor.
이제 흐르기 시작한 것 같네요. 완전히 다 흘러내려가네.
The upside is there. I mean, the stock is, obviously trading much lower today. But I think once, Wall Street gets a clearer picture of where things will go in the future, I think we'll see things shift a bit.
The stock is down. Is that because this was a company that not that long ago was saying we're not going to take on any more debt? Ari was saying that, no more debt. We don't see this as being the right moment. And then bang. We get this deal done. Is the market signaling that it's not comfortable with the financials around this deal? Is that what I'm seeing on the screen in front of me, the stock down?
Understandably so, but in this moment, Endeavor is a strategic buyer. There's no clearer buy or a place for WWE to go, and I think this would pretty much be the best case scenario for them. We talk about revenues. I think Endeavor brings about $5 billion just last year, and I think this about $1 billion for WWE. I think we'll probably see that business get scaled up a lot more. You have some contract negotiations coming up for USA Today Network, which is owned by NBC, and also Fox again at the end of 2024. So I think those discussions will start to begin towards the end of this year. So there's money to be made for sure.
Do we have any insight, Cameron, if were there other bidders involved in the process?
There were. I mean, obviously, most when we're having these M&A discussions, there are always suitors. From my understanding, there have been discussions that some Saudi money was around, some of the conversations, but that didn't tend to kind of pan out. But again, when you talk about strategic buyer, where it makes sense, the synergy here, I think WWE and UFC will have,
얘기했고 지금 나스닥 빠지고 있어요. 쇼 포지션 들어갔는데 이것도 여기까지 빠지면은 뭐 한번 반등 치겠죠. 리버설 하겠죠.
Yeah, I have to say my kids would definitely be up for that. I would be into that. That would suck them in without a shadow of a doubt.
근데 오늘 지금 이 뉴스 톤을 들어보면 아는데 톤이 되게 안 좋아. 오늘 나온 사람들이 다 좀 기분 나쁜 느낌 있죠. 짜증나는 느낌이 많이 섞여 있는 그런 오늘 분위기예요. 아마 유가가 올라가는 것 때문에 전략이 깨져버린 거지. 4월 초에 이런 식으로 움직여서 해야지 싶었는데 주말에 그렇게 뒷북을 쳐버리니까 뒤통수 맞은 거지. 완전히 뒤통수 딱 맞으니까 오늘 짜증 날 것 같아.
But just one thing I will say, Ari Emanuel, he's a consummate businessman, and he's a true operator. He knows who and how to put people in place. I think that's what you have with Dana White, who's the president of UFC as well too.
오케이, 여기 크리티컬한 지점에 왔어요. 여기서 입절을 해야 되나? 입절 준비를 해야 되나? 여기서 또 바운스 치면 그치, 여기서 바운스 치면 또 크게 올라올 거란 말이야. 그러면 또 땅을 치고 오를 테니까 여기서 끊어. 아니야, 기다려. 아, 이거는 결정장애네. 흐름은 더 내려갈 것 같은데 한번 반등 치고 내려올 것 같기도 하고. 근데 이런 날은 더 깊이 빠져버리거든. 지금 S&P랑 같이 보고 있는데 S&P가 지금 추세선 밑으로 내려가기 바로 직전이기 때문에 여기가 지금 아주 크리티컬한 모멘트야. 여기서 반등하느냐. 다른 애플, 마이크로소프트, 엔비디아 봐도 지금 다 딱 지지선에 걸려 있어요. 이럴 때는 욕심내지 마. 오케이, 입절. 입절하면 빠지지 또.
Nuriel, I gotta say you're not helping with my anxiety levels right now.
I'm gonna go. I'm moving my portfolio to cash. 1 second. I gotta pause the.
Well, cash is not enough because she wipes out by inflation. You have to go to assets, and I can discuss. They can hedge against inflation.
Stagflation already seems like the nightmare scenario.
오른 이유가 그냥 장난친 거죠. 떨어져야 되는 게 정상이에요. 지금은 가장 시장에서 크게 바라봐야 될 부분이 뭐냐면 경기 침체이기 때문에 이게 이제는 뭐 경기가 나빠져 가지고 연준이 금리를 더 못 올려 그거 기대감은 이제 적어요. 그렇기 때문에 주가가 올라갈 수가 있는 게 아니라 경기 침체야? 그 와중에 지금 유가도 올라갔어? 유가도 올라가면 인플레이션도 올라가는데 그럼 연준은 아무것도 못 하는데 연준은 금리도 못 올리고 인플레이션은 올라가고 경기는 침체되고 야 이거 새됐다. 이게 지금 시장의 어떤 판단이 아닌가.
So here we go, 35 minutes to go until the end of the day here in Europe. Let's look at our numbers and show you what is happening here. Brent crude, absolutely front and center what is happening in the market right now. Up by, let's call it 5.5%. We faded an earlier move. We were up much more than that. 84.36. Keep an eye on the 87 line. That's been an important line. Anyway, we'll get technical in the next hour. David Steadden's going to join us from Credit Suisse.
올렸다기보다는 이제 그냥 진짜로 바보들 속인 거지. 이렇게 하면.
What is interesting is the oil majors are up, the oil sector is up, the transportation sector, the shipping companies are not. So names like Frontline are under real pressure today, which is significant. In fact, you've basically got the energy sector up, you've got some of the defensives up, so the food and beverage sector is up, the grocers are up, and that's pretty much it. Bottom end of the market, you've got financial services are down today, technology is down today, travel, unsurprisingly, the airline sector, which has had such a great run recently, under a little bit of pressure today on that higher oil price. So the energy sector definitely doing the heavy lifting, but it's not enough to keep the stock 600 in positive territory. We're just dipping below the line at the moment. We're down by around 0.1%. You've also got a dollar that is on offer, so European currencies are generally fairly well bid today. The euro's up by just under 0.5% today, so it's interesting to see the ripple effect coming out of this. We have
지금 여기서 어제 야간 선물 저점까지 왔거든요. 거의 라운드 트립한 거야. 야간 선물 라운드 트립한 거야. 이제부터 어떻게 움직일지 봐야겠네. 딱 여기서부터 여기까지 라운드 트립이네. 이제 저 13,200 지점을 맞으면 뿅망치 맞고 내려가겠죠? 그렇죠?
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately, we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
I love
야, 그럴 줄 알았어. 그럴 줄 알았어.
the work that we're doing when we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client.
오늘 약간 답이 나온 것 같네.
When they see this work, are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? As much as possible, I think probably I try and play that role.
오늘 답이 나온 것 같아요. 약간 내려 꽂는 차트죠 지금. 크게 떨어뜨리고 살짝 올라오는 것처럼 갈고리 만들면서 떨어지는 거. 제일 기분 나쁜 차트.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
the majors have a very good day. The rest of the market, much quieter. We'll dig into the details. The countdown to the close starts right now.
The countdown is on in Europe. This is Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson and Alex Steele.
So the price of crude, certainly the story. Brent up by 5.5%. That's leading to a nice bounce for some of the recently more beaten up names in this market, i.e. the oil majors. Shell up by 4.5%, bouncing back quite nicely on the back of this. Most of this story is being felt within the energy sector today because the rest of the market still feels quite cautious. The SOX 600 down by 0.1%. Technology's not having a good day.
유가는 예민하죠. 시장은 지금 유가에 엄청 예민해요. 그 컨시퀀스가 있잖아요. 유가, 인플레이션, 경기 침체 세 개가 지금 서로 물고 물리면서 돌아가는 그런 거기 때문에 지금 침체 때문에 경기 침체에 대한 우려의 장이라고 보면 될 것 같습니다. 그리고 이제 섹터 로테이션을 봤을 때 이제 그 에너지가 1000번 올라올 때가 된 것 같아요.
But that's because of Chevron, such a large weighting within the index. Overall, within the S&P, though, it's all the energy stocks just crushing it. Conoco's the top performer, Marathon. It's really the guys that are more insulated to the U.S., those E&Ps, Occidental, et cetera, that are doing really well. They're not going to pump more. They're just going to get now more money for the crude that they do pump. The two-year yield, we did see yields higher, and that very
그 프라이데이니까 그 낙타형들 이제 아랍에서 좀 이렇게 꽂히는 거 아닌가? 종교적으로도 그런 걸 수도 있어요. 그런 것도 그런 차원에서도 생각해볼 필요가 있어요.
It's going to be interesting to see ultimately how quickly it shows up. There are two ways of looking at this. One, that this is going to accelerate the recession, make it happen a little bit sooner, as effectively an oil price hike is a tax on the consumer. The other problem with that theory, though, is that it may mean that inflation expectations stay higher, which is something the Fed may have to lean in on. So it's a really tricky.
글쎄 뭐 늦은 거 같지는 않아요. 근데 한번 좀 보세요. 지금 유럽 시장 정리될 때. 일단 중국이 없거든. 이번 주는 중국이 없어서 유럽장 이건 리얼타임으로 업데이트 안 되지. 유럽장 닫았나?
Consumer expectations on inflation at a headline level, but at the same time, it's going to take money out of their pockets. So, what does that mean in their ability to spend to support the economy? It's a really difficult balancing act for the Fed to work its way through.
Yeah, now we definitely have a floor, right? Like 80 Brent feels like a.
아니 유럽장 닫았어요 이렇게 일찍? 뭐야 이거? 이렇게 할 수가 없네. 아 아니구나 돌고 있구나. 그치 유럽장은 또 다우랑 비슷하니까 유럽장은 올라갔겠네.
result of the issues in the banking sector, then we've got a new constraint on the global economy, which could mean that inflation remains higher for longer.
Prices are going to rise. It's going to destroy demand, and that's going to feed into recession. But central bankers are still very worried about these kind of.
예, 블라드가 오늘 제임스 블라드가 아침에 일찍 나와가지고 오늘 뭐 얘기를 했어요. 뭐 기본적인 내용은 달라진 게 없는데. 그 기름값 때문에 좀 골치 아플 것 같다는 얘기를 비춘 것 같아요. 그리고 사우디도 지금 누구야? 크레딧 스위스 때문에 돈 잃은 거 좀 메이크업 하고 싶을 거야.
Speaking this morning, Amrita said, wrapping it up with energy aspects, she's out in Singapore right now talking a very positive picture in terms of Chinese demand. So are we going back to $100 oil? And if so, what are the implications of that? Let's kick that around, try and understand where we are and where we're going. Julian Lee joins us here on set. Eddie van der Volt joins us to talk about the economic implications. Nice to see you both. Julian, let me start with you. Are we going back to $100 a barrel? And if so, what does that mean in terms of demand?
I think are we going there is very much going to depend on the strength of the Chinese recovery. I mean, a lot of the more bullish market forecasts are based on a very strong rebound in China's economy and China's oil demand after the easing of the zero COVID policy. So if we get that strong rebound, if we get a lot of flying in China, yes, we could.
하여튼 지금 10주기 평균선으로 밑으로 쳐져 있으니까 이거는 지금 하락으로 흘러내린다고 읽어줘야 될 것 같아요.
We clearly see that feeding through into pump prices for gasoline and diesel, and I think that has a slowing effect on the economy, and I think it sort of brings forward the risks of recession.
So it's sort of like you get a slowing effect on one hand, but then you also have potentially higher inflationary readings and inflation expectations on the other hand, which may mean the central banks have to do more. So Eddie, to that point, thread the needle for us. You had Robert Holtzman speaking earlier with Bloomberg saying that, look, if things in May haven't really become more terrible, we can afford another 50 basis point hike. The OPEC cut will lead to a price increase. It will add something, but only on the margin. Eddie, your macro signal here.
You know what? Between Ed Morse and Julian Lee, I think they've absolutely nailed it, because I think, you know, the base case already was for higher oil prices. I think OPEC showed us last year that they want to, you know, put some sort of floor under the market. And at the same time, while they want to put a floor, they also want to, you know, they'll probably pump a little bit more if oil prices recover a lot. But I don't.
다우도 지금 쭉 쳐져가지고 이제 다우도 라운드 트립이 될 것 같아요. 아주 그냥 무슨 골프공 트레젝토리도 아니고.
I think because the base case was for higher oil prices, I think the marginal impact on the macro signal is limited, because I think most people assumed as the year progresses, China consumes more oil, we get higher oil prices. Therefore, you know, I don't think that the impact on inflation or the impact on rates is anything near as large as the impact is on oil prices at the moment.
Eddie, it's also worth probably pointing out as well that in Europe we pay a lot more tax on our gasoline. We pay a lot more tax on our diesel. So actually,
에너지는 지금 주가가 지켜지고 있나?
the same instant impact.
에너지.
So if that is the case, where does that leave us?
에너지도 주가가 떨어지고 있어요.
The economic trajectory that we are on. Bonds are all over the place at the moment. They're trying to struggle to price in. To price in higher oil prices. Is the effect of this more to be felt in the United States than in Europe? We come back to this kind of differential that we are seeing in terms of the trajectory for both those economies.
그럼 에너지를 해지로 가지고 있어야 될지 익절을 해야 될지 애매하네요. 올라왔을 때 익절을 해라. 경기 침체가 되면 에너지도 주가가 빠지는데.
The marginal change here is probably a narrowing of the spread between Brent, or rather Brent becoming more expensive relative to WTI.
나의 신념대로 하면 돼. 수익 났을 땐 치고 빠지는 게 나의 신념이기 때문에.
Certainly not the sort of change in prices that we saw today. What the market is reading today, I think when we look at the decline in yields today, I think the yields are paying much more attention to the macroeconomic signal that we got from ISM. And the ISM that you know showed us softer inflation and a slightly weaker economy. Now, I do worry about the point that Alex made earlier about the macroeconomic signal that we're getting from this. You know, the demand for oil is weak. OPEC has to cut. Maybe that shows.
지금 전 나스닥 선물 계속 숏 포지션 계속 들고 있어. 아까 익절 한번 하고 10일 평균선 치고 올라갔을 때 다시 빠질 때 지금 들어가서 아마 오늘은 계속 킵하고 있어야 될 것 같아요. 맥시멈으로 떨어질 때까지. 그 맥시멈이 제가 보는 거는 다우가 라운드 트립 할 때까지.
Is the world economy able to handle $100 in a way that they haven't in the past? What's your read?
I think that we will see a reaction to $100 oil prices in terms of the global economy. I think it will hasten a slowdown. I think the producers are always quicker to act when prices are falling than they are when prices are rising. So I don't think you have a sort of equal reaction to these two. And I do think the other thing to bear in mind is that
어떻게 보면 오늘이 이렇게 하락세가 되면서 뭐 앞으로 하락장이 간다 그렇게 부정적으로 보는 것보다 그냥 그동안 올라왔을 때 약간 그냥 살짝 풀백해주는 그런 과정이고 혹시 오늘이 기회가 아닐까, 매수의 기회가 아닐까 그렇게 생각해 보는 것도 괜찮아요. 그러니까
November 2020, he said his aim was to have the speculators ouching like hell, I think was the phrase that he
항상 혹시.
And so you can see this announcement in that context, that this is sending a signal to the paper markets that they are out of step with the physical market, and this is an attempt to bring them back together again.
And yet, I would say, and yet the paper market keeps pushing them around. We learned that before, and yet we failed, and then it happens again. But it's such a great point that it's related to the paper market rather than the physical market, that was a signal. Guys, we got to leave it there. Julian Lee and Eddie Vandervalt, really appreciate your time today. Thank you both very much. All right, coming up, we're going to put our question of the day, $100 oil, to Ron Temple, chief strategist over at Lazard. This is Bloomberg.
근데 참 테슬라 아쉽네 오늘.
Women like Soros Fund Management CIO Dawn Fitzpatrick are the exception in finance, not the rule. Morningstar has taken an in-depth look at women in the industry, and the numbers are startling. The firm found that in 2020, women made up 14% of global fund managers. That's largely unchanged from the year 2000. Morningstar also calculated that while the number of women at the top of the corporate ladder has increased, it won't be until 2060 that women will reach parity with men in the C-suite. Studies have shown that increasing the number of women managers leads to better decision-making and moderates overconfidence. European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde insists that male domination of the banking industry made the
E-Trade. E-Trade 클래식인데.
rather than Lehman Brothers, the world might well look a lot different today.
This stream is sponsored by To The Chick.
오늘 뭐 볼륨이 그렇게 크게 움직이는 날도 아닌데 옛날에 진짜로 팬데믹 때는 서버 다운되고 그러는 브로커지들 많았는데
Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Bloomberg has the Fed coverage you're looking for. Wednesday, an exclusive interview with Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester.
I do believe we have more work to do.
For all your Fed coverage, keep it tuned to Bloomberg, your global business authority.
The median person on the committee says
5%. I'm a little higher than that. I think inflation will be stickier. We're still talking about a lot of inflation, more than double our inflation target on that basis. And oil prices fluctuate around. It's hard to track exactly. Some of that might feed into inflation and make our job a little bit more difficult.
That was James Bullard, a Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis president, speaking exclusively on Bloomberg Television earlier today and kind of highlighting does what OPEC did actually make the Fed's job harder or easier? Does the economy slow faster or does it pick up more? And that leads us to the question of the day, $100 oil. Here to help us answer, Ron Temple.
채권 옵션이 됐습니다.
Given the market uncertainty, and we made that clear to OPEC.
$100 is necessarily going to happen, but I've been concerned about rising oil prices for some time.
여기서 비실비실 될 때
from China with the reopening.
반등이 되는지 더 떨어질지.
Historically, whenever oil prices would rise, higher prices would be the solution to high prices, meaning higher prices would signal to the E&P
채권 금리 다 떨어지네요 지금.
The White House says the US will continue to work with producers and consumers to ensure growth and lower prices for consumers.
채권 금리가 떨어진다.
Ron, higher oil, does that imply higher rates or lower rates when it comes to the Fed, the ECB, Bank of England, etc.?
예, 수익 실현, 숏 수익 실현.
Obviously, if we assume that the banking system issues in the US calm down as they appear to be doing, then I do think higher rates are the base case.
아직은 롱 생각은 없고 지금 흐름을 보면서 다시 뿅망치를 사용하는 게 더 오늘 흐름에 맞을 수도 있어요. 올라오면은 뿅. 만기일이 언젠데요? 만기일에 따라 가지고 좀 다를 수도 있는데 테슬라. 오늘 이렇게 과하게 빠졌다가 또 내일 또 과하게 올라갈 수도 있으니까 만기일에 따라 어떻게 대처할지 다르게 생각하시면 될 거예요. 다음 주 만기면 일단 가지고 있어 봐요. 얼마짜리인데요? 얼마나 멀리 있어요 지금? 190이면은 190이면 괜찮을 것 같아요.
Markets seem to be forecasting recession. Credit markets, the spreads and the cost of buying protection in the CDS market really haven't moved that much. They're basically in line with the last 13 years for investment grade, marginally higher than the last 13 years for high yield. And if I look at the equity market seems to be saying, this is great. Discount rates will be lower so we can pay higher multiples for stocks. And I don't see recession risk being priced materially in the equity market at all. So we've got a disconnect, I think, across asset classes here. And I don't believe
이번 주면 좀 고민스럽겠지만 다음 주 정도는 괜찮을 것 같아요. 지금 이 테슬라 숏 걸어놓은 애들이 장난치는 것 같아요. 일단 전반적으로 시장에 내려가는 거는 유가 때문에 그런 거고, 그리고 테슬라가 실적 딜리버리가 괜찮은데도 불구하고 이렇게 떨어지는 거는 애들이 약치는 거예요 지금.
The tightening that the Fed has engaged in since the middle of last year is starting to have an effect on the real economy. And there are other signals, by the way. If we look at the consumer sector in the United States, savings rates are well below historical levels, basically got as low as below 3%, back around 4.5%, 5% now. And basically what I see is a consumer who's basically getting more stressed, spending more of her current income to sustain standard of living, and also depleting accumulated savings. We see the industrial sector starting to basically face some of the pressure from higher rates. And I guess, another aspect of that is higher cost pressures for a lot of these companies that are harder and harder to pass through because of that weakening of in demand. So again, the Fed's measures are having the effect they're intended to have.
오케이, 또 지금 시점에서 이제 고민되네. 여기서 뿅망치를 쳐야 될지 롱 따라잡기를 해야 될지 아주 항상 이럴 때가 고민스러워.
Well, I think the most attractive assets in some ways.
만약에 시장이 가지고 논다 그러면은
Hard to say that because for the last 15 years, if you said cash, you're basically
유럽 시장 마감할 때
But short rates are very attractive right
뭐
now.
방향 전환을 해주기는
I
하는데
think they're pricing the risk appropriately. That being said, within the equity market, you can always find some good ideas. I would emphasize
The
focusing
White
on
House
high
says we are
quality
focused on
companies,
prices,
meaning
we are not
companies with very high
focused on
profitability
barrels.
that can be sustained through the cycle. Probably the best
And the White House
defensive place
says
to be in
that
the market
Saudi
right now.
Arabia is still a
In the
strategic
rates market
partner.
and credit, I would say
백악관에서 성명이라기보다도 뭐 조금 뉴스를 흘리네요.
you are in long duration and wait for a better opportunity to extend out the curve.
Okay, let's talk about opportunity, Ron. You talk about cash, you talk about near money
The White House
equivalents.
says we don't see eye to eye on everything with Saudi, but we remain partners.
지금 계속 그런 얘기를 계속하네. 그래서 치고 올라오나 지금?
$7 billion in 3-month bills, private cover of 251, and a
원유
private
생산 감산한 거에 대해 가지고 코멘트를 계속 내네요.
The US sells $48 billion in 6-month bills, private cover of 285, and a prior high yield of 4.65%.
No one's ever going to be smart enough to time the absolute bottom.
White House에서 we are concerned with the pricing. We are not concerned with the barrels. Saudi Arabia remains an important strategic partners. 또 이제 달래기 하네. 사우디아라비아 달래기.
Basically price to earnings at around 17 and a half times. Just taking the reciprocal of the yield on that index, I'm paying 18 and a half times forward earnings for equities.
지금 밑에서 약간 반등하는 거는 지금 백악관에서 뭐 이런 코멘트 날려가지고 리액션을 하는 게 아닌가 싶기도 해요. 그래서 뿅망치 지금 딱 애매한데 뿅망치인지 밑에서 똥침을 쏴줘야 될지.
Is a much better entry point. Again, it's quite a long ways from here, but I think the market right now is levitating based on the wrong assumptions around low recession risk and low.
느낌은 뿅망치인데.
And honestly, those two are not likely to coexist in my view.
느낌은 뿅망치인데.
Really useful insight. Always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us today, this Monday. Ron Temple, Chief Strategist, joining us.
아닌데 느낌은 뿅망치인데 주가는 위로 살짝 꼬신다.
This is the combination of the nation's two biggest banks, starts to take shape. We've got a couple of AGMs coming up over the next couple of days. These are going to be interesting.
약간 뿅망치 느낌 아니야, 솔직히? 응? 그래서 뿅망치 한번 뿅 쳐줘야 되는 거 아니야? 올라왔는데 볼륨도 작고. 아니면 완벽하게 라운드 트립 한 번 더 하는 거야? 역헤드 앤 숄더식으로? 네, 이거 뿅망치다. 뿅망치야, 뿅망치. 아니야. 테슬라 보면 뿅망치고 애플, 마이크로소프트 보면은 올라오는 건데, 그럼 올라가는 거네.
Enjoy the excitement of a night of music at Boston Symphony Hall with
이렇게
BSO Now. Watch brand new Boston Symphony
짧게 한번 롱.
storytelling and memorable archival concerts.
스탑로스 타이트하게.
Use our free 24-hour trial and see why the Boston Globe calls it musically rewarding. And the Berkshire Edge says the orchestra has never played better. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsored by Bank of America.
스탑로스 지극히 타이트하게. 많이 먹고 싶다. 배고프다. 오늘.
When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
많이 먹고 싶은데.
White House says the US was given a heads up on the OPEC move.
The Credit Suisse takeover, and Swiss prosecutors are now opening an investigation into the deal. So lots of moving parts here. The AGM for Credit Suisse is tomorrow. UBS is on Wednesday. Sonali Basak is joining us with the latest. Okay, 30% of the workforce expected?
It's more than you would expect because at 36,000 people, you have Credit Suisse that was already planning on
겁나 익잘남.
jobs, but over a number of years, this is
지금 불안해서 오래 못 들고 있겠어.
given that these two banks do have a lot of places where they overlap. Now, there are very clear places where they don't. If you think about it, Credit Suisse doesn't have a huge U.S. wealth management workforce, so that's not a place that you would need to cut. But that is additional headcount, so you wonder what kind of pressure it puts on other wealth management regions around the world where there are a lot more areas of overlap. We've already also known that UBS has a plan here to streamline that investment bank. They want to keep the best parts of it. They are willing, as we've seen reported for the last week or so, to make sure that they retain top employees.
$57 billion in 3-month bills, private cover of 231 and a prior high yield of 0.75%. The US sells $48 billion in 6-month bills, private cover of 2 to 85 and a prior high yield of 4.65%.
이 얘기했죠. We intended to rebuild our strategic oil reserve라는 거는 기름 산다는 얘기겠죠. 미국에서 전략 비축률을 채운다는 얘기겠죠. 그러면은 유가는 또 떨어질 거예요. 지금 노력하네요. 정부에서는 할 수 있는 최대한의 노력을 하는 듯 하네. 그러면 롱.
This seems to be standard course of business in some ways because this is a huge deal. It's a defining moment for Switzerland for certain, and a lot of people here that are still angry about the way the deal.
전에 쉐브론이 뜬 거 일단은 수익 실현 해버렸어. 이 오일 올라가는 거는 하루 이틀일 것 같아.
The real thing that we have to think about here financially is should this lead to any potential fines, especially when we have had initially looking like an all clear here when it came to FINMA as well as their backstop for this deal when they acquired Credit Suisse.
Yep, and how much protection does UBS have? Sonali, great stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Sonali Basak, back in New York. The European close is coming up next. We've got an AGM from CS tomorrow. Wednesday's UBS's turn. We'll deal with the market close first, though. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, so you're moving in on me, quick, distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your knight because it's really bothering me.
Ah, my knights.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
What did you get up to this weekend?
You know, just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that. I will take this. Put it over here.
According to a state news agency, Algeria's energy minister says uncertainty about the global economic growth will slow down oil demand.
에이. 만족하지 못했냐, 백악관을? 갑자기 또. 나도 만족하지 않지만.
Shortly expecting results of the 3-month and 6-month bill auction. I will lead with the 3-month fixed cover ratio.
Powell's renomination. She called him a dangerous man in 2021, and now she is really pointing the blame at the Fed.
Expecting that she'd be here in Brussels today. This is a meeting that happens regularly, but obviously today it will be all about the banks.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock insurance. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
That seems to be causing a little bit of a gyration in some of these markets. The initial impact was bigger.
느낌이 안 좋아.
You got the FTSE up by around 0.5%.
롱을 좀 숏으로 바꿔야 될 것 같아요.
Everything else, to be truthful, actually not so much. Oil prices come up today. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Equities have been broadly under a little bit of pressure. So let me show you the SOX 600 to give you an idea of what the first trading day of the second quarter actually looks like. It's actually been one-way traffic, kind of left to right, and we've been kind of fading throughout the day. We're down near session lows, not down by much, down by 0.1%, but nevertheless, if you'd taken oil out of today, it would have been a very different kind of a session. So let me just show you the relative spread around what we've been seeing with the different sectors. So energy's up here. Look, as you can see, all the way over here, that's the green line. Energy's up by 4%. Banks
Ayo.
1%. But then you get into the more
Ayo.
you've got the grocery sector, you've got the food and beverage sector tracking a little bit higher, or at least holding in there. At the bottom end, you've got financial services, retail, technology, basic resources, construction.
잘 바꿨어, 잘 바꿨어. 바꾸니까 또 꺾어져 올라가.
With that higher oil price. And in the individual stocks, it's probably worth showing you as well the gap between the oil majors
정확한 양사대기.
by 4.4%, Total's there as well, up by
양사대기.
5.4%. But then you go to some of the shipping companies that move this stuff around, they're down heavily. You can see down by around 10% in the case of Frontline. So that's the kind of spread we've seen. And certainly this oil story has had a meaningful impact in terms of the first day of trading.
양사대기 맞기 딱 좋은 위치네.
That got big for a moment. Let's talk
역 헤드 앤 숄더.
Sweeties AGM tomorrow. I think actually UBS Wednesday is going to be really significant. Tomorrow night as well, we've got Emmanuel Macron.
다시 플립 롱.
Traveling to China. The big kind of set piece events there are going to be on Wednesday, so watch out for that. It's interesting. Emmanuel Macron is traveling with France in such chaos at the moment. What kind of a message does that send? I suspect he's going to have to face those kinds of questions. And then you've got this EU-US Energy Council meeting that is going to be significant as well. And this fits into this whole narrative of what's happening with the inflation reduction and trying to put Europe and the United States on the same page. So that is what is coming up tomorrow. But we are going to continue to deal with the impact of this move that we've seen in crude. The question is, how long is that going to last?
$64 billion in 3-month bills and awards 14.23%
We need to try and answer
is
some
the
of those
high.
questions. It's been a turbulent first quarter. What is the second quarter ultimately going to look like? Let's try and answer some of those questions now from a technical point of view. David Snedden, Credit Suisse Managing Director.
So just repeat there, 3-month high yield.
지금 다운롱, 나스닥 숏 이렇게 해놨어요. 그냥 그렇게 해서 오늘 가져가 볼까 싶어가지고. 이게 비중이 맞는지 모르겠어요.
Sure thing. I think it's fascinating doing what I do using technical analysis.
US sells $54 billion in 6-month bills and awards 80.8% of bids at high.
Something important to the trend of oil.
진짜 스파일 롱 진입? 진짜?
Certainly the surprise has taken out some
그래도 되나?
levels, and that was no surprise. But what I think important is it has not taken out any much more significant long-term levels, and it's the defining of those longer-term resistance levels that would change the trend that we've been in for the last year. That's the key question. Have they broken? And the simple answer is at the moment, no. And I think oil itself, in terms of Brent, 86.5 through to $90 roughly, there a whole load of technical resistance levels. The highs that we keep trying to post from November last year, every time we've got to 86.5, 87, that's been a cap. We've had the long-term 200-day average, which has been a great cap on the market, a very simple binary thing, but it has worked, and that's around 90. And so I think as long as oil holds below...
모르겠다. S&P는 지금 제가 안 보고 있어가지고 어떤지 모르겠는데 S&P는 상승으로 가나?
If 90 starts to break roughly and we start to sustain above there, then I think we can start to talk about a change and something more meaningful has happened. Then the implications for inflation and yields, etc. Yes.
David,
hi, Alex.
One quick thing though on oil before we move on. Have we found a different kind of floor though? Like, is there a different floor now that's set?
I think it's too early to
S&P는 나스닥이랑 방향이 똑같은데요. 지금 다우만 달러 조금.
And what has been a gradual trend lower. It's not been the most impulsive dynamic downtrend. It's been a gradual decline. We've had long phases of sideways ranging within this trend, and I think at the moment that very much remains the focus that we're going to take.
그냥 흐른다기보다는 지금 모르겠어요. 지금 횡보 너무 사이드웨이가 강한 것 같아요.
The obvious question that everybody was asking first thing this morning after the news yesterday was, what is the impact on inflation?
Yeah.
What are we seeing in break-evens?
We've seen a little bit of a nudge, not actually a huge amount. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, unlike Brent or commodities as a whole, which have been trending sort of steadily lower, break-evens, if you look at US inflation break-evens, they've actually been in a sideways range now for a year. And what this is doing at the moment is just reinforcing that.
그냥 지금 착 애매하게 있잖아요. RSI가 50 근처에서 맴돌고 있으니까 위로도 아래도 갈 가능성이 지금 있는 그런 위치인데 시장 맘이죠. 애플이랑 마이크로소프트를 좀 지켜보시면서 참고하세요. 얘네들이 올라가면 올라갈 거예요.
So David, take a look at gold then. Are we overextended based on the setup that you're looking at?
Gold's an interesting one because you've had this really sort of, for gold itself, a great mix over the last few months. You've had a weakening dollar, you've had falling yields, you've had risk off, and that's helped to really provide a fairly decent platform for gold. And I think what's been interesting, purely as a hedge maybe through this last 2 or 3 weeks, is you've had gold stay in a very, very high level sideways range.
서부는 그럼 숏 잡으세요. 동부는 롱 가고 서부는 숏 가서 그냥 우리끼리 매매하면 되겠네.
2070, 2075, that clearly is going to be a huge barrier, but we still think yields will come lower, and we still think yields are rolling over in the US. We still think the dollar on balance weakens in a broader range, but does weaken. And I think that's still supportive for gold. So I think we can have a run at the record highs. I think there's a growing risk that we may well break them, but obviously we'll look at that assuming we get up to that point.
You talk about yields moving lower, so let's talk about the impacts of that.
소 얘기하니까 갑자기 생각이 나는데 이제 아르헨티나에 그 리튬 마이닝이 많다 그러잖아요. 아마 아르헨티나가 그것 때문에 나라가 다시 살아나지 않을까 하는 그런 생각을 갑자기 불현듯 하게 되더라고요. 거기는 인플레이션 뭐 70%, 60% 인플레이션 때문에 미치잖아요. 근데 이게 리튬 강산 가지고 나라가 다시 한번 이렇게 돌아오나. 그런 생각을 한번 해봤어요.
If you look at the semis, if you look at software, tech hardware even, all these sectors look the most constructive to us within the US equity market. And so I think NASDAQ maybe does a bit of a retracement because it's had such a good run, but overall we think the move has got further to go. I think it's probably a more 2/3 of the way through the move. I don't think you're kind of going, wait, this is great, we're going to do a huge spectacular run higher, but in terms of should we be getting out of it now, I think it's...
Any topping levels?
I think 13,600, 13,700 post a little bit of a... We think you've got a chance to test in terms of the next big resistance levels, and then I think we'd be more aware and alert. But I think the main messaging is it's too early for us.
Yeah, and we have a solid way to go until we hit that level, trading at just 13,000 now for the NDX. Okay, let's just end on yields. You mentioned inflation break-evens are going to roll over at some point, and you're expecting that. So I'm assuming the 10-year is the same thing. We've broken below the 200-day moving average here for the 10-year. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so I think it's interesting when you look at the whole area of the US curve, where 2s through to 30s, they've all kind of been going through these long-term support levels over the last few weeks. They've been kind of oscillating around the 200-day averages. We're going back below there now as well. I think if you get to the front and the 2-year, you can probably argue there is more of a yield top in place already there. And we do have a bullish bias and a bullish view for US fixed income. I think overall, the 10-year, it is through its 200-day average. It's still managed to hold that big low that we posted at 332. I think you probably do need to take that out to suggest that there is a major top, but our view is that is the likely path. And so I think while we're below 370, we think the overall risk is to the downside for yields. And if 332 breaks, then I think you're looking at something closer to 3% for the 10-year. But I think that is the path for us of most least resistance, for want of a better phrase.
Such a great way to start the quarter. Great to see you. Always such a pleasure. Such useful insight. David Sneddon, Credit Suisse, Managing Director and Global Head of Technical Analysis. Thank you so much. Quick look at where European stocks have settled for the day. Obviously, oil prices having a fairly major impact in terms of the performance of the FTSE 100. You can see the outperformance that we've got out of London. Names like Shell and BP, the big driving factor there. A little bit of action in the end of the day auction, just a little tick higher. So those are the final numbers. The DAX dipping just a bit. The CAC 40 kind of holding in there, up by around 0.3%. Coming up, oil continues its climb after that surprise cut by OPEC+. We're going to ask our question of the day next. It is $100 a barrel oil. Is that where we are heading? This is Bloomberg.
Most fascinating entrepreneurs because you also started really young. What did you learn? Did you always think that you'd be an
유럽 시장은 마감이 된 것 같은데 미국 시장에 큰 영향은 없는 것 같고 지금 나스닥은 많이 떨어져요. 그리고 다우도 떨어지고 S&P도 떨어지고.
I started my business officially at 18, but I think I knew I wanted to do it very differently from about 15. But I'm sure it's, if you're surrounded by it, it feels very natural. So yes, it's fun.
And it started how? You started by you went to Florence. It was in Italy, and you started handbags.
Yeah. So
나스닥 차트는 떨어지는 모습이 아주 동글하게 그냥 이쁘게 떨어지는데.
Fashion is fascinating for the mood changing, the confidence boosting aspects, so the sort of tribal aspects of what fashion does. And so I went at 18 to Florence knowing that was the home of leather goods, which is what interested me. I just wanted to learn actually and be surrounded by craftsmen who, making things is important, and that's going to be very interesting I think over the next sort of 10 years. I think the onshoring of craft and manufacturing is going to be fascinating actually. I watched the offshoring, I literally saw it, and I think we're going to be seeing that coming back to local. We have to. When we're all looking at our objectives in terms of carbon, proximity is going to be key.
양쪽 다 털어냈어요. 롱숏 다 귀찮아. 하기 싫어가지고 잠깐 쉴래요.
Totally delusional. I mean, it's totally delusional because we're not going to have only inflation. We're not going to have only stagflation. We'll have a stagflationary debt crisis. The worst of the 70s and the worst of the post-GFC period. That's
Nouriel, I gotta say, you're not helping with my anxiety levels right now.
I'm gonna go. I'm moving my portfolio to cash. 1 second. I gotta pause the.
Well, cash is not enough because it wipes out by inflation. You have to go to assets.
지금 기름 때문에 장을 모르겠으니까 이럴 때는 가만히 있어야지 뭐.
For central banks, if you have high prices and lower growth, but if you tack onto that a debt crisis plus stagflation, that just seems like incredibly difficult for any central bank to navigate.
이런 트레이드 중독. 또 숏을 넣었어. 안 한다 그러다가.
Here's the first word. I'm Lisa Mateo. European Central Bank Governing Council member Robert Holtzman says another half-point interest rate hike is, as he puts it, on the cards next month. That's if the turmoil that's rocked the global banking system doesn't get worse. Holtzman says his feeling would be to stay on course. In Finland, Prime Minister Sanna Marin has lost a pro-business opposition group in close parliamentary elections. Marin's Social Democrats finished in third place, with the center-right National Coalition declaring victory. Now that's put Petteri Orpo on track to become prime minister. He's overseeing the finance, interior, and agricultural portfolios in two governments. And the U.S. and the European Union are wrangling over green subsidies to try and avoid a trade war. The EU is
여러분들 아이폰 쓰시면서 그 애플 디바이스끼리는 이렇게 다 컨티뉴어리로 다 연결되잖아요. 메시지 와도 다 다른 디바이스끼리 연결되고 그 PC랑 아이폰이랑도 그렇게 연결하는 그런 거를 인텔이 개발을 했더라고요. 인텔 유니슨이라는 앱인데 그거 해놓으면은 노티피케이션이 다 그 PC로도 들어와요. 텍스트 메시지 같은 거 그런 거 필요하신 분은 찾아서 인스톨해서 한번 써보세요. 괜찮네요. 바로 리플라이도 할 수 있고.
Nice to see you. Thanks for coming to see us. Really appreciate it. So I have to say, mixed opinions as to how far this move in crude is going to go. What are you guys thinking?
Well, I mean, we know that yesterday OPEC Plus announced a new cut of 1.15 million barrels per day. That's quite substantial. And the main countries that are sticking to it are Saudi Arabia, that accounts for 500,000 barrels per day. And then we have Iraq, the UAE, Kuwait. So all countries that are that have history for complying with this cut. So this is important. This is a cut that is happening. So we're actually factoring in the market. Therefore, we will see definitely the oil price going to $100 per barrel and then remaining there throughout the end of the year. That's for sure.
What is going to keep us there? Because at the moment it feels like we are heading towards a recession in Europe, heading towards a recession in the United States.
글쎄 이게 또 이제 그런 거 있잖아요. 이게 찐 더블 바닥을 또 아니 더블 바름을 만들고 올라가는 모습일 수도 있고. 뭐 판단하기가 애매해. 하기 싫어지고 있어 지금. 커피 한 잔 마시고 시작해야 될 것 같아. 원래 보통 이 시간에 애들 학교 데려다주고 돌아오는 시간인데 그게 딱 브레이크이 되는데 지금 브레이크를 안 하니까 막 몸이 크랭키해지네. 지금 뭐 모든 차트가 비슷하지 않을까요?
environment that will pose additional pressure on inflation. We will see probably demand
얘는 올라가네.
a little bit, but at the same time,
또 이런 거 보면은 시장이 반등세로 올라가겠네. 단기 반등으로.
Again, we need to see which force will prevail going forward.
Sophia, hi, it's Alex in New York. Did you get the sense that this cut from OPEC was about paper? It's about punishing the shorts and kind of dealing with that, or a fundamental cut because of weakness in China or the global economy?
We believe that what this cut is signaling, at least on the supply side, is that the group is trying to
단기적으로 반등이 좀 있을 것 같은데 전반적으로 더블 바름 만들어서 많이는 안 올라오겠지만.
So again, we will need to see what happens after that, if this happens, of course.
So to that point, how much oil do you think is actually going to make it? Like OPEC Plus, Russia, they tend not to be really great with their cutting and actually doing what they say that they're going to do. Particularly Russia, they're going to be cutting from a higher base. What's the net? What are you guys modeling in terms of the actual cuts?
Yes, as we said, this time the cuts, we expect a very high compliance to these cuts, and this will will further tighten up the market, especially in the second half of the year, where we're expecting a solid growth of oil demand. In this case, before yesterday, we were projecting a 1.4 million barrels per day of deficit. This has now increased to around 2.2 million barrels per day of deficit. So definitely to look forward a very tight oil market.
Is there a message to the White House, to the United States in this? There was a communication the other day coming out of the White House saying we're not going to refill the SPR. Do you think OPEC is basically signaling, yeah, that's great, you can sell the stuff, but at some point you do have to buy the stuff, and maybe that was a catalyst for this decision?
We believe that there is very room for, let's say, compensating this OPEC plus action from all the other producers, especially in the US. We know that shale is not reacting to high oil prices that much anymore, and releasing, an SPR release would be risky at this point. So we don't really.
Well, should they be buying more at this point? They've sold it, and they said when it got below 70 we would buy it. They then said they weren't going to do that.
No, probably not. At this point, what this seems to be about is really increasing revenues. So probably we will need to watch this for sure in the next few months, but there don't seem to see signs of this in the market.
Sophia, very nice to see you. Thank you for coming to see us. We really appreciate it.
얘를 좀 길게 주고선 봐야 되나? 짧게 끊어야 되나?
Donald Trump's lawyer says he will plead not guilty when he appears in a Manhattan court tomorrow. We're going to have the latest next.
더웨 발음이라 가지고. 오늘 갭 상승한 종목들도 거의 제자리에 지금 머물러 있네요. 에너지 종목 특히.
Ultimately, we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work.
오늘 쉽지 않다.
Collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, as you are a business leader. I think sometimes.
짧게 정리.
I love pitches. I love being leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. When we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come.
지금부터 한 1시간 정도는 별 특별한 일이 없을 것 같습니다. 일단 지금부터 1시간 정도는 잠깐 쉬는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다.
Mixed here. We're looking at the NASDAQ around the lows of the session. Abigail's tracking some of these moves for us. Abigail?
Yeah, here's some of the more extreme moves on the morning, Alex. Take a look at the NASDAQ 100 as you were just talking about. Near session lows down about 0.9%. The selling really seemed to kick off earlier when yields were higher, but when that ISM report came out a little bit lower, but tech is still down. You can see banks are also lower with yields being lower, and of course after all the bank turmoil. Energy, however, on fire, up more than 4%. The USO, the oil fund, it's up about 5.4%, representative of the move that we're seeing in oil, up the sector up 7 days in a row. And of course, this on the OPEC Plus production cut. So here, if we take a look at, this is actually a different chart than what we were going to be talking about. We're looking here at luxury versus the NASDAQ 100. It's kind of interesting because luxury is outperforming more recently tech, which is sort of an interesting idea given the fact that some folks may still be expecting some kind of a slowing of the economy. That could certainly happen if energy is to fall lower. As for our final board, if we flip up the boards, we are going to see that as we have Donald Trump surrendering soon in terms of his indictment, not too much of a flight for safety, but maybe a little bit of one here. The 10-year yield coming in about 5 basis points, having more probably to do with that ISM number. You have a little bit of a bid for the yen, and then finally gold actually at session highs up 1%. That, of course, guys, the dollar falls.
Absolutely. Keep an eye on the buck. Abigail, thank you very much. Indeed, you mentioned it. The former President Trump, planning to plead not guilty tomorrow when he appears in a Manhattan court. Let's set the scene. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta is outside the DA's office in Lower Manhattan. Kriti, great to see you. Paint a picture. What's going on?
Yeah, a lot of anticipation, Guy and Alex, about exactly what's going to happen over the next 48 hours. Look, we're standing right outside of the Manhattan District Attorney's office, and look, everything is going to change in the next 48 hours. We do have President Trump expected to leave his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, travel to New York, and to hit Trump Tower just a few blocks north of here for our international audience, right by Central Park, stay the night, come back to this exact spot to get arraigned, essentially have some of the charges that are going to be revealed. Remember, he has anywhere from 24 to 30 charges, all under seal right now. He's going to get that arraignment, and then it's going to be a quick visit and right back down to Mar-a-Lago in his estate in Florida in time for comments he's due to make at 8:15 tomorrow. So, Guy, right now you are seeing around me a big police presence, a big press presence, and of course a lot of preparations in case this arraignment results in some sort of widespread protests or rallies. The police are preparing for anything.
Hey, Kriti, do we know when we're going to get the indictment, when it will be unsealed, and we can know the actual content of the charges?
We don't know the exact time yet, but the expectation is once the arraignment does happen, I think at about 2:15 tomorrow, we're going to get a lot more of that information. Right now, the lead allegation is, of course, those hush payments, about $130,000 made to adult film star Stormy Daniels, among others. So that's going to be the lead kind of thing that a lot of folks are pointing at, especially because Alvin Bragg did have this case on his docket about a year ago and chose to revisit it now. A lot of questions about what was the game changer, and that revelation likely to happen tomorrow.
All right, Kriti, thanks a lot. Great to see you back, by the way, reporting on the ground there. Kriti Gupta joining us. That wraps up for me and Guy on this Monday. Busy week ahead, even though it's a shortened trading week. Coming up, Andrea Lamani of Manhattan Venture Partners will be joining Bloomberg Technology, Caroline Hine, and Ed Ludlow. I'm just taking a look at the markets here. You're looking at an S&P a bit lower, pretty much flat on the day, but Marathon, Conoco, Apache, Hess, Halliburton, SLB, Devon, I mean, you name it, any oil stock is the only one that are up as you're looking at WTI up by about 6%, Guy.
Absolutely, it's been the similar story over here. You have seen energy stocks outperforming Shell and BP. The rest of the market, though, very cautious going into the start of this second quarter. Plenty to think about as we start our run through this quarter. From Alex and from me, this is
또 마이크 닫아놓고 열심히 얘기했네. 띵커월 스트림의 옵션 테이블에 가면 밑에 옵션 스태티스틱스라고 있거든요. 거기 가가지고 그 IB 퍼센타일이라고 나와요. 그러니까 IB 퍼센타일을 봐야 돼요. IB Implied Volatility 옆에 나와 있는 숫자는 그냥 숫자에 불과해요. 그거는 Implied Volatility라는 거는 항상 절대 숫자가 아니라 상대 숫자를 봐야 되기 때문에 그 퍼센타일에서 얼마인가를 봐야 돼요. 원래 높던 애들은 더 높아야지 되는 거고 더 낮아야 되는 거고 그렇게 보는 거니까 뭐 애플은 항상 Implied Volatility가 보면은 30밖에 안 되잖아. 20, 30. 근데 엔비디아 같은 거는 막 50, 60 하잖아요. 그러면은 엔비디아가 더 이게 비싼 거네. 그렇게 보는 게 아니라고요. 앱솔루트 넘버가 아니라 렐러티브 넘버를 봐야 되기 때문에 애플이 과거에 요랬었는데 지금은 어떻냐 그런 걸 보기 때문에 그 Implied Volatility percentile을 봐줘야 돼요.
So as you look back on your career, what would you
say is the best investment advice you've ever received?
Probably the best investment advice that I never received, but that I've lived my whole life around, is surround yourself with really good people. I thought about it just today, like I do many times, what makes a great investor? A great investment firm is comprised of people who are optimists and pessimists and realists. Because in the intersection of the debates that go across that wide range of personalities is where you find truth. It's part of the reason I'm so focused on freedom of expression. I see it in my own four walls, the robust and fulsome debates around how we commit our capital, what defines a good idea, what businesses to build or pursue. That's what drives the success at Citadel. And I've been very fortunate in life to have always had a group of friends who really push me, who make me better. And here I get to work with 3,500 colleagues who in their ways make me better each and every day. And collectively, as a team, we've had the opportunity to have an incredible impact on the financial landscape around the world.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite, positioning companies to meet the next generation of challenges, breaking out of traditional roles.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
Look for Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg. Top experts. Great questions. From the heart of where innovation, money, and power collide in Silicon Valley and beyond, this is Bloomberg Technology with Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow.
Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Back together and coming up, full market coverage ahead. We're going to kick off the second quarter with the Nasdaq 100. Is it a bull market, but will it stay? Morgan Stanley, well, it thinks maybe you should be warning about this tech rally.
Plus, Tesla, one name weighing on the market as deliveries fall short of Elon Musk's own expectations. We'll bring you the details.
And speaking of Musk, we'll get the latest on his spat with the New York Times as the newspaper loses its verified badge on Twitter. That and so much more coming up. But first, foremost, Ed, we dive into this market action because we talk about potential of a bull market. We hit, of course, that back earlier last week in terms of the Nasdaq 100, the big benchmark for all things technology, just coming off of its highs at the moment. We're down by a percentage point almost. This as we get that shock move coming from OPEC plus this decision basically between Saudi Arabia and Russia that they will indeed be curtailing production. We ramp up almost 6% on your oil contract. That means the fears of inflation are back. It meant the borrowing costs surged earlier, but they turn around. Yields now back 2 basis points lower on the 2-year. Why? That manufacturing data that came in much weaker than expected. Maybe that inflationary pressure will just be dialed back somewhat when we actually see the reality of the data that we see from an economic perspective. Moving on, I want to look at what's happening in terms of crypto. Bitcoin over the last 3 trading days, remember it is still trading throughout the weekend. We've just seen it plateauing around the 28,000 mark. We took a dip lower earlier today as the market saw and consumed this oil market move, but now we're just up by about 1.25, but still 28,000 where we stand, Ed.
Yeah, there aren't that many movers to the upside in the tech sector. One of them is Intel, up by 0.3%. Bernstein upgrading the stock, saying this is a company turning the quarter. In the medium term, it looks good for Intel. 2 downside movers, Tesla and Rivian, both with first quarter EV deliveries above expectations. But you can see the stock reaction. There are concerns here, particularly about demand. Later in the show, Karen, I'm going to bring you the key charts when it comes to Tesla, but it's certainly one to watch, a big drag on the Nasdaq 100. We had a big deal as well in the media space, the streaming space. Endeavor will buy WWE World Wrestling for $9 billion. Pretty big premium on the price. You can see both stocks moving to the downside. Actually, analysts pretty upbeat about the terms of the deal because there's no debt involved. We're going to talk about this deal a lot later in the show. What does this mean in the media landscape? What does it mean in streaming? But we are giving back some recent gains. In fact, WWE itself, World Wrestling, snapping its best run of gains 7 days going back to February. One to watch.
It is. Ed, I mean, we've got to delve into, though, the market moves when it comes to the NASDAQ 100. Of course, we're just saying soaring into a bull market in the first quarter. But Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson, he's been warning that the rally maybe is overdone. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Isabel Lee just to talk about the technicals at play, some of the reasoning behind, Isabel, the movement into big tech. It was almost like a search for safety, right? Now, people, particularly Morgan Stanley and also JP Morgan, saying that might be time to pull back from that trade.
Exactly. So Morgan Stanley said it's overdone. So last week, the tech sector hit the bull market, which means it was up 20% from its December lows. But for Mike Wilson, that was just a bit too much. And he said it's just because people were treating it as a traditional defensive play amidst all the banking turmoil. But he still recommends safer areas like utilities, like consumer sector, because he also said that when something hits its trough, the likelihood is it'll just rally back up. So he said he would prefer to see more durable lows before investors pile in aggressively. But for now, it's kind of a no-go for him.
Hey, Isabel, if there's one thing, Karen, I've learned in recent weeks around the tech sector, it's one session a market does not make. But we're kind of looking at economic data again, right? We're still going back to the same discussion around inflation and the Fed.
That's exactly right, which is why people are probably thinking that, okay, you know, that's why risk assets are rallying, because they're like, inflation is over. We'd probably, not over, but we've hit the peak. Fed will start cutting sometime this year. People have various estimates, but it's kind of bullish overall, which is that risk assets are rallying. Now Bitcoin is up. It enjoyed its best quarter, 72% or 74% in the past 2 years. All risk assets are really up, and they're just really enjoying the bounce. And here's some good news for the Bitcoin lovers. April is usually a good month for Bitcoin, actually even for stocks. And by some measures, Bitcoin was up in 6 out of the last 10 years.
But Isabel, dig in here, because you've been writing great stories together with Vildana about, well, the lack of liquidity in Bitcoin, even though we see this run up in price.
Yes, and because there's lack of liquidity, then the prices are more prone to volatility, because one big whale or one big move can just pull the price lower or higher. And that's kind of been the danger in this sector. But for now, especially with the banking turmoil, people are celebrating it, because this is why Bitcoin was made. It's to circumvent all the intermediaries, to just put their trust into the thing that they trust and not trust Wall Street. Bitcoin was born right after the GFC, when people were mad at banks, when people didn't trust anyone. So now it's kind of their victory lap. But it still remains to be seen whether the banking turmoil actually pushed Bitcoin higher. That's why I love covering the space. You'll never just know why in particular.
And we're going to be delving into who else is winning amid the bank turmoil. And, well, we've got a VC name on talking that it's fintech, in fact, as well. Isabel Lee, great to have you on all things risk assets. Let's stick with the markets, though, because actually one risk asset, one key player in the technology space, Tesla, well, it actually didn't perform particularly well in March. And today it's weighing on the broader indices once again. Ed, you are the first and foremost person I think of when I think of Tesla. Just dig in a little bit about why we're seeing Musk fall short on his delivery issues, even though we see the price cuts coming.
Yeah. Record deliveries in the first quarter of 2023. 423,000 EVs in the first 3 months of the year. It's a modest growth, right? You look at the end of 2022, 405,000. It's about 4% sequentially quarter on quarter, above street expectations. But the bigger picture is that it does not put Tesla on track for that 50% annual average growth rate that Elon Musk has talked about. It's not enough to show that demand is still there. There are still demand concerns for the street, right? And one point here is that Elon Musk talked in the first 2 weeks of January about demand running at twice the rate of production. You dig into the data, kind of seems like demand might have tapered off towards the end of the quarter.
Even though the prices have been pulled back, even though we've got, well, them firing on all cylinders, which are actually making the autos. What does a backlog of potential cars sitting around mean for them in terms of profitability?
That's certainly the right data point. Look at the 3 orange bars, 4 orange bars here, 4th straight quarter where production is greater than the number of vehicles that Tesla's delivered. One explanation from Tesla is they're still trying to get the mix of where these vehicles are produced more even, which results in particularly the Model S and Model X being in transit at the end of the quarter. You can't consider those delivered vehicles because they're on the back of a truck, essentially. It was the lowest delivery level for S and X in that quarter just gone, going back to the 3rd quarter of 2021. So something's not quite working there. What analysts are saying is we're worried that actually there is still a demand issue here. Remember, Elon Musk has pledged that if there is a deep recession this year, Tesla's happy to sacrifice profit margin because they've got that strong balance sheet and they want to keep up that steady rate of growth. It's just that we're not seeing that steady rate of growth.
And many still worry, maybe in some part, Ed, that he's distracted, right? He's distracted with the other key company that's under his overview is Twitter. And we know that at the moment, he's in particular a spat with New York Times. It resulted in the paper losing its verified badge over its refusal to pay for that all-important checkmark. Joining us now, Bloomberg's Aisha Counts. Just how important is that checkmark for something like New York Times, the yellow badge?
It's critical for an organization like the New York Times to have that badge because it verifies that they are, in fact, a news institution. You can imagine the challenges that could arise if another account were to impersonate the New York Times and start spreading false news or misinformation. So it's really critical that they have that check mark.
I think we point out, Caroline, right, that Bloomberg News has said that it won't reimburse staff to get their own Twitter Blue method of verification. Bloomberg News and its various newsroom accounts does have verification. What's really difficult to understand is if you go on someone's profile and hover over the blue check mark, it's either a Twitter Blue account or it's a legacy verified account that may or may not be notable. They haven't taken the action that they said they would.
No, and that's actually a change, right? If you were to look a week ago when you would hover over the badge, you could see very clearly this person paid for Twitter Blue or this person was a legacy verified institution or individual. So it's actually created more confusion, and we really don't know. And they haven't taken away some of those legacy check marks that they said they would on April 1st. They've taken away some, but some are still out there.
Cara, one thing we discussed with Aisha on Friday was the idea that also advertisers are kind of not very convinced by Musk. They've kind of fled the platform. Where does this platform stand in terms of its health? Because you have Elon Musk on the other hand saying we're at record levels of use, right, in terms of user numbers.
Yeah, that's what's been really interesting. They do have more daily users since, according to Musk's numbers, since the last time he released them. But you're losing advertisers, and that was about 89% of revenue. And so Twitter Blue is seen as a way to make back some of that revenue, but the subscriber numbers are also really low. It's less than 1%, I think, according to the last numbers. So Twitter's in a really challenging position right now, and they have to either convince people to subscribe or they're going to have to woo back those advertisers, and neither one of those has really been going well.
Do we know any updated numbers on subscribers? I mean, this is the joy of it being a privately held business, but do we know if eventually people will be pushed to make that payment?
You know, analysts I've talked to and people in the industry don't think that it will really push the needle. We don't really know the latest numbers. Again, it is a private company, so it's hard to tell. There's some independent researchers that are tracking it, but from what we know, it's less than 300,000 people.
We want to thank you. Staying on top of all things social, Aisha Counts, great to have you on once again. Meanwhile, let's talk about another form of social communication. Former President Donald Trump said on Truth Social, a post, that he plans to leave Mar-a-Lago at noon today to fly to New York ahead of his historic arraignment in a Manhattan courtroom. That's tomorrow. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman is outside of the courthouse. And Simone, do we know if in fact he is en route?
As of yet, we haven't seen any reports from the pool that he has actually moved out of Mar-a-Lago, but we do expect him to fly to New York later today and then come here to Trump Tower behind me. And this is really where some of the political theatrics could kick off. You may be able to see there are some banners behind me. We've seen in the last couple of minutes some Trump supporters walking with banners and kind of lining up over there, but there are barricades all around us. Then, of course, the big event is when he goes south to the DA's office, to the courthouse to be arraigned, expected tomorrow afternoon.
Simone, as you say, now moved across to Trump Tower and looks busy. It looks like people are bracing themselves. And Ed, this is something that you've continued to report on throughout the show. It does become a technology story in many ways, just the way in which news is consumed nowadays.
Well, very much so, because you look at the stock reaction in those sort of conservative social media platforms, they all rose Friday. I think some of the gains being given up now. What we were discussing is that Trump is using Truth Social to communicate in real time. The rest of the world is discussing this, Simone, on Twitter. Go back to the basics of what's to come. His lawyer was pretty clear. He will hand himself in, essentially. And what process happens after that?
Yeah, so essentially we're expecting him to go to the Supreme Court house downtown. There, we don't know actually whether or not he will walk in the front door, whether he's going to try and stage some sort of perp walk that he could use again for those fundraising efforts to try and paint himself as a victim. But he will go in there, he'll fingerprinted. He'll likely have to take some sort of mugshot photo, and then he'll go upstairs where this arraignment will take place. After that, he intends to leave New York City pretty quickly, though, fly back to Mar-a-Lago, and then there will be a press conference tomorrow evening. And of course, at that time, we'll actually know what these charges are. They remain under seal, and shortly thereafter, we will get Donald Trump's response.
We will cover every development here on Bloomberg Television. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman, thank you, out in the field reporting. Now, coming up, WWE and Endeavor's UFC striking a $9 billion deal to form a new entertainment conglomerate. We'll bring you all those details next. This is Bloomberg.
Women like Soros Fund Management CIO Dawn Fitzpatrick are the exception in finance, not the rule. Morningstar has taken an in-depth look at women in the industry, and the numbers are startling. The firm found that in 2020, women made up 14% of global fund managers. That's largely unchanged from the year 2000. Morningstar also calculated that while the number of women at the top of the corporate ladder has increased, it won't be until 2060 that women will reach parity with men in the C-suite. Studies have shown that increasing the number of women managers leads to better decision-making and moderates overconfidence. European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde insists that male domination of the banking industry made the 2008 collapse of Lehman Brothers more likely. As Lagarde put it, if it had been Lehman Sisters rather than Lehman Brothers, the world might well look a lot different today.
From New York City,
in London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside? Monday, shares of WWE sliding after Endeavor agreed to buy the company for $9.3 billion. That's including debt. WWE will combine with Endeavor's Ultimate Fighting Championship to form a new company that's going to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Joining us now for more is Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw, who unfortunately for him had a busy weekend. I'm sure Lucas with the scoop. But Ari Emanuel of Endeavor saying they will create a global live sports and entertainment pure play built where the industry is headed. Where's this headed?
Well, look, they have the biggest mixed martial arts league in the world in the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and they now have WWE, which, while not technically a sport, it's scripted entertainment, it performs much in the same way from a media perspective, because people do show up to watch it live, and then the ways it makes money are very similar to UFC. You think about it, and UFC makes money from media deals, it makes money from ticket sales, and it makes money from sponsorships. WWE is the exact same.
여기까지 왔어요. 200 여기 평균선까지.
Negotiations with sponsorships certainly, and then to find efficiencies and things like staging the events.
I think when you think about the media landscape, Lucas, many of the broadcast
수익 실현을 자동으로 해서 딱 됐고요. 수익 실현 소리 듣고서 지금 뛰쳐 들어왔습니다. 확실히 더블 발음 찍고 올라갔을 때 올라가요. 그렇죠? 더블 발음 찍고 올라갔을 때 거의 같은 비율 정도 올라가죠. 이 정도로 하면은 조금 더 갈 수 있을 것 같은데. 이 노란 점선 있는 피벗까지 갈 수 있을 것 같기도 한데. 욕심은 내지 말고 지금 또 상황을 보면서 지금 모멘텀은 쫙 살아 있어요. 모멘텀은 쫙 살아 있는데 너무 높으니까 한번 꺾일 가능성이 있으니까. 오늘 팔았어요. 올라왔을 때 페브론 선장님.
Well, let's talk about the owner of ESPN, because it's an all-important annual general meeting about to be upon us, Lucas.
Yeah, look, Disney is going through a very strange moment right now, or perhaps an unsettling moment for investors and for employees. They're in the midst.
왜냐하면은 이 에너지가 이게 꾸준히 올라가지는 않을 수 있어요. 그냥 순간적으로 지금 워낙 처지니까 한번 튕겨 올라갔고 오늘 워낙 많이 점프했기 때문에 기술적 반등의 반대로 보면 되겠죠, 우리가. 그래서 익절하고 올라왔을 때 한번 익절해줘야죠. 지금도 익절 잘했다. 요즘에 나 익절을 참 잘하네. 익절 타이밍을. 엔트리만 완벽하게 잡으면은 아주 잘하겠어.
Sessions or so is retaliation from China in terms of pushing back on technology restrictions, a sort of tit for tat what the United States.
그쵸, 보통 비합을 기준으로 해가지고 위아래 찬물 더운 물 가리잖아요. 아래 있을 때는 숏으로 봐야 되고 위에 있을 때는 롱으로 봐야죠. 추세적으로 봤을 때 추세의 흐름에 맞춰가지고 봐야죠. 저는 비합도 쓰긴 하는데 150주기 평균선을 많이 써요.
Okay, so you're moving in on me quick, distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your knight because it's really bothering me.
Ah, my knight.
Yeah.
뭐 그래도 잘하시는데 뭐 못하는 사람들이 지켜보고 하는 거죠.
Robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that.
그건 능력자라 그렇게 하시는 거예요.
Not cool. Not cool. All right. I will concede. I can see. Got me beat.
Very good game. Well played.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Time for talking tech, starting with Apple, facing $1 billion trial over its Apple Watch secrets. Medical devices maker Masimo is taking the case before a federal jury in California this week after claiming Apple used confidential information from two former executives it hired in certain functions and designs of its flagship Apple Watch. We will track that trial. Revenue of TikTok's parent company ByteDance surged more than 30% to surpass $80 billion in 2022. That matches the tally at arch rival Tencent and surpasses many internet firms. That pace of expansion underscores the resilience of ByteDance's business, even at a time when Washington's threatened to join India in banning TikTok. And Beijing launching a probe into Micron, opening a new front in Beijing's chip war with the US. And Chinese chip-related stocks really advancing amid optimism that they will benefit from the nation's growing self-reliance in its push after Beijing launched that probe into Micron technology. Caroline.
Well, from China to the Bay Area, because we want to dig in a little bit more on where you are currently, well, residing in, because it's been hit hard. We know San Francisco by the pandemic. It's had a tough time coming back as tech workers just kept working from home. They left many of the downtown perhaps emptier than many would have liked. And now that old school bang run that turned the tech hub into the center of the financial turmoil has just, of course, still hit a city when it's down. Bloomberg's San Francisco bureau chief Karen Breslau is with us for more on what does this mean for San Francisco's future. You've got a beautifully written, really thought-provoking piece on the terminal today.
Thank you, Caroline. I think the storms that have pounded the city nonstop since January really are a metaphor for the storm of bad news that just has hit this city over and over. I mean, you talked about the bust hitting the city. Obviously, the tech downturn was one thing, but then we had SVB and the shakiness in the banking sector. We have the affordability crisis, a public safety crisis, and it has, and the fact that this is a city where return to office rates are the lowest in the United States. So it's just all hit the city at once. It's a triple whammy.
We're looking at live pictures facing down the Embarcadero towards downtown. Two key data points: occupancy and unemployment. What have you learned in our reporting?
Well, there's a paradox there. Occupancy is a really shocking 29.7%, the highest anywhere, right? 29.7% of those buildings, nearly a third, are empty, and yet the unemployment rate in the city is 2.8%. So that is the paradox of San Francisco, that you have so much innovation, self-employment, startups, and those typically are not companies in those early stages that need these giant office towers.
I've called this city home for 5 years now. Caroline has lived in this city. We ask ourselves the same questions. One crisis at a different time. You spoke to the mayor. What's her proposal to fix all of this in the long-term health?
Well, her proposal, I mean, her job is to be the cheerleader, and I thought she gave a noble effort. What she has talked about relentlessly is diversification. She has always argued that this over-reliance on the tech sector is dangerous for San Francisco's economy. Of course, she's right. She's not the first person to have that observation. But she wants to attract bioscience, life science, tourism, convert some of these empty towers into housing, which would, basically deal with two crises at once, yet is incredibly expensive and doesn't always pencil out. So, and lure back tourists. So all of that is going to take a cleanup and a perception that this is a safe and beautiful city, and it certainly is beautiful. Can't argue with that.
It is. It's going to take a big marketing campaign to remind everyone of that, Karen.
And the tourists are back. The tourists are coming back.
I mean, I've been going there, and it feels like, and that's what's sort of also the juxtaposition here, is that when you're in some of the areas that tourists are busy, it feels thriving, the restaurants are busy and humming, but then you go to downtown, it does feel emptier. Will
and the neighborhoods are hopping.
Well, will they feel even emptier if you're getting Meta, getting some of the key tech companies doing layoffs as well?
I think it is so empty right now, it's hard to imagine, another few thousand missing from downtown. And those employees are also distributed. Some of them are in San Francisco, some of them are at the company's headquarters south of here in San Mateo County. But I think what has to happen is, pretty soon, as the prices plummet, right, for this commercial real estate, there will be a value proposition, and somebody, some companies will move in. The neighborhoods are hopping. We talk about that in the story, particularly around Hayes Valley, which is now AI Valley or Cerebral Valley, pick your brain part. Yeah, but there is action. There is activity.
Bloomberg's Karen Breslau, who leads our coverage of California. Thank you. Now, coming up, all things AI. Experts calling for a halt to next-gen development. Europe growing more cautious. We're going to have all the details. We're quite a big name in the sector, Caroline. This is Bloomberg.
트레이딩에서 그 캔이랑 프로핏은 연결이 안 돼요. 이거 디스코드로. 디스코드에 연결되는 거는 여기 나와 있는 게 맥시멈입니다. 그리고 여기서 찾아보실 수 있는 거는 여기 나와 있는 데이터들. 여기서 찾으시면 돼요. 스캐니. 여기 들어가서 명령어를 치시면 됩니다. 스캐니 명령어가 있죠. 스캐니 tr-scanny. 이런 식으로. 다른 것도 마찬가지고요. 질문하셨던 거. 그냥 매뉴얼로 찾으셔야 돼요. 또 뭐였지? Profit 여기 나와. AI prediction.
Seems like the nightmare scenario for central banks if you have high prices and lower growth. But if you tack onto
여기
that
있죠? AI PR all symbol.
seems like incredibly difficult for any central bank to navigate.
이런 식으로 찾으시면 됩니다. 됐죠?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially? This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
Really care about access and also reinforcement of bias. But the thing to do is to address these concerns in like a open and transparent way, not to call for a halt to development.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Technology. I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco. That was Conviction founder Sarah Gao. They're saying it's important to keep experimentation open and going in generative AI. Her comment comes after more than 1,000 AI experts, industry participants signed a petition.
질문 대답이 됐으면은 됐다고 답을 좀 달아주세요. 제 소리가 들렸는지 안 들렸는지 궁금하니까.
Deep AI, who joins me on set in San Francisco. Why did you sign the petition?
So the petition calls for a halt to the development of extremely large generative models like the GPT-5 that's in development. And this is an incredibly disruptive technology. We don't even really know what it will be capable of, but what we do know is most likely advanced reasoning capabilities similar to the human brain. So in a sense, this is just too disruptive, I think, for the current moment. There's no reason we should really be building it right now.
What's being proposed is a 6-month halt in order to establish a shared set of safety protocols. There are names from all around the world. How do you make a 6-month halt happen where all the stakeholders comply?
여기 명령어가 다 있으니까 여기서 찾아보시면은 다 있어요. 그리고 이거는 자동으로 피드 되는 거고.
We're hopeful that all the parties around the world will see the benefit of this type of pause, which I don't think holds back technology more broadly.
You know, Caroline, Kevin is a participant in this industry. Last week we had VCs, academics who all basically said the same. This is really hard to pull off. 6 months, get everyone to participate.
Can I be, Kevin, therefore, just dig in a little bit as to why you, a founder of Deep AI, are saying this? Because could I be led to believe that in some way OpenAI is a competitive threat to you?
Well, certainly they are a competitor. We have many competitors. I don't think it's because they're a competitive threat. think that this technology is so powerful, it's not going to matter who owns it or even which country it's built in. What matters most is that it's built at all. This is such an incredibly powerful technology that I've started calling it the nuclear weapons of software.
Okay, Kevin, I'm going to dial back from that a little bit because we've had academics like Emily Bender of University of Washington on saying, look, when you are using even the turn of phrase artificial intelligence, it just keeps doubling down on the hype. It keeps reinforcing our view that this is in some way a competitor to human thought, and that actually, look, this is a worry about disinformation, yes, but the overall power of large language models, it's basically, it makes sense to us because we make it intelligent. What do you say to that, to the stochastic parrot argument, for example?
I think they're rather hollow. I think these models are absolutely intelligent. They're very general. They have advanced reasoning capabilities. In many ways, they're already superhuman. And it won't be long before they're superhuman at almost everything.
They're just predicting the next word we might use.
That's correct.
How is that superhuman?
Well, these models, they know more than any single human, and they can recall the information much quicker, and then they have very similar reasoning capabilities to a human.
Kevin, you're a signatory to the petition. We thank you for coming on, answering our questions. Many of those signatories did not. There is an argument, I'm going back to this. Is this sour grapes? Is this you collectively recognizing OpenAI as so far ahead that you need a 6-month period to catch up?
Oh, absolutely not. We're super impressed with what they've built. We're actually huge fans of them. We don't view them as a threat particularly. We just think that this technology is way too disruptive for its own good in the present moment.
Well, quickly, I want to ask you, what good has come out of this in the last 5 days?
I think it's a great conversation starter. It's getting the world thinking in the right terms, because this is not just like creating a new social network. This is a incredibly disruptive new technology. I would almost liken the global issue almost like climate change, and that we have like a tragedy of the commons where all of the leading AI labs know they're creating something dangerous, but none of them really want to stop it.
Really thoughtful and thought-provoking. Thank you, Kevin Baragona. He's Deep AI founder, co-signatory to that key piece to worry about, the artificial intelligence that seems to be all things to all VCs too. We're going to dig in on whether this is a space the VC community continues to want to put money towards, particularly after perhaps there's other areas to be founding, particularly in the areas of fintech.
야, 오늘 뭐가 많이 튀어나왔네 여기.
Up next, this is Bloomberg.
인텔 커 서든, 이게 에너지 회사죠. 이것도 에너지 회사. 내년 거. 엔비디아 영원히 커 9시 15분에. 골든 스윗, 뱅크 오브 아메리카 풋, JP 모건 풋, 트레디, 카바나 풋, 실버 커, 코인 풋, 부사이, 마이크로소프트 커, 아마존 커. 이건 아침에 나왔네. 좀 시간 타이밍이 있네요. 이거는.
OPEC Plus wants to make oil speculators think twice with the shock cap.
Hear from leading economists, policymakers.
스캘핑 하는데 크락스를 하네? 크락스가 뭐 오늘 좀 많이 움직이나? 뭐 그런 매력이 없는데.
Visit bloomberg.com webinars.
소셜 스파이크. JP 모건, 이거는 또 불리시하게 얘기하는 게 있고.
Rolling out not the red carpet, instead the magic carpet. An example of investment that's yielding
The
returns
surprise
in
OPEC
civil
Plus
different
production
ways.
cut was aimed squarely at one audience, speculators betting that oil prices would fall. It's a return to the tactic first used by Saudi.
JP 모건을 업그레이드를 했네 오늘. 아니다. Never mind. JP 모건이 아니라 JP 모건에서 TRBN을 업그레이드를 했다.
How about the Instagram? Can you about that? I can imagine. Instagram moment with the sunset, having a drink with your friends or family. I mean, that's amazing.
So what does it take to do something like this? And I'm thinking cost, engineering, time.
Yeah, a lot of effort from a lot of people. So it starts from just the design and the conceptual aspect of it. Then we need to figure out a lot of technical factors, the weight, the wind, and so lots and lots of hours of really hard work. And every time we up the game, we see that customer willing to spend more.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
So the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank has sent shockwaves throughout the banking ecosystem, and it also prompted many startups to seek refuge in fintech solutions for support.
BIX calls Flipbocker strike 25 and total premiums 332,000.
How much has fintech benefited, or have we had to raise questions about its foundations and, well, overall ability to handle some of the inbound?
Yeah, so overall, the world of fintech and startups has really evolved, quite frankly, a lot in the last few weeks.
이거를 링크를 좀
So
걸어놔야겠구나.
interesting is that we're facing what many of us VCs call the opposite of the celery effect. So prior to the SVB collapse, liquidity was running rampant, right? Startups were getting funding all over the place. Nowadays, startups are being a lot more cautious around what credit and debit looks like for them going forward, and that readily available capital just doesn't look as liquid, right, going forward. So generally, it's a very hard time to be a fintech, but there's a lot of solutions coming to market that are really exciting.
You of course have
이 오른쪽에 보이는 게 지금 라이브로 들어오는 옵션 거래예요. 이게 보시면은 글씨 다 보이죠? 초록색 컬이고 그 다음에 스트라이크 프라이스 만기일 뭐 이런 것들에서 계속 들어오는 거니까 볼륨이 중요한데 프리미엄 크기가 크면 클수록 흐름상으로 강하게 들어오는 거라 보시면 돼요.
To support their banking and charter that they need. So I think cash deposits are key, as well as offering just a really simple solution to those end consumers.
A lot of this, though, of course, Ed.
TSLA calls Sweetwalker strike 190 and total premiums 104,500.
Yeah, and there is a spectrum of confidence we've had on this program, Andrea, across the venture capital community. Many actually saying, no, I'm plowing on. I'm writing checks. Areas like artificial intelligence, fintech, activity, it won't be at 2021 levels, but it's still there. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, so as the job of a venture capitalist, right, if we want to distill it down to its simplest form, our job is to write money, checks, and deploy that capital into startups. We can't just sit on it for too long. Though the dry powder is still there, the cautious nature of running a due diligence process has grown ever more present. And I would say just generally, the startups are getting the funding. I would say generally too, though, it's that they can't just rely on those debt facilities anymore as a backstop relative to what they were getting in venture equity dollars. So yeah, the VCs are deploying. They just aren't deploying as quickly as you said, Ed.
Later in the program, we're going to be talking about Man's return to the
XOM calls Sweetwalker strike 115 and total premiums 464,805.
the Saudis looking at investing in SpaceX. What's your read on the valuation of that company and why it's still attractive to
Spot
you?
put sweet bot for strike 125 and total premiums 145,530.
Mission critical launches, and I think generally where the big belief we have in seeing a massive upside potential, though obviously it's still a private company and we have to see where it goes, is their ability to deploy launches successfully at a very high velocity in the coming years. I think there's a lot of preeminent positivity around Elon's ability to do so. And
제 질문에 이해를 못해서 대답을 못하는 거예요. 무슨 얘기인지 모르겠어요. 질문을 모르겠어요. 아예님 어디 누르면 지금 보시는 화면이 나와요? 노티피케이션. 이거는 어디를 누르는 무슨 얘기예요?
When you're at the moment seeing companies having to raise money, a lot of them are doing it either at flat valuation, some of them
이거는 서브스크립션 있어야 될 거요? 되나 보세요 한번.
maybe trying to raise them again. I know Instacart's in your portfolio. What do you make of companies that are having to realign the benchmark of how you value them?
Yeah, so I would say generally, right, that concept of the 409A or that internal valuation that startups set is something that they utilize to create a price to issue stock options to new incoming employees.
CRM put sweet bot for strike 200 and total premiums 109,145. AAPL calls split bot for strike 157.5 and total premiums 390,440.
So what that means is a company like Instacart might be doing their valuation reporting based on obviously the reports we're seeing a lot more than once a year in that level of frequency.
XOM put split bot for strike 115 and total premiums 184,675.
To see that fluctuation in their internal 409A valuations as material things and milestones happen within a company. So I would definitely expect that we see that kind of gyration happen across many of the later stage startups that are doing more frequent 409As.
Spy-foot sweet bot for strike 417 and total premiums 220,353. QQQ put sweet bot for strike 290 and total premiums 178,000.
On the cusp of a 1 year out, give or take duration, do make sense to be doing those valuations at this level of frequency. So that seems likely. I think a company like Instacart, like many others in the late stage, have really stacked their executive team and their product suite to be ready to face the public market and provide a really compelling narrative going into their IPO. So I think generally everyone's just rooting for them, and if it's not them, then one of the other large late stage companies to come in and be a strong catalyst for the IPO growth this year.
Manhattan Venture Partners, Andrew Lamari, grateful for your time coming to us from Puerto Rico. Thank you. Now, a bipartisan group of US lawmakers is taking their concerns about China to California this week, where they plan to meet with top tech and entertainment executives, as well as with
아주 훌륭해. 니코니님. 이제 은퇴해도 되겠어요.
who chairs a new House panel focused on China, and it will meet on Thursday with some prominent VCs, including Mark Andreessen and Vinod Khosla, as well as executives from Google, Microsoft, and Palantir, and Apple's own CEO Tim Cook. Joining us with more, Bloomberg's Dan Flatley out of Washington.
IMBT calls sweet bot for strike 17.5 and total premiums 262,810. KRE put sweet bot for strike 41 and total premiums 129,744. Spy put split bot for strike 410 and total premiums 116,172. EWZ calls sweet bot for strike 23 and total premiums 912,795.
China represents a real threat in their view, but also to listen to what they have to say and sort of understand a bit more about their market concerns and why they want to be
거래량 엄청 많네. 이거 다 보고 있기는.
about approaching their upcoming projects and things of that nature.
Dan, do we expect them to mainly be preaching to the converted? We know that Vinod Khosla has been in Washington, for example, with Peter Thiel, flagging the concerns that they share around China.
Yeah, I think there's definitely going to be an element of that. On Thursday, they're going to be having lunch at Stanford University with some folks that, may have a more hawkish view on China. But, when they're going to be meeting with folks like Tim Cook or Bob Iger at Disney and Tim Cook at Apple, they're going to be talking to people who have really serious vested interests in the Chinese marketplace, who may have a bit of a different view and have the influence to talk to lawmakers in a way that they may not be used to being talked to, quite frankly.
IWM with sweep offer strike 176 and total premiums 187,480. TSL8 with sweep offer strike 186.67 and total premiums 206,040.
How bipartisan does this run?
At this point, I think concerns about China are about as bipartisan.
10시 정도 지나야 되지 않을까? 시장이 움직이려면은. 오늘도 솔직히 아무런 뉴스 없는 날이죠. 어제 기름 감산한 거 빼놓고는. 그렇기 때문에 시장이 움직일 만한 뭐 캐탈리스트가 없는 거잖아요.
In terms of what they want to do, the Democrats a little bit more circumspect, but as we saw with TikTok recently, there was a hearing on that on the Hill, as I'm sure you remember, a couple of weeks ago. It goes pretty deep and it goes across both parties.
Bloomberg's Dan Flatley, thank you. Caroline, speaking of Tim Cook, something that caught my eye this Monday morning, the front cover of GQ magazine, Silicon Valley's quiet visionary Tim
QQ
Cook.
with sweep offer strike 300 and total premiums 124,800.
According to Axios, the Biden administration discussed with its European and Israeli partners the idea of an interim agreement with Iran that would include some sanctions and relief in exchange for Tehran freezing past its nuclear program.
Endlessly long, but the point of it is he's so understated. We know very little about the man. He's not a big social media user, a la Elon Musk or something like that.
And someone who was always very upfront and saying he doesn't feel normal. He's often been feeling like an outsider, but I think what was interesting was the way in which he was totally.
다우는 지금 추세선 위로 올라갔습니다. 다우는 좀 퍼즐리브하게 지금 보이고.
Well, there was an anecdote from Eddie Q, who leads the services, saying that he has 4 faces. He'd be brilliant at poker if he played, and I think that says everything. You never quite know, even to his closest allies in that company, what he's thinking.
Maybe we should ask for a game. I'm quite into poker at the moment. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll bring you the details.
TSL8 with sweep offer strike 200 and total premiums 197,984.
So let's just take a quick look at Baidu, China. The skepticism which
So-called sweep offer strike 21 and total premiums 114,210.
SU가 서든 에너지 컴퍼니인가? 서든 유튜브. 소노코 에너지. 소노코 에너지. 6월. 지금
Sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
지금 에너지들을 되게 좋게 보는구만. 오늘 이렇게 에너지가 튀었는데도 에너지들을 좀 좋게 보는 것 같아요.
Spike All Sweep offer strike 414 and total premiums 134,855. Spike All Sweep offer strike 409 and total premiums 130,681.
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate.
잔챙이들은 빼고 좀 큰 것만 넣어놔야겠다.
As you are a business leader, I think sometimes.
수입 들어가는 것도.
I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing.
원 1년 이상 올라가는 것들.
I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. Now, what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand
큼직큼직한 걸 봐야지.
with their consumers? So as much as possible, I think probably I'll try and play that role.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite, positioning companies to meet the next generation of challenges, breaking out of traditional roles.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
Look for Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg.
지금 이 에너지 프라이스는 진짜 그냥 오늘만 이벤트일 거예요. 오늘 내일. 지금 그 오일 머니들이 아마 숏 커버를 다 못해서 그런 것 같아. 숏 커버 하다 보니까 너무 올라가니까 야 이거 너무 손해보는 것 같다. 우리 한 번 더 어떻게 해보자 그래가지고 내 생각에는 진짜 오펙에서 만나가지고 오일 얘기를 하는 것보다 자기네들 주식으로 차익 낼 거를 고민했던 것 같은 느낌.
On NASA's path to establishing a long-term presence on the moon and will launch in November of 2024 at the earliest. Bloomberg's Lauren Grush is out in Houston, was at the announcement. Who's heading to the moon, Lauren?
Right, so it's actually a really star-studded crew that NASA named today. We have two mission specialists.
야, 얘가 잘 튀어가네, SU.
Jeremy Hansen of Canada, and Christina is with a NASA astronaut. And then we have pilot Victor Glover and Commander Reed Wiseman. And just some notable things to point out about this crew. Christina Cook will be the first woman to go to deep space. Victor Glover, the first person of color to go to deep space. And Jeremy will be the first non-American astronaut to go to deep space. So it's going to be a very historical mission for sure.
Historical, they're performing what, a lunar flyby, we understand, scheduled for next year. Just tell us where we are in the process of, well, getting back there.
Right. So last year, I was at the Artemis 1 launch. So that was the very first mission, the main big mission in the Artemis program, which is to get back to the moon. And that one tested out the main flight hardware that will be sending humans into deep space. And now it's time to put people on that hardware. So now that mission went well, we're going on to Artemis 2. And these 4 astronauts will ride inside NASA's Orion capsule on top of the massive SLS rocket, and that will take them around the moon and back to test it out ahead of the historical landing that will hopefully happen sometime this decade. Right now it's scheduled for 2025. We'll see if that happens, but eventually that will be the landing on the moon. So unfortunately these astronauts won't be touching down on the surface, but they'll still be paving a really important road for the astronauts ahead.
Lauren, great speaking with you. Try and cool down. There in, of course, Texas, Lauren Grush. We thank her. And I mean, not the only bit of aerospace news upon us. It feels as though we're talking SpaceX earlier with Manhattan Ventures, and also it looks like there's a competitor on the scene, right, Ed, when it comes to SpaceX. Hanwha, am I saying?
뭔가 크게 오늘 먹기는 좀 힘들 것 같아. 오늘 흐름은.
Yeah, so they want to match SpaceX in price.
아직까지는.
The same price, but this is really fascinating because they are born out of arms sales. This is an aerospace conglomerate essentially that's making money selling arms to Ukraine in that conflict and putting the proceeds back into space exploration. Ambitious, but this is a sector, Caro, that we're going to cover increasingly because it's not just the money that's going into it. Global interest taking off.
I knew you'd get a pun in there somehow. Ed, what a joy to be reconnected once again. Back on the show. That does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology.
Yeah, and there is a lot to recap. Don't forget the podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, Apple, Spotify, iHeart, Bloomberg. So much to discuss this week in the world of tech. This is Bloomberg.
BDXJ call sweep bought for strike 35, and total premiums 185,9250.
이건 거의 지금 이 옵션 프리미엄 들어오는 거 보면은 거의 분위기가 경기 침체 분위기인데, 파이는 풋으로 쫙 들어오고, 그 다음에 골드 들어오고, 이머징 마켓 쪽 올라가고.
You do not want to miss this story.
Women like Soros Fund Management CIO Dawn Fitzpatrick are the exception in finance, not the rule. Morningstar.
이거는 레벨이 아니라 돈 주고 사셔야 돼요. 이 서비스는.
The firm found that in 2020, women made up 14% of global fund managers. That's largely unchanged from
서브스크립션 하셔야 되는 거예요.
Morningstar also calculated that while the number of women at the top of the corporate ladder has increased, it won't be until
그래서 제가 화면에 공유해 드리는 거잖아요.
parity with men in the C-suite. Studies have shown that increasing the number of women managers leads to better decision making and moderates overconfidence. European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde insists that male domination of the banking industry made the 2008 collapse of Lehman Brothers more likely. As Lagarde put it, if it had been Lehman sisters rather than Lehman Brothers, the world might well look a lot different today.
This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Matt Miller. And what a day. I imagine as you were going to press with your Sunday newsletter, Cats and Coins.
There we go.
You were shocked by the OPEC Plus move.
I was.
NVDA put sweep bought for strike 260, and total premiums 111,500. AMZN put sweep bought for strike 100, and total premiums 149,000. QQQ put sweep bought for strike 317, and total premiums 100,201.
Plus a record $6 billion outflow for ESG ETFs.
NVIDIA.
SPY call sweep bought for strike 400, and total premiums 319,000. TSLA put sweep bought for strike 195, and total premiums 153,750. SPY call split bought for strike 400, and total premiums 232,000. SPY put sweep bought for strike 413, and total premiums 100,700. QQQ call split bought for strike 310, and total premiums 190,476.
Factor was outperforming. That is representative of a big trade from BlackRock, by the way, out of ESG into quality. IEF, that's treasuries. Obviously, we've been talking this all year. Treasuries been a huge trade because of the yield. JEPI, this is that active ETF that killed it last year, is continuing to take in tons of cash this year. Active ETFs have taken in a third of all the money this year. Again, punching above their weight, continuing that. BBEU, this is also a JP Morgan product, but Europe and international
put sweep bought for strike 310, and total premiums 154,500.
SQQQ, that points out the short bias. That's a way to buy selling the rip, and that has been a trade that a lot of the retail crowd has been into. Let's look at the outflows. It's a little bearish. You hate to see SPY at the top and IVV. Some of that could be tax loss harvesting from Q4, but I think a lot of it's sentiment. ESGU, as Katie just mentioned, big outflows from that because of BlackRock, and then you've got some small cap and some tech. So a lot of risk on ETFs seeing outflows. Now let's look at the asset classes. So this is a bird's eye view of all the asset classes in Q1. And what sticks out to me is this. Look at equities. They went from taking in $127 billion last quarter to $27 billion. That's their worst haul since COVID. Where's the money going? Well, it's going to the boring stuff, treasuries and money market mutual funds, because now they offer 4.5% yield. Stocks finally have some competition. Remember Tina? Now there's competition for the money. And look at treasuries right here, government, $40 billion. They've now taken in $166 billion in the past 5 quarters. That is an absurd amount of money. So stocks finally
완전히 오늘의 최저점까지 터치했습니다. 나스닥. 별로 그림이 좋지 않아요. 갈고리 떨어지는 그림.
ESLA call sweep offer strike 210 and total premiums 151,000. AI put sweep offer strike 25 and total premiums 247,975.
Sort of spawned by SVB and Signature, to some extent Credit Suisse as well, out of
JPM put sweep offer strike 130 and total premiums 577,152.
Investors or depositors have woken up to the fact that they're leaving money on the table, and banks are reticent to raise their deposit rates. They're not paying savers enough to incentivize them to keep money there, and a lot of those ultra short cash-like ETFs have really been the recipients of that. Our FTSM has taken in
FSR put sweep offer strike 6 and total premiums 200,799.
See banks, racing to raise their deposit rates, and I think investors and depositors understand that.
And so when we talk about funds such as FTSM, I've really learned the difference between ultra short and short duration bond funds over the past 6 months or so, because you used to be able to lump them all together, but now it feels like
유미님은 오늘 하지 마세요. 오늘은 그냥
TSLA put split
장을 이제 보지 마세요.
107.5 and total premiums 207,375.
그만큼 벌었으면 됐지 또 보시려고.
team really looks for, we try to ladder out the portfolio so you've
오일도 하락세인데 흐름은
maturing that you can reinvest as rates move higher, and that's what we've seen over the last year. So they do have the flexibility. That's the beauty of active management.
오일은 숏을 해야 될 것 같은데.
Lies where they have opportunities to earn a bit more spread, and they can deliver better income.
Ryan, really quickly, have you shortened up duration in that fund?
In that fund, we have maintained the sort of strategy that we've had since the fund came out. We've really focused in on that about a third of the portfolio within 30 days maturing, and then, as you described, we do allow for it to extend a little bit if there's opportunistic ways to generate cash, but there hasn't been a major shift in the bias.
5-foot sweep offer strike 390 and total premiums 331,500.
And there's other people launching ESG ETFs. There's 250 ESG ETFs. That's about double from 3 years ago. You guys launched one, but then closed it, and our team finds that.
와, 애플 컬이 들어가 버렸네. 164.
The space that you're okay not participating in. You're looking at other things. What's going on here?
모를 짱이야. 이 옵션 플로우만 봐가지고는 그냥 오르락내리락 그냥 왔다 갔다 그냥 주대 하나도 없이 왔다 갔다 하는 애들이 엄청 많아. 그래서 이거를 보고 있으면은
Strike 25 and total premiums 150,328. DKNG call sweep offer strike 25 and total premiums 105,398.
볼륨이
with sweep offer strike 280 and total premiums 132,000. TSLA put sweep offer strike 150 and total premiums 240,000.
more focused on the investment case for that. We think there is an investment case for a long-term
above ask 그래가지고
movement into that space.
좀
But you know, I think when you lump together some of the governance issues, some of
좀
the
어그레시브한 것만 넣어놔야지.
they're not necessarily the same thing in investors' minds, and so we have a very focused approach on those areas, and you know, we're very
너무 많아.
to investors and let them decide how they want to structure portfolios.
And Ryan, we don't have a ton of time left, but when I think First Trust, I think about buffered ETFs, for example, where you give up some of the upside to be protected on the downside. And what's interesting, if you look on Friday, BlackRock filed for their first buffer ETFs related to the S&P 500. How do you compete with a heavyweight such as BlackRock?
You know, that has been one of our areas where we have seen the strongest growth. Those buffered ETFs have been incredibly popular. I'd say we've got a head start in educating financial professionals. Those are the ones that are going to use them most for their clients. And so that gives us a bit of a head start. We've got really strong relationships, really strong distribution throughout the investment industry. And so I'm very confident in our approach that we're offering, and we'll see what happens.
It gives you some conviction there in your products. Ryan, thanks so much for joining us. Ryan Izakainen joining us from First Trust. Coming up, we're going to talk more about the Dash for Cash and those money market ETFs. Then later, we're going to hear from an NBA star as he partners for a new fund focused on ESG. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
빌리언웨어님은 수수료를 왜 내요? 미국에서는 주식 거래할 때 수수료 낼 거 없을 텐데 아닌가? 나 같은 사람이 수수료를 내지. 선물 트레이드 하면은. 오케이. 제가 대충 읽었어요. Sorry.
Okay, so you're moving in on me. Quick. You're distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your knight because it's really bothering me.
My knights.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
What did you get up to this weekend?
You know, just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that. I will take this. Put it over here.
Not cool. Not cool. All right. I will concede. I can see. Got me beat.
Very good game. Well played.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
지금 미국이 기름을 계속 뽑아야 되는데 하여튼 기름 빼는 거를 중단시켜가지고 인플레이션 생기고 엉망진창이 됐어.
Welcome back to Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Katie Greifeld. Time now for the ETF brief, where I walk you through the trends and the stories that caught my eye in the ETF industry. We start with the best performing non-leveraged ETF in the first quarter, that is, and we are talking about Bitcoin miners. This is the Valkyrie Bitcoin miners ETF. What's amazing about this chart is if you look from the start of 2023, that is an 107% rally, but it barely registers. If you look over the past year, this fund is still down 66% or so. So even with that boom, there was a pretty big bust. But let's move on and let's talk about single stock ETFs. Because remember, these launched last July. They were very popular. There was a lot of fanfare. But a few months later, it's really become apparent that the Tesla...
솔직히 지금 여기에서 기름을 줄줄 뽑고 있었으면은 오늘 같은 이런 일은 일어날 이유가 없죠. 그리고 중동에서 그렇게 오펙에서 미국을 그렇게 뭐랄까 컨트롤할 것도 없지. 니네는 니네끼리 가라, 우리는 우리끼리 간다 이렇게 하면 되는데. 얘네들도 지금 정신 없을 거예요. 바이든 행정부도. 왜냐면은 이제 세월 금방 가거든요. 내년에 다시 민주당 정권을 잡으려면 지금 이렇게 엉망진창 만들어 놓으면은 근데 사람들이 영역이 나빠가지고 그게 문제야.
Shall we talk to Athanasios Sarafagis?
Yes, he's not the Greek freak.
No.
We are going to talk to the Greek freak a little bit later.
Of course, but we're going to talk to Athanasios first of Bloomberg Intelligence. So we've seen a lot of money go into money market mutual funds, but then you also have these treasury bill tracking ETFs. Are you pretty much getting the same thing, or what does the difference between those structures look like?
Yeah, it's a good question because we use the cash sort of, liberal, like in a liberal basis here. So there are some that are very close to what you're going to get in a money market fund. So the really, really short ones, S-Gov, Bill, they're very close to the performance you'll get with a mutual funds. This is one of the only cases where we probably see it's a space that ETFs can't go. We just can't have a money market ETF, but they're very close. I'm willing to bet if we did have ETFs, they would be probably taking just as much, if not as more than the mutual funds are. But just one space that we just can't do the ETFs. But you have something that's very, very close to it.
Do they compete with, do ultra short treasury ETFs compete with money market funds in terms of the fees?
Oh yeah, S-Gov is 5 basis points. The other thing that we have to remember is when you buy a mutual fund, there's transaction funds on these platforms. So unless you're buying like a Schwab one on Schwab's platform, they're probably going to charge you a transaction fee. Most of the ETFs are going to be free. So the fees are pretty much on par with what you get with like a Vanguard money market fund.
And so when we talk about these ultra short ETFs, it's BIL, it's S-Gov, like you mentioned, but what are we seeing from the issuers? Are they trying to catch lightning in a bottle here and try to capture some of these flows?
Oh, funny, on the team, every time we'd see a short duration filing, we used to always put like, oh, this is just a boring filing. Now this is like the spot to be. I think we'll probably see some filings coming after it, but there's a lot of product out there, and there's not really much you can do in like the 1 to 3 year treasury spot. So I think it's really you have to have an advantage that you're there already, you're already cheaper. So
수다방에 보니까 뭐 TQQQ가 뭐 인트레스트를 차지해요. 뭐 그런 대충 읽어봤는데 그런 게 있어요 요즘에? 이거 말고 그런 거 좀 제대로 아시는 분 있으면 좀 쉐어 좀 해주세요. 농담인가? 모르겠어요.
Catchphrase from the California gold rush of the mid-19th century is fitting for the VanEck Merck Gold Trust ETF, known by its ticker OUNZ or ounce. The fund gives any investor the option to redeem their shares for gold in big and small amounts. The precious metal is not in the hills, but rather held in London vaults, where there is a fee to transfer it. Taking delivery of the gold, however, is not a taxable event because investors would be taking possession of what they already own. Ounce has an expense ratio of 25 basis points and has amassed around $675 million in assets. Ounce tracks closely to the price of gold. It's recently been making a comeback as a result of the banking turmoil in the past few weeks and investors readjusting their bets for the Fed's rate path this year. The fund gets a green light in the Bloomberg Intelligence traffic light system with one warning for its alternative tax treatment. So gold, cash,
네, 고일은 여러분들 그냥 선물 시장 프리마켓에서 해야 될걸요. 고일은 본장에서는 프리마켓에서 이렇게 갭 상승하는 게 훨씬 더 세고 본장에서는 지금 하락 추세를 가지고 계속 하락 추세예요. 좀 글쎄요.
And total premiums 339,642. Spy call sweet bought for strike 409, and total premiums 135,492.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
이 한국말의 표현에 좀 정확하게 아시는데 매도했다 그래가지고 무조건 매도하는 게 숏했다는 거는 공매도. 내가 홀드하고 있지 않은 상태에서 팔았다. 그러니까 있는 거를 팔아서 정리했다는 게 아니라 숏을 하면서 오픈을 했다는 거예요.
Because we're not going to have only inflation, we're not going to have only stagflation, we'll have a stagflationary debt crisis. The worst of the 70s and the worst of the post-GFC period. That's what's
Nuriel, I gotta say you're not helping with my anxiety levels right now.
I'm gonna go. I'm moving my portfolio to cash. 1 second. I gotta pause the
Well,
podcast.
cash is not enough because if you wiped out by inflation, you have to go to assets, and I can discuss they can hedge against inflation.
근데 참 시장이 웃기는 게 올라갈 때는 다 올라가 같이. 올라갈 땐 다 같이 올라갔다 내려갈 때 또 다 같이 내려가고.
A debt crisis plus stagflation. That just seems like incredibly difficult for any central bank to navigate.
This is Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Matt Miller, standing right next to Katie Greifeld.
And I'm thrilled to say that Eric Balchunas from Bloomberg Intelligence, he's back with us now for today's drill down where we focus on one ETF. Eric, what's going on?
Today, Katie, we have an ESG ETF, as we have previewed already, SROI. It's the Calamos Antetokounmpo Global Sustainable Equities ETF. As you can tell, it's a joint venture between Calamos and the NBA superstar. It's actively managed. It's a portfolio team that has a lot of ESG experience. Just launched a month ago. The fee is 95 bips, and I will say it's a little high. It will have to show performance, I think, to get some assets. It's got 7 million already, not bad for a month. Let's just look at what it holds, basically. So the interesting thing about this one is it's global. A lot of ESG is just US. So you get 50% US and then global. It's competing with the All World Index.
야, 보이 쏜다. 보이 쏜다.
So it's very different than the index. It's
근데 쏴봐야 1전이죠. 2전. 1전, 2전. 얼만큼 들어가야지 돈을 버나 이거는. 1전 곱하기 100개 하면 1불, 100개 곱하기 100 하면은 10,000개, 한 1000개, 10만 개는 들어가야 돈 벌겠네 이거는.
Let's go with your values. They want to beat the market. And so this is going to be the benchmark for this. It's only a month, so I can't really say much here. But over time, this is the benchmark that this is going to try to beat. And that, to me, is going to be crucial because at 95 bips, you're going to have to show some outperformance to get some looks, Katie.
And Eric, on Friday, you spoke to the pair behind this ETF at the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a listen to that interview now.
We had a meeting together and we realized we share the same values. We want to help change the world and allow people to have access to investing, and it was a no-brainer to join forces.
All right, and John, look, the ETF is SROI. It's an ESG ETF. It's actively managed. Tell us how it works. How are you going to decide what companies go in and get excluded?
Well, we were fortunate when I met Giannis. It was about the same time when I acquired a great team from Portland, Oregon, that's been doing this for over 25 years. And this is before ESG was trendy or ESG was even a name. And they're one of the first to actually do a fossil-free fund in history of funds. And so they have a process where they pick the names that's proprietary.
방이 약간 반전할 듯 반전 못하네.
In the domestic funds, they've been bidding the S&P almost every year. So it was important not just to launch an ESG fund, but a launch a fund that could have some performance because we're in the performance.
쌍바닥.
And Giannis, look, people have seen a lot of athletes.
쌍바닥에 트리플 바닥이 돼서 뭔가 이렇게 치고 올라갈 것 같은데 여기서 넘어가지 못하네.
talk to you about how you select your business investments, because I'm sure you get a lot of pitches. How's that process work?
Obviously, I have people around me that are smarter than me, way smarter than me, and I filter all the business opportunities that I have, and I just try to get in things that I'm passionate about. I understand. I've done the research in. And that's pretty much it. If I don't understand it, and if people cannot explain it to me in 50 seconds, 15 minutes, and 20 minutes, like Mr. John did, I'm not getting myself into it.
So, John, as you know, there's a lot of ESG ETFs, about 250 to be exact, right? It's a crowded marketplace.
우리 또 익절이 형님이 지겨우실 때 정도가 되면 이제 시장이 좀 움직이기 시작할 거예요, 아마. 보통 그러고 나서 움직이는 경우가 많더라고요. 휴먼 인디케이터. 저도 지금 지겨워 죽겠어요.
But you have to understand how big this market is. As you probably know, ESG is huge, right? I mean, at the end of 2020, it was a $43 trillion market. They're predicting, actually Bloomberg is predicting, at the end of 2025, it's going to be a $53 trillion market out of 140. That's over a third of all investable assets in the world will be in ESG. So this is not a fad. We're long-term investors. This is here to stay, and this is giving the opportunity for people to choose with people that could actually.
야, 테슬라가 지금 엄청 싸네. 테슬라 옵션이 싸네요 지금. 이걸 보라는 거야 이거. 옵션 퍼센타일이.
Okay, and Giannis, after the Silicon Valley Bank failure, a lot of people resurfaced an article
옵션 프리미엄이 싸네.
a year ago. It said that you had money in 50 different banks. I know that's not totally true, but they were saying that actually makes sense because some banks were failing here in the US. I guess I want to talk about how your personal portfolio has evolved over the years.
It's not totally true. I can give you the story. When I came in the United States, I was 18 years old. I had to basically teach myself everything. Had to rent a place, had to get the driving license, had to open the bank account. And when I went out there in the counter, I asked them because I thought I had no money when I growing up. So I asked them, I said, is my money safe? They said, 250,000 safe. That's the only one we can guarantee you. And I said, okay, I have way more than 250,000, so I got to open multiple banks. I opened 5, 6, 7 banks. So it's not quite. I did have 50, but I had quite a lot. But there's way smarter ways to do it, and keep your money safe. But definitely from the year that COVID happened, 2020, gave me a lot of time to think, and had meetings with a lot of people that have mentored me throughout my investing days, and they've allowed me to grow my portfolio in a smart way. So that's pretty much it.
And this joint venture, you were going to give 10% of the profits to charity. So I guess I would say, where would you like to see the money go?
Financial literacy and education.
Fascinating conversation there with Milwaukee Bucks, the star, the basketball player who's referred to as the Greek Freak. I don't mean that in a bad way, right? People say that because they love him. They say freak in a good way.
Oh, yeah, he's got 2 MVPs, a championship, and I think he's the first player since Jordan to win MVP and Defensive Player of the Year. So he's a superstar. He's first ballot Hall of Fame already, and he has at least 10, 20 years left.
And I think you did a really good job of navigating between the two of them, both why he is involved with an ETF and also why ESG and why now, because like you laid out, it's been really difficult for ESG funds.
Yeah, I also appreciate that after FTX and all these people hawking that, these athletes, investing in the equity markets, that's pretty solid. You can't really go wrong investing in stocks. And also some of the profits will go to charity. So it had a couple other layers to it that I thought were a refreshing contrast from some of the commercials we've seen lately with crypto and athletes.
Now that the Fed has shown, at least implicitly, they're going to back even deposits above the insurance level, level. Has he moved all of his savings accounts
Is he back to one bank?
To one bank?
Yeah, I mean, you heard him. It's logical, right? If the bank says we can only make 250 grand safe, well, why would you put more in it,
Dude,
right?
it's brilliant.
Yeah, it is. But with the Fed stepping in, I guess everything's safe. That's a big debate now in the markets, but certainly it was logical at the time, I think.
Moral hazard.
Yeah, absolutely charming interview. Great job, Eric. I think he could have used a few apple boxes.
Probably four. Yeah,
because
the dude is tall.
They were
6'11" is
both,
no joke.
neither one was a small man. Eric Balchunas alongside Katie Greifeld and me, Matt Miller. Thanks so much for joining us. This has been Bloomberg ETF IQ.
지금 계속 버리네. 계속 버려요. 테슬라 재진입? 그 달이 할까 지금? 저점이 깨졌는데?
During this 2007-2008 recession where Morgan Stanley came close to going under. Was that the most
아니 그냥 단타긴 한데
No question about it. I mean, we were on the brink.
이거 하락으로 가는데 저점 매수를 한다고?
cash reserve for a while, but then all of a sudden people started pulling cash out. Your cash reserves went down. How close
좀 더 많이 흘릴 것 같은데요?
bankrupt?
We were very close, David, to the point that Tim Geithner at the Fed was trying to get us to sell to Jamie Dimon at the time. And he kept saying, that's what I want you to do. So I called Jamie and I said, look, Geithner's all over me.
테슬라에 지금 공매도가 몰린 것 같은데 약간? 테슬라에 또 음해 집단들이
He said, John, if you forced me to do it, I wouldn't pay you $2 a share. So that made it easy on me. I was not going to listen to them.
테슬라 치기 작전을 들어간 것 같은데요?
We called our board in, and we're thinking we're going to go out of business.
At one point, you're on a phone call with Ben Bernanke, the chairman of the Fed, Hank Paulson, Secretary of Treasury, and Tim Geithner, the head of the New York Fed, and they say you should file for bankruptcy.
Right.
And you slam the phone down on them. Was that easy to do?
For me, it was easy to do. I mean, thank God I left out some four-letter words. I said, I'll take the firm down first, and I hung up on him.
뒤는 완벽한 처지는 차트가 되어버렸어 이제는. 그러니까 로이러에서 떠드는 거는 벌써 공매도 이렇게 흐름 잡아주는 거죠.
When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
TSLA call split offer strike 245 and total premiums 110,241.
$43 million a year to help Ukraine. The funds would go toward short-term aid like fuel, protective equipment, and anti-drone systems used to counter Russia's invasion. The package also aims to provide Ukraine with long-term support to help modernize its
바닥치고 올라오나 또?
in standards.
빨리 지금 들어가면 빨리 먹고 나올 수도 있겠다. 근데 잘못해 또 아리까리해.
Military blogger. The blogger had over 570,000 followers and had become widely known for his strong advocacy of
TSLA put sweet offer strike 190 and total premiums 310,200.
The four people to ride around the moon on the Artemis 2 crewed mission next year. The pair will be joined by Canadian Jeremy Hansen and Reed Wiseman on the flight. The announcement brings NASA a step closer to a mission that will return humans to the vicinity of the moon for the first time since the Apollo program roughly 5 decades ago. Through Artemis, NASA plans to land the first woman, the first person of color, and the first astronaut from another country on the moon. As strikes in France and sanctions on Russia threaten to limit gasoline shipments, drivers on the east coast of the U.S. are at risk of rising fuel prices this summer. New York gasoline futures have shifted into the most bullish structure since November, a sign of supply tightness in May. With U.S. gas stockpiles at a 9-year low and demand up from 2022, the drop may
아래쪽으로 흘러가기 시작하네.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Originals, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm John Hyland, and this is Bloomberg.
Energy price costs.
And I'm Katie Gupta. Let's dive right into price action here because, John, on the surface, it doesn't look like much is going on, at least when you look at the equity market, which last time I checked was flat on the day. And look, it still is 41.06. How much of the technicals is driving the action there? But look at the NASDAQ seeing some severe underperformance, John. I wonder how much of that is simply a risk-off move in the tech space. We're going to dive into some of the individual movers in just a moment. Take a look at the bond market, though. The ISM data really changing the game here as we see the 10-year yield at 342, sustainably under 350. Remember, round numbers matter, and you are still seeing that, of course, Fed swaps pricing in a
strike 200
point hike
and total premiums 124,800.
Perhaps pulling down the dollar as well. The Bloomberg Dollar Index weaker by 0.2%, but I think the highlight of today's
TNSLA put split offer strike 180 and total premiums 160,140.
Move for that commodity after OPEC is talking about a surprise cut in production. We're going to get into that in just a second, John. Walk us through some of the movers.
Yeah, well, I think deal news is definitely one of the drivers of movers today, Critty. Certainly here in Canada, we've been closely watching this Teck Resources drama with Glencore's hostile pursuit of the company, and Teck Resources saying we're not interested. But right now, the Glencore team is going to stay very much in pursuit, so a lot of analysts wondering if there could be a higher offer on the table. We'll continue to watch that right now. We're also continuing to watch the latest with WWE and this bigger plan to put it together with UFC. And the market reaction suggests that rolling that equity into the new company was a bit of a sore spot for investors, but nevertheless, quite an interesting road ahead for the combined company. And Critty, you said it already. Those higher oil prices, that has resulted in a huge surge in energy stocks today within the Dow. You got Chevron at the top of the leaderboard, and names like Exxon also along for the ride on this Monday.
Yeah, a massive move. Oil prices in the session, we're looking at 84 handle on Brent, not far behind on WTI. A result of OPEC's production cuts announced over the weekend, giving one more headache for central bankers. Earlier, St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard reacted to the price surge. Take a listen.
This was a surprise, the OPEC decision, but whether it will have a lasting impact, I think, is an open question. Oil prices fluctuate around. It's hard to track exactly. Some of that might feed into inflation and make our job a little bit more difficult.
Okay, so yeah, another wild card out there. Let's bring in Julia Fanzaris, who covers the energy market and oil futures for Bloomberg News. Julia, let's just start with how this all came together in the first place and what we learned over the last 24 hours.
Absolutely. So as we now know, on Sunday, OPEC Plus did a surprise cut. So they were planning, or we had heard, that they were going to keep output the same, but they cut by 1 million barrels a day, or so they say they're going to cut it by that much. And analysts and markets obviously were taken by surprise because 1 million barrels a day, that is no chump change. That is going to impact crude markets. And so now analysts are analyzing, well, is this only going to impact it in the second half of the year when there was really going to be that supply crunch because China was going to come back on the market? Or are we going to see that sooner in the summer driving session when we weren't expecting as much of a demand crunch or supply crunch, but now there might be because obviously summer driving.
엔비디아 했지. 업사이드 컵 팔고 다운사이드 풋 사고 그래가지고 거기서 또이또이해서 손해볼 거 없이 지금 프로텍션을 좀 하고 SOXL도
TSLA put split offer strike 180 and total premiums 178,770.
SOXL도 비슷한 방법으로
and change the picture, but they aren't shifting their price forecast just yet.
Certainly something we're keeping an eye on. Bloomberg's Julia Fanzaris all over the oil markets. We thank you as always. Now combine that with March U.S. manufacturing activity coming in lower than expected. What does it all mean for the bond market? Who better to ask than Alex Pell, U.S. economist over at Mizuho. Alex, we have two things to factor in right now: a higher oil price and lower bond yields. What is a bigger concern to you?
I think in the near term, one of the things that I'm looking at, first of all, thank you for having me. What I'm really looking at right now.
이게 올라가는 듯하게 또 유혹을 하는데.
Because when you look at interest rates going out the curve, since the
TSLA put sweet bought for strike 190 and total premiums 192,923.
뭐 엔트리 시그널이 나오네요. 이제 엔트리 시그널 보통 200일 1분봉으로 봤을 때 200일이 아니죠. 150 유기선에 맞으면은 거기가 저항이 되는데.
TSLA call sweet bought for strike 205 and total premiums 143,618.
Pricing in cuts to the market, and they've been proven wrong by the stronger data and continually just pushing out the cuts. And I think the thing that you really have going into this episode is that you have an economy that's less sensitive to short-term interest rates. You have a consumer that is wealthier than it has been in a generation, and this is a really strong backbone for the economy going in or starting.
이렇게 횡보장에서는 특별히 뭐 할 것도 없고 괜히 해봐야 틀릴 수도 있고.
But I think when you're thinking about the potential downside of the economy, really the low end of the outcomes looks probably something like a run-of-the-mill recession. So there's a lot of upside from there as well. So the bond market is pricing in pretty much a very quick deterioration.
여기서 밀려 보통.
The quickness of that deterioration.
밀리게 되어 있어.
Deterioration potentially going to be coming from? If you're looking at some of the data here, at least from, let's say, the ISM data that we got today, does it have that effect of, okay, look, rate hikes are actually working and perhaps not with the lag that we previously expected?
완전히 헤드앤숄 더블 발음, 헤드앤숄더 더블 발음. 이건 뭐냐 오늘? 무슨 차트가 그려지려나 오늘?
Because they're nervous about the recession, then that can become self-fulfilling. And this is part of the Fed's tightening campaign. I mean, they want a weaker economy. Going into the SVB episode, they were thinking about raising their terminal rate even further. People were talking about 6% terminal rates. And so now they're kind of in a wait-and-see mode. They're going to see how much bang they're going to get from the SVB episode. And then they're going to assess to see whether or not that means they need to be holding, raising interest rates more, or cutting.
All considerations for sure. And Alex, going back to the turmoil that dominated the headlines within banking for the last couple of weeks, one of the takeaways from that was the belief that, at least for some of the smaller banks, that they are going to be a lot more restrictive when it comes to their lending in the months ahead. Does that, in essence, do some of what the Fed may have been doing anyway?
Look, I mean, there's a wide range of estimates on how much
the
pullback in lending at the small bank level, regional bank level may be worth. And so I think the answer is right now, it's probably worth something. You know, Chair Powell talked about an additional hike or more. I've seen estimates from some of my colleagues that are much higher than that. And I think the answer right now is that we don't know. And we're not even going to see that really in the data for several months, at least in the hard economic data. So I think what that also means is something that markets have to consider and investors need to consider is that the market is likely to react very differently to weak data versus strong data. You know, right now, weak data, there's going to be a very strong reaction to that. Strong data is going to be faded because we need to wait and see is what's going to be the impact from SVB.
Well, Alex, let's put some numbers on that. Spin it
XLY call sweet buffer strike 140 and total premiums 207,480.
payroll ridiculous number. What does that do to the 10-year? How high do yields go?
Look, I mean, 10-year is around 340 right now, a little under 350 basis points. I think that if you get it,
찰스 왑은 오히려 컬이 들어오는데 지금.
and we put out a forecast of 300,000, I think the bond market might end the day, the 10-year yields will end the day flat.
Well, let's see if Alex Pell is right. Tune in Friday. We'll have that special coverage.
You call sweep offer strike 300 and total premiums 398,000.
Of a major restructuring, just as we're talking about the labor market. UBS, a similar story. The details ahead. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
뭐 지금 푸시 많이 들어온다 그래가지고 그게 뭐 앞으로 향후에 어떻게 된다는 건 아니고 그냥 트레이드 하는 거예요. 그런 거는. 오늘 지금 하락세로 가니까 주식 대신 옵션으로 트레이드를 하는 거죠.
Drawing on deep expertise across the world's public and private markets in pursuit of long-term returns. PGIM, our investments shape tomorrow, today.
OIH put split offer strike 300 and total premiums 225,000. SPY put sweep offer strike 390 and total premiums 187,500. QQQ put sweep offer strike 300 and total premiums 277,200. QQQ put sweep offer strike 300 and total premiums 264,000. SPY put sweep offer strike 390 and total premiums 189,000.
So I knew I was actually given a handbag by my mother when I was about 60, one of her old handbags.
B call split offer strike 220 and total premiums 120,868.
What fashion does, and so I went at 18 to Florence, knowing that.
VIX call split offer strike 30 and total premiums 126,698.
That's going to be very interesting, I think, over the next sort of 10 years. I think the onshoring of craft and manufacturing is going to be fascinating, actually. I mean, I watched the offshoring, I literally saw it, and I think we're going to be seeing that coming back to local. We have to. When we're all looking at our objectives in terms of carbon, you know, proximity is going to be key.
Enjoy the excitement of a night of music.
ESLA call sweep offer strike 200 and total premiums 112,500.
And memorable archival concerts, all from the comfort of home. Use our free 24-hour trial and see why the Boston Globe calls it musically rewarding. And the Berkshire Edge says the orchestra has never played better. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsored by Bank of America.
SPY put sweep offer strike 390 and total premiums 252,000.
아유, 오늘 장 징글징글하다. 징글징글합니다.
Sweep offer strike 392 and total premiums 283,710. EFE call sweep offer strike 40 and total premiums 255,000.
UBS reportedly will cut its workforce by up to 30% after completing the takeover of Credit Suisse. That could impact up to 36,000 employees. Bhumeshali Basic is.
페니주는 여러분들이 볼륨이 얼마나 있나 보고선 볼륨이 여러분들이 합쳐도 될 정도면은 그렇게 해서 한번 몰아보세요. 난 볼륨 몇 개 넣을 수 있어, 몇 개 넣을 수 있어 해가지고.
VIX call split offer strike 25 and total premiums 264,143.
네, 오늘 거래량이 40만이에요. 40만. 여러분들이 모아가지고 40만, 20만 불 움직일 수 있으면은 이거 이런 거는 다 매니플레이트 할 수 있어. 20만 불 움직일 수 있습니다.
UBS felt about the whole situation. It did feel like there were some concerns about what this deal would mean directionally, just given the way Credit Suisse operated and the way that UBS itself operated.
BBVB put sweet bought for strike 120 and total premiums 104,500.
Does it end up being?
Of course, very complicated, John, for the single reason that we had been discussing about the managers looking line by line at every business and figuring out what needs to go and what needs to stay. That's this broader question for Wall Street. You have concentration risks now that you have to consider.
테슬라는 과연 190을 유지해줄까?
190 and total premiums 145,290. SQ call sweet bought for strike 87.5 and total premiums 141,450.
The other business of IPOs and leverage finance. UBS has been pretty capital light in that business. They both have big presences in Asia. Do they really want to get deeper into leverage loans, for example, a place that Credit Suisse had a ton of expertise and was one of the top players? So there's a lot to be gained here, but a lot of decisions in terms of strategy that could change for UBS. But again, the old CEO is back as well, Sergio Rabati, so let's see how much he wants to
BWZ put sweet bought for strike 26 and total premiums 117,960.
And let's get to our stock of the hour. McDonald's has reportedly closed offices for a few days this week as it plans layoffs as part of
바닥 치면 올라오고 위에 오면 뿅망치 맞고.
QQQ put sweet bought for strike 260 and total premiums 188,000.
Restaurant analyst. Michael, it is interesting that the stock, I mean, there's all these reasons why investors have been gravitating towards McDonald's in recent days. Given that there's
ESLA call sweet bought for strike 190 and total premiums 114,400. AI call sweet bought for strike 40 and total premiums 138,219.
Not a huge surprise for investors today. You know, I think when the news first came across the
도치코인 가지고는 장난쳐도 야단 안 맞죠?
why now? McDonald's has been absolutely knocking the cover off the ball. Obviously, there was some margin pressure for the corporate owners.
SEC에 저촉될 거 없죠, 도치코인.
When it comes to the top line, McDonald's has done a phenomenal job. You know, you have to think that, you know, in the back of their head, they're expecting things to get worse, and they've been pretty clear with their communication about that as well. So, you know, on the last earnings call, they said a mild to a moderate recession in the U.S. was their base case. They think it's going to be even worse in Europe because of the inflation that they're seeing here in the first half. So, I think it kind of jives, right? They think things are going to get worse here for the economy, and that's why they're looking to cut some jobs.
Michael, put this into perspective.
AUPH call sweet bought for strike 12 and total premiums 109,200.
But put this into context for us about previous rounds or previous layoffs and restructurings that McDonald's has dealt with. Is this
모르는 종목도 많아. Where?
SPX put split bought for strike 2,700 and total premiums 11625,000. SPX put split bought for strike 2,900 and total premiums 15750,000. SPX put split bought for strike 2,800 and total premiums 27 million.
그럼 트위터에서도 그 코인을 사용하겠다는 그런 약간의 암시를 준 게 아닌가? 와, 금이 2,000이 넘어갔습니다. 금값이 되어버렸네요, 이제.
Is going to increasingly just sort of following what Critty was saying, thinking about how technology is continuing to change the way all of their businesses run.
아, 뉴먼트는 생각보다 안 오르네. 금은 1%가 올랐는데 뉴먼트는 0.2%. GDX를 갔어야 되는데. 아. GDX는 금보다 빨리 가는데.
TSLA call split bought for strike 192.5 and total premiums 107,100.
For the restaurant space is kind of unique, you know. For the restaurant employees, they have have to go into work. There's no working from home. There's no
AAPL calls sweet offer strike 170 and total premiums 148,020
come in on a day-to-day basis because they don't want to be seen as
징글징글하다 이거.
a different class of citizen from their employees, right? So I think restaurant chains in general have approached telecommuting a little bit differently than some of the other industries out there.
Okay, helpful context. Michael, thanks very much. We'll continue to watch.
뭔가 결정이 딱 낮았으면 좋겠는데 이 정도면은 떨어져야 되는 거 아니에요? 더? 차트가 딱 보면 이 정도면 쫙 위에서 눌려가지고 아래에서 받쳐주다가 밑으로 팡 떨어져야 되는 그런 차트인데
Look further with the Botanist Isla Dry Gin.
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately, we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist.
조용하지?
You are a business leader, I think.
뉴스가 안 나와 왜?
And so what's your best piece of advice?
I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. When we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. Now, what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I think probably I try and play that role.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite, positioning companies to meet the next generation of challenges, breaking out of traditional roles.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
Look for Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg.
EYPL put sweet offer strike 80 and total premiums 143,322. QQQ put sweet offer strike 344 and total premiums 404,286. Spywood split offer strike 412 and total premiums 125,860. TDD calls sweet offer strike 75 and total premiums 114,975. Spywood sweet offer strike 411 and total premiums 225,665.
Trump has better chance of winning nomination.
The markets are going to have to contend with the fact that this guy could become president again.
I think he
뭐야? Google to cut down on employee laptop service and staplers for multi-year saving.
Voices there on Bloomberg Television reacting to former President
Uber
Trump's
calls sweet offer strike 32.5 and total premiums 116,480.
According to his lawyers, Bloomberg's Simone Foxman is outside Trump Tower.
구글에서 인플로이드한테 스테이플러랑 랩탑이랑 또 뭐였지? 그거를 이제 안 준대요. 코스트 세이빙하기 위해서.
Either for or against Trump. We've seen a couple, a bit of a contingent, and I don't know if you can see it behind me. Traffic permitting, there are a contingent holding banners, Trump for president, as well as some saying, lock him up. And you may have heard that just now from the onlookers that are gathered here behind me. Right now, we understand Trump is in the air. He's on his way to New York. It's a 2.5 hour flight from Florida. So we do expect him to come here to Trump Tower.
ESLA put sweet offer strike 200 and total premiums 190,500.
와, 드디어 APLS 컬이 들어왔네. 이제 이게 오늘 제가 본 급등주인데. APLS.
indictment.
Yeah, certainly something that we're keeping an eye on. It's interesting, Simone, in just those 30 seconds, you basically saw both sides
SOX
of the
help with
argument.
sweep
Thank you,
offer
as
strike
always, for
19.
covering that.
절대 종목 추천은 아니고 떼돈 벌고 싶은 사람은 이런 종목들 가면은 떼돈 벌거나 폭망하거나 지금 이게 옵션 트레이드도 같이 들어와 버리네.
It is obviously to your point a bigger question now about how this starts to influence the road to 2024 as we still wait for more specifics tied to this arraignment in the first place.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially when you are kind of bracing, at least New York City is bracing for that mass response, protests, rallies, whatever. We, of course, will have full coverage for you on
절대 추천 아닙니다.
In the meantime, let's get a quick check on these markets. The S&P 500 still flat, but the pain really in the NASDAQ down about 1%. You are seeing the 10-year yield 3.43. Stick with us. More markets coverage ahead. That does it for me and John. This is Bloomberg.
TSLA call sweep offer strike 195 and total premiums 100,395. PHM call split offer strike 40 and total premiums 443,250. TSLA call split offer strike 180 and total premiums 136,500. TSLA call sweep offer strike 192.5 and total premiums 151,985. SPX put split offer strike 3,910 and total premiums 592,620. LLY call sweep offer strike 350 and total premiums 562,740. SPY call sweep offer strike 407 and total premiums 125,600.
Increasing the number of women managers leads to better decision making and moderates overconfidence. European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde insists that male domination of the banking industry made the 2008 collapse of Lehman Brothers more likely. As Lagarde put it, if it had been Lehman Sisters rather than Lehman Brothers, the world might well look a lot different today.
News breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
We've never seen anything like it. This was a decision that maybe was the best out of three very bad decisions, but it could prove to be a mistake.
피디님 혹시 APLS 이런 거 종목 아시는 종목이에요?
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
From New York City, from London, in Sydney, from Washington, Tokyo.
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
이런 파머스리커 같은 경우에는 뭔가가 임상 실험 같은 거 뉴스가 없으면은
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
Great question. Great question. Great question.
Best question I get all night.
어코지션 인터레스트가 있구나. 그럼 벌써 다 오른 거네.
XLE call split offer strike 80 and total premiums 342,500.
An OPEC shock and economic downer, financial markets in flux. I'm Romain Bostic alongside Katie Greifeld, kicking you off to the close on this Monday afternoon.
Welcome back.
TSLA call sweep offer strike 100 and total premiums 163,6850.
Felt like a pretty busy week, yeah, and it's shaping up to be another big week, even though we do have
QQQ put sweep offer strike 310 and total premiums 834,624.
Katie Greifeld? Well, to the big news of the day, and that's that second line in your screen, a 6% rally right now on Brent crude after that Sunday night surprise out of the OPEC plus nations, 1.6 million barrels a day.
EDD put sweet spot for strike 80 and total premiums 374.
And of course, you're seeing the energy market hang on to that move. But what's interesting, if you look in the bond market, you saw 2-year Treasury yield spike.
APL에서는 어코지션 소식이 있어가지고 점프한 거예요.
On the day, because then we got some weak data when it comes to ISM manufacturing. So quickly, the fear shifted from inflation back to growth.
We're going to talk a lot about that because, of course, you are right. That factory data really a big part of why you're seeing red across most of the major markets here. Interesting, though, too, a lot of focus on the credit markets and the ability of some of these banks to offload loans. No big deal out there was bigger than the one Citrix. That big buyout deal and the amount of money that banks still had on their balance sheets. It looks like it's going to be about a $1.3 billion loss on some of those, at least on a key part of that package, at least based on Bloomberg reporting.
Hate to see it. That is a big number. And of course, some of the banks that we're talking about, that includes,
Katie Greifeld.
just saying it like it is, Goldman, Bank of America, Credit Suisse, just some of the banks that were involved.
Well, while you were focused on Citrix, while you are also focused on OPEC, the rest of the world was focused on WWE. This is wrestling, Katie Greifeld.
다우는 오늘 찐하다.
Which is just like, I think, just kicking people in the face. And apparently they're going to combine this big Voltron, a $21 billion deal that's all being orchestrated by Ari Emanuel's endeavor.
When it comes to televised combat entertainment, this is huge, huge news to see these two empires join and to hear Vince McMahon say that really this is the best outcome possible for the shareholders.
Well, it's certainly the best outcome for him. We'll see. It remains to be seen how this works out for shareholders, but a big deal and actually part of a couple of deals announced today on, I guess, what we can call a merger Monday here. We do want to get right to what's going on in the markets. And coming off of last week, we had that big rally, that big 3-day tech rally. Some folks saying it's overdone, including Mike Wilson over at Morgan Stanley. His latest note saying, we see little evidence that a new bull market has begun and believe the bear still has unfinished business. Tech's relative outperformance may have been able
그래도 엔비디아 같은 거는 1%밖에 안 빠졌네 오늘. 오늘 뭐 심하게 빠지는 장도 아니네. 흐름이.
Of Mike Wilson over at Morgan Stanley. Joining us right now is Paul Christopher. He's head of global investment strategy over at the Wells Fargo Investment Institute. And Paul, I do want to start here with kind of the broader narrative here of folks looking for opportunities in this market and whether you do gravitate to growth stocks, if you will, tech stocks for the proxy, if you will, or do you stay defensive in this environment?
Yeah, we would stay defensive. I think a better word is quality focused. We like healthcare, we like energy, we like information technology, all three of those really good organic revenue growth we think into the future. Energy in particular is a cash generator. Oil prices have sold off here. We think it's gone too far. And energy looks like an attractive ad for people who have cash and are looking to get into this market today.
Was that, I'm just curious too, I mean, is that theory that you have right now, is that sort of pre the big announcement by OPEC Plus last night?
Yeah, actually, we've been looking for a recession now for about a year, and you could say we're early, but we were just glad that we got into a quality mode early, and we're able to close off the year with that, and we think that's the place to be right now. This market is just going to trade in a broad range, and you want to be looking for quality when it's down in price like it is right now.
And so when it comes to energy stocks particularly, it's interesting. When you think about the past quarter to start 2023, energy posted losses. Energy, of course, has been one of the outperformers going back the past few years. But when you're thinking about, being positive on energy here, how does positioning wrap in?
근데 일론 머스크는 왜 이렇게 더치코인에 집착을 할까요? 뭔가 하긴 할 건가 그걸로? 근데 더치코인은 일론 머스크가 만드는 것도 아니잖아요. 그랬나? 일론 머스크가 만든 거야? 난 더치코인에 대해서 전혀 아는 게 없어가지고. 있다는 자체만 알지.
Investment strategies as the head of global investment strategies. How do you consider cash right now? Is it still sort of a way station, a place to hide out, or can it be considered as an asset class of its own?
Well, I mean, we think of cash as something that adds some lubrication to the portfolio, right? You can use cash to help execute transactions that you want to get done. But we would really prefer to see cash for those purposes be a low amount.
그쵸? 그냥 찍은 거죠.
Sure where the markets are going, and I need to have cash for expenses. We understand that too. Having 12 to 18 months worth of cash expenses in cash on hand, that's not a bad idea. It avoids maybe some forced selling at low market values. We like that idea as well. So we would put maybe cash into a couple of buckets, but then what's left over, and investors do have a lot of cash beyond that emergency fund, that rainy day fund, and that's where we think that really it's a good idea to do some dollar cost averaging, to invest incrementally. Look, this market's been in a broad range since April of last year. You want to be buying when the things you like are low, those quality-oriented sectors I mentioned, like IT, healthcare, energy. Buy when those things are low, and then maybe hold off when they start to get a little bit overpriced. Again, we get towards the top end of the range.
Well, give us a sense, though, as to why, Paul, you don't think a lot of people get that. And I mean, I understand in the institutional community they get that, but you get so many.
야, 정말 숏하고 싶다 지금. 근데 지금 너무 애매한 위치까지 오니까 아주 결정장애 가고 있어. 숏하고 싶다.
I think 2008 really bulks large for people in their memories, and the market went down a lot that year, and there were people who just got out at the bottom, and they've never looked back. Maybe they didn't want to look back. That's not really the way to make the kind of return on your investment or make the return on your savings that we think investors are going to need going forward. Look, healthcare costs, education costs, those are going up. They've been going up at much more than the CPI, and we think they'll continue to go 5 or 6% inflation rates going forward. So you're going to need some way to make sure the cash that you have today can still meet your expenses tomorrow. We think stock investing, equity investing is the way to do that. There are ways to hedge the risk with bonds and so forth, but being invested is really important, we think, for making sure you have that purchasing power when you need it later on.
All right, Paul, great stuff. Always great to talk to you. Paul Christopher, Head of Global Investment Strategy at Wells Fargo Investment Institute, helping to kick off today's program. A lot to talk about, including the big rally in oil, biggest rally we've seen in about a year on the back of that surprise cut in production announced by OPEC+. Well, plus, we're going to hear from our exclusive interview with St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard. He sat down with
에너지는 계속 컬옵션이 많이 거래가 되고 있고 테슬라, 디아, 또 벌레로는 또 컬옵션인가? 알 수가 없어.
Look further with the Botanist Isla Dry Gin.
Okay, so you're moving in on me quick, distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your night because it's really bothering me.
BX, 블랙스톤.
What did you get up to this weekend?
사실 블랙스톤도 잘못하면 데미지 먹을 수도 있는데.
I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that. I will take this. Put it over here.
Not cool. Not cool. All right. I will.
야, 여기 딱 쇼치기 좋은 위치인데 갈등 때린다.
Very good game. Well played.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
S&P 4100 많이 빠지지 않아. 4100 유지하면은 괜찮은 분위기인데. 오케이, 쭈니님 천천히 오세요. 천천히. 이제 쭈니님 나갈 때부터 올라가는 시간이에요. 천천히. 쭈니님 나갈 때 추세선 한번 돌파해보자. 모두를 살려야 될 거 아니야. 롱 잡으신 분들 살아나야 돼요. 조심해서 다녀오세요.
For all your Fed coverage, keep it tuned to Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Folks, when it comes to price stability in the energy market, the ace up the sleeve for the U.S. government has always been the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's the largest emergency supply of crude oil in the world. Spawned in the 1970s after that Arab oil embargo, it was meant as a way to shield the country from supply disruptions, like, well, the one we got overnight with Sunday's surprise OPEC Plus production cuts. And that brings us to the big number. It's 371 million. That's the number of barrels of oil left right now in the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's about half of its capacity. And that means that the ace up the sleeve for the U.S. economy is, well, at this point, more like a jack or maybe even a number card at this point. Now, in fairness to the Biden administration, its decision last year to tap 180 million barrels out of the strategic reserve was tied to that effort to ease supply issues after Russia invaded Ukraine.
우리 인간 지표가 딱 2명 있잖아요. 뭐 나까지 포함하면 3명. 하나 우리 익절이 형님이 지겹다 그러면 그때부터 이제 거의 횡보의 끝이 끝나는 그런 타이밍. 쭈니님 애들 학교 데려다 줄 때 시간상으로 그때 이제 파워 아워 시작되기 바로 직전부터 이제 약간의 시장의 변동성과 변화가 생기고 내가 찡찡대기 시작하면은 진짜 시장 안 가는 날이고.
Regina, it's great to have you with us. Obviously, you're seeing energy markets, oil markets broadly hold this move, but put this move by OPEC Plus into context. Is this a knee-jerk reaction that we're seeing in markets, or are we on the path to sustainably higher oil?
I think it's noteworthy for several reasons. Number one, it's a more meaningful cut than has come in the past, whereas I would have said some of the earlier production cuts were more like window dressing because it was really just aligning quotas with actual production. So I think this is going to be a meaningful reduction in crude coming off the market, about 1% of global supply. Second is it's equally but shared across a broader group of member countries, and it was really surprising. There was no chatter. There's usually a lot of signaling about what they're planning to do. So that tells me several things. Number one, it does tell me that the Saudis are sort of pegging maybe $80 is a more appropriate floor for Brent, and that they want to manage a higher price threshold. The second thing that it's telling me is that they're going to be more preemptive in their strikes. You know, some of what's happening with global banking, does it foreshadow a global financial crisis? I don't think so, but maybe they're taking a page from that playbook and saying we're going to be preemptive on the downside, and we're going to try to push more for the upside.
And Regina, the fact that it was a surprise, like you point out, that there was no signaling, the type of messaging that you would expect from OPEC Plus that we've grown accustomed to. What does that say about future communication from OPEC Plus? Is this something that maybe we should be getting used to?
Well, it's definitely going to keep us on our toes for the next time, because I think we were really accustomed to more of the dribble effect of news kind of being water dropped into the global community. I think they wanted to hit the markets and have the effect that they did have, right? Prices are higher than they've been in almost a year, and they've restored back into the 80s.
오늘 정말 뉴스도 없다. 파이낸셜 주스에서 보통 주구장창 맨날 뭐 뉴스 맨날 쭉쭉쭉 밀어줘야 되는데 전혀 오늘은 조용해요.
Well, I mean, they certainly managed managed to surprise this time around, something they haven't done in a while. When I look through, though, some of the current levels of production and the idea here of sort of what a cut would actually mean, assuming that they hit that target, I mean, a lot of these nations are already sort of there already or not far.
스파이 양정 가면
1.6 million or something significantly less.
나스닥도 좀 올라가겠죠?
being taken off the market.
I think, Romain, what we're expecting in terms of real supply coming off the market is about 1 million, which I said, which will still be meaningful. It's more meaningful than what's come in the past.
테슬라도 뭐 190대만 좀 유지해주면 뭐 내일도 상승할 가능성이 있지 않을까.
There are some economic indicators that are more bullish for Chinese demand. So they're cutting going into a time where we do believe we'll have increased demand, and they're having the impact that they will have. Now, here's the other response mechanism, though, right? The U.S. producers, which have been really struggling because the cost of producing oil in the U.S. has gone up quite substantially, this would motivate more production in the U.S. and elsewhere.
Well, that's what I'm curious about. I mean, this standoff that we've seen between the oil producers and the Biden administration, obviously some of this was sort of driven more by investors, even before the Biden administration got there. The idea.
야, 쇼 타고 싶다 여기서. 근데 여기서 하면은 또 네.
That could meaningfully shift. Now, is there, I guess, a profit motive for them to finally come out and pump more?
Well, I think I would maybe make it a bit
네,
more.
보시다시피 진짜로 여기 보면은 진짜로 옵션 거래량이 엄청나네요. 거래량이 엄청.
Judicious about when they make capital allocation decisions and how aggressively they will go forward into production. But it is hard, right? It's hard to get access to supplies. It's hard to get access to labor. Latest statistics show that total cost of recovery is $62 per barrel, up from $56 per barrel. Now, in an environment where WTI is over 80, that's still a nice margin, and that will prompt more drilling and more production. It's just how quickly can that come to fruition? And frankly, how do we deal with all the other issues that are the ones that have been dampening production around supply chain and labor and costs?
All right, Regina, always wonderful to talk to you. Regina Mayer there, she's Global Head of Clients and Markets over at KPMG. A look at the oil market, oil prices, which are going to settle in just about 15 minutes' time, having their best day in about a year. Coming up, we're going to talk about what's been going on in the world of hedge funds and how money is allocated. Cambridge Associates making a big commitment to hedge funds owned by women and minorities. Jasmine Richards is the head of diverse manager research over at Cambridge Associates, and she's going to be joining us in just a second. This is Bloomberg.
Plain vanilla, garden variety is totally delusional. I mean, it's totally delusional because we're not going to have only inflation. We're not going to have only stagflation. We'll have a stagflationary debt crisis. The worst of the 70s and the worst of the post-GFC period. That's
Nouriel, I got to say, you're not helping with my anxiety levels right now.
I'm going to go. I'm moving my portfolio to cash. 1 second. I got to pause the
Well,
podcast.
cash is not enough because she wipes out by inflation. You have to go to assets, and I can discuss they can hedge you against inflation.
Stagflation
행보가 꼭 나쁘다고 볼 수는 없죠. 이제 컨솔리데이션이 잘 되어서 방향을 잡아주면 되는데 보통 이럴 때는 밑으로 떨어질 가능성이 높기 때문에 그게 가장 지금 신경 쓰이는 부분이고 보통 한 번, 두 번, 세 번, 네 번, 다섯 번, 여섯 번 심해 6번 정도 이렇게 됐다는 거는 뭐 좋은 얘기로 하면은 계속 여기서 서포트를 받는다는 거죠. 긍정적으로 보면 여기서 못 지켜주면은 이제 안 되는 거지.
All right, let's get right to our segment on today's hedge fund headlines. Cambridge Associates planning to hike investments in money management firms owned by women and minorities. About $82 billion over the next 2 years. That's what it's going up to, about 15% of the company's total assets. Joining us right now to discuss the move is Jasmine Richards.
못 지켜줘도 저 멀리 여기서 지켜주는 건데.
Jasmine, thanks for doing this. I want to start off here first with the reaction that you get from clients when you make this type of disclosure public.
Yeah, thanks for asking. Pleasure to be with both of you today. Over the last couple of years, just to level set, Romaine, I think the last time we spoke in 2020, we had made a commitment to double our assets over the next 5 years, and excited that we were able to achieve that goal 3 years earlier. But we couldn't have gotten there without being embraced by our clients. Over the last 5 years, what we've seen is a tenfold increase in the number of clients that we have that have codified commitments to be inclusive in their investment within their investment policies.
여기가 매스대가 얇아지네. 여기서 깨지면은 쫙 빠지겠는데. 불안하다.
Has there been any pushback, any backlash to this?
I think at the end of the day, we are in a market where you have different opinions. But what's important here is that ultimately we're judged based on performance. And so our role as fiduciaries on behalf of our clients is to go out and deliver performance and mitigate risk. And that's what we're seeing in our portfolio.
CNBC에선 지금 구글에서 스테이플러스 안 준다 그런 거 얘기가지고 그냥 농담처럼 얘기해. 옛날 오피스에서 나오던 얘기.
Recently that we're starting to see some strides in the other direction.
Yes, so hedge funds have typically been a little bit clubby. People tend to hire.
오피스에서 일하면서 스테이플러가 그렇게 중요한가? 요즘엔 다 엘리게이터 클립 쓰지 않나?
Now, as we see more attention being paid to the importance of diversity, you are seeing more efforts.
탈크님 혹시 그 스테이플러가 중요해요? 오피스에서? 구글에서는 스테이플러 지금 없앤다고. 안 나눠준대 이제. 경비 절약하려고.
Both of them starting out with at least $1 billion, which is a very sizable launch, and they're one of the fewest. We haven't seen very many female-led launches, certainly of this size. So that is an optimistic trend that we're seeing.
So maybe the trend is starting to change. But Jasmine, let's talk about the market environment in which this is happening, because to put it mildly, it's
0.5% 어떤 게 0.5%갈까요? 나스닥 얘기하시는 건가? 0.5%가 간다. 야, 0.5%면은 이만큼인데 그럼 너무 좋을 것 같은데.
Yeah, definitely. We think about this from an investment perspective, first of all. And so while you have these different changes in the market environment, we see managers across the entire landscape. And so maybe this is an opportunity to look at strategies in a different area of the market for the next 5 years than we have seen in the last 5 years.
예, 슬슬 꼬물꼬물 움직이네, 애플이.
Volatility also creates an environment where asset owners can review their portfolio and look for different opportunities. And so as we are looking to build partnerships with new managers, it can create an opportunity.
So Jasmine, given that you're putting billions of dollars to work in a short amount of time, how do you think about ticket sizes for these managers, and how do you avoid taking too much risk in what are typically emerging smaller funds?
꼬물꼬물 올라갑니다. 꼬물꼬물 올라가요. 그래도 한참 미치네. 갈 길이 머네요.
To place different sizes of assets with individual fund managers. And so part of the opportunity that our platform delivers is for us to leg into managers over time, figure out currently where the best opportunities are in our portfolios for those fund managers and grow with them.
Jasmine, this may be a dumb question, but forgive me, but just give us a sense here of the metrics that you use to evaluate performance.
제발 쭉 한번 가보자. 쭉 한번 오늘 없었던 것처럼.
there something different here?
오늘 아무 일도 없었던 일을 시쭉 한번 합시다.
What we're doing different and is thinking about how we are evaluating those fund managers in an equitable manner, but applying that across the board. So we're certainly using the same metrics, but if we're thinking about something like where someone went to school or their background, that's not just measured in terms of the names of the franchises that they were part of. It's what did you specifically do in those roles? How is that applicable to the strategy that you're running? So just continually having an eye towards equity is what's important.
And Hema, just to sort of tie a bow on this conversation, we know that diverse managers, they tend to be newer managers and thus are pretty much smaller in size. Talk to us about the importance of early allocation.
It goes a very long way, you know. It's the first step in building a snowball of assets, and in the industry we do tend to judge a success of a firm by how much money they manage and obviously their performance as well too. And so those early few months, those early years, if you get, you know, a notable investor, if you get sizable assets, that can go a long way into getting more assets. But what we often see
여기서 또 한번 끊어야 되나?
it can be a bit of a struggle, and especially in this environment, the fundraising environment has been challenging in the recent years.
All right, Hema, going to have to leave it there. Great stuff, Hema Palmer of Bloomberg News. And our thanks there to Jasmine. Thank you, Jasmine. Jasmine Richards, Cambridge Associates, head of diverse manager research, as that company seeks to allocate about 15% of its total book to women and minority-owned managers. Let's take a quick look at the market here. It's been all over the map. The S&P relatively unchanged, but that big tech rally that we saw over the previous 3 days being unwound today. NASDAQ 100 down about 0.9%. Big rally going on in the Treasury space. This is Bloomberg.
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately, we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, you know, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
Look, I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. And when we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. Now, what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I think probably I try and play that role.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
이제 그 고점에 왔나? 이렇게 힘이 빠지나? 왜 빠지나?
markets to close almost 2:30 here in New York. Let's get you caught up on what's happening in the commodity space. Keeping an eye on that big rally that we're seeing in crude as we wait for these numbers to settle. It does look like they are going to settle above $80 a barrel. A 6% gain on the day. Combine that with the previous 2 days, and you get about a 10% rally in WTI crude. Similar story for Brent, and of course, as crude goes, so does gasoline. Gasoline futures up about 3% here on the day on the back of that big announcement by OPEC Plus nations that they plan.
일단 여기서 일단 수익 한번 잡고.
Effectively amount to about 1 million barrels of oil, but that's having big reverberations worldwide. You're seeing that in the base metal space, aluminum, copper, all moving lower here on the day. And keep an eye on some of the soft commodities. Corn and soybean futures had gone higher a little bit. Corn down on the day right now. Soybean futures, though, did settle higher by about 1%. A lot of focus on biofuels anytime you see crude oil creep back up towards that $100 level.
Well, Romain, that OPEC decision, it surprised many, including St. Louis Fed President James Bullard. He spoke exclusively earlier with Bloomberg's Mike McKee about how it will impact monetary policy as well as the Fed's reaction to the bank crisis earlier last month.
I do think that the reaction to the banking problems was swift and was appropriate, and both here in the U.S. and overseas. And so I think, the idea that there are macro-prudential tools that you can use in that kind of situation that seems to have worked so far.
NYMEX diesel May futures set to that $2.66 a gallon.
We can react with macro-prudential tools again.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
신호 들어왔어요.
Back to target. So I think this idea that you can walk and chew gum at the same time.
NYMEX gasoline May futures set to that $2.75 a gallon.
이럴 줄 알았어. 참 대단해. 대단한 시장이야.
NYMEX WTI crude May futures set to that $80.42 a barrel. That's up $4.75 or 6.28%. And NYMEX natural gas May futures set to that $2.09.
Is always important. I would have expected somewhat higher oil prices anyway, with China coming back sooner than expected during the first half here of 2023, and with Europe skirting recession. So both of those, and strong data in the U.S., all of those are pretty bullish factors, I would say, for the oil market. This was a surprise, the OPEC decision, but whether it will have a lasting impact, I think, is an open question.
Now, you had already moved up your estimate of where the Fed funds rate needed to be to bring down inflation. You were talking an effective rate of around 5.6%. Does this change that calculation at all? And can you explain why you think we need to go that high to hit the terminal rate?
이제 또 자르고.
I think we'll need to get over 5%. The committee says that the median.
이제 못 갈 것 같을 때는 싹싹 끊어버려야지. 괜히 미련 갔다가 다시 밀려서 손실을 생겨요.
And I'd look mostly at the core measures of inflation, like PCE core inflation, or the Dallas Fed trim mean, which really hasn't come down very much at all. It's still in the 4% range, so 4.6 or something like that. So we're still talking about a lot of inflation, more than double our inflation target on that basis. And oil prices fluctuate around. It's hard to track exactly. Some of that might feed into inflation and make our job a little bit more.
얘는 페니주는 재미도 없더라. 왜냐면은 1센트가 안 움직여 어떨 때는. 그런데 그 가격에 또 안 사죠. 옛날에 그렇게 몇 번 하고 나서부터는 페니주는 정말 나랑 안 맞아.
Seems to be contained, and then there were these OPEC headlines.
Yeah, the OPEC headlines, and I mean this will certainly complicate things a little bit, though. But of course, we've heard these sort of questions posed to Jay Powell back when oil prices were elevated, and he was a little bit dismissive of it, saying that basically, the Fed doesn't really control, or at least this policy mechanism doesn't really control energy prices in the way that it would like. So it tries to focus on the things that it can control. So maybe he's looking a little bit past it.
Perhaps,
뜨니까 예를 들어가지고 뭐 애플이나 마이크로소프트나 뭐 엔비디아나 그런 거는 많이 들어갈 수가 있잖아요. 신뢰가 되니까. 근데 얘는 들어갔다가 물리면은 가루가 되니까 진짜 옵션만도 못해. 그래서 또 익절. 이거 뭐 아주 그냥 이거 뭐 거의 뭐 스캐핑의 이거 뭐 장대 양봉 하나씩 나올 때마다 들어가야 되네.
Absolutely. I mean, and that Ford F-250 you have, of course, pretty difficult to fuel up. A gas guzzler here. All right, a lot more news to cover here, including a look at Disney right now. They're actually wrapping up their first annual shareholders meeting since the return of Bob Iger. Jason Bazinet over at Citi going to be stopping by in just a second to give us his outlook for Disney. That's coming up after the break.
Oh yeah. 또 가라. 또 가라. Oh yeah. 아, 이 선물은 이거 피가 너무 세. 그냥 미니로 할까?
Just make these aware the Treasury Secretary Yellen currently speaking doesn't just say that the Trump tax cut plan is unsuccessful in boosting growth. The Treasury Chief at the moment is reiterating the modern supply-side economics pitch, repeating some prior comments from Yellen here.
Natural gas settle May future 2불 07 097 million BTU. 이게 얼마나 큰 건지 모르겠지만.
Disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only
이렇게 쭉쭉 가네요. 또
Business Authority.
여기서 한 번 더 끊어줄까요?
Positioning companies to meet the next generation of challenges, breaking out of traditional roles.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
Look for Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg.
어차피 끊었다. 피만 날라가지 말고. 오시오 브라켓으로 가볼까요?
The firm found that in 2020, women made up 14% of global fund managers. That's largely unchanged from the year 2000. Morningstar also calculated that while the number of women at the top of the corporate ladder has increased, it won't be until 2060 that women will reach parity with men in the C-suite. Studies have shown that increasing the number of women managers leads to better decision-making and moderates overconfidence. European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde insists that male domination of the banking industry made the 2008 collapse of Lehman Brothers more likely. As Lagarde put it, if it had been Lehman's sisters rather than Lehman Brothers, the world might well look a lot different today.
리어네어님은 주식으로 287만 하신다고요? 풀을 뭐 금으로 만드시나?
Here's what I'm watching. You do not want to miss this story. He's there, the kind of upside.
All right, let's get right to our top calls. The big movers on the back of analyst recommendations. And we start off with Macy's, upgraded to overweight over at JP Morgan. Clear confidence.
일단은 여기까지 올라왔어요. 이제부터가 문제다. 이제부터 가다가 이제 고점에 물릴 가능성이 이게 너무 이게 5분봉으로 보면 장대양봉으로도 올라와가지고 약간 이제 한번 풀백 정도 한번 풀백이 있지 않을까 싶긴 한데.
Intel's roadmap is not getting worse. Shares up 0.6% on the day. And finally, let's take a look at Wolfspeed.
5분봉으로 봐서 150 주기선을 넘어왔으니까 믿고 이제부터 가고 싶긴 한데 이 시장을 믿을 수가 없어요. 길게 한번 쫙 빠지면 딱 좋을만 한데.
Jason Bazinet joining us right now, Global Head of Media Entertainment over at Citi. Bazinet currently has a buy rating on the shares. And Jason, I want to start here really with the return of Iger. It's been about 5 months here. We haven't seen a huge strategy shift. I am curious as to where you think he could potentially pivot the company. Is the focus going to be as diversified as it used to be, or is it going to narrow to some degree?
Well, it's interesting. I think this is one of the problems for the stock is the street doesn't really know what Mr. Iger plans on doing with the street.
오늘 리튬도 많이 깨지네.
Is Disney going to buy the 30% of Hulu they don't
리튬도
own?
많이
Or are they going to
깨지네.
sell the 2/3 of Hulu they do own?
못 올라가고
The
깨지네.
answer to that question, it's a little hard to figure out what their strategy is going to be in the streaming business. That is, are they going to be sort of niche-y with just Disney Plus, or are they really going to try and go after Netflix in a more holistic way? And Hulu is sort of the answer that we need to get before we know where Mr. Iger is going to go with the streaming business.
Well, Jason, just from the perspective of what it would mean for shares, what would be the best answer that Wall Street could get?
We have posted up a live video. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen.
옐렌이 또 뭘 한대네요 지금. 어이구 씨. 이런. 옐렌이 예일에서 뭐를 얘기를 하고 있네. 별건 아닐 것 같긴 한데 대학에서 얘기하는 거니까.
To really be a leader in streaming video. And so what I'm hoping for is they buy the 1/3 of Hulu they don't own and really go for it. But I'm not confident that that's going to happen based on some of Mr. Iger's recent comments about everything being on the table as it relates to Hulu.
What about the sports franchise? I mean, obviously investors were clamoring a while back for some separation of ESPN and that franchise. I think Iger made it.
야, 애플이 그냥 뭐 키오스 퀴즈 난 것처럼 올라가네.
Intriguing things that's going on at Disney right now, and that is they've announced that ESPN is going to have its own reporting segment beginning in the October, November, December quarter of this year. The reason it's so intriguing is in the 4 decades that ESPN has been around, I can't think of a time when the health of ESPN is in greater question. Right? So why would you want to open up the kimono and sort of tell exactly what the revenues are going to be, exactly the margins, right at a time when sports rights costs are going up faster than ever, and cord cutting is happening faster than ever. And I think what it hints at is a strategy for their sports franchise that could put it on a fundamentally different trajectory than the rest of linear television. But that's very much a to be determined.
But do you think that trajectory, and there's been, and this is just pure speculation that we've seen in the markets, that could involve him actually going headfirst into sports, meaning as sports ownership and owning, having more of a stake in the leagues themselves?
아, 여기서 여튼 이제 또 꼭 꼬라지면 안 되는데.
Our best guess is what the marketplace really needs and wants, at least as consumers, is an easier way to find all the sports that are out there. If we keep going down the path we're going down now, all of these individual sports rights that are held by media companies are all going to end up on a different app. And that's just going to be super confusing for the sports fan who's going to be toggling across, 8 different apps. What we think the right answer is that what Disney should try and pioneer is a linear sports package, something that only has 15 channels, but it's every piece of linear sports content that you could want at a much lower price. That would attract a lot of sports fans that have already covered.
시장을 믿어봅시다. 이제 파워 아워에 들어가니까.
of these sports channels a much higher ceiling where they could raise price over the next 10 plus years if you sort of get the retail price down to something that's more palatable by kicking off a lot of the non-sports content that sits on these very fat linear bundles with 200 some odd channels.
Yeah, I can tell you it was already confusing even before the streaming services arise, and it's even more confusing now, Jason. I'm going to have to leave it there. Jason Bazinet over at Citi Research. He covers Disney. He's got a buy rating on the stock. Coming up, our Wall Street Week daily segment. Up next, David Weston joining us for a conversation with Anat Admati, Stanford Graduate School of Business professor of finance and economics, going to talk banking regulation. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
오 예스. 고개 돌린 사이에 장대양봉. 야 근데 좀 금액이 팍팍 올라가야지. 아 이거 좀 약해요 약해.
You know, just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that.
지금 어깨 아파가지고 고개가 안 돌아가네.
Not cool. Not cool. All right. I will concede. I can see. Got me beat.
Very good game. Well played.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
감 잡았어. 이번 주 어떻게 될지.
$4.93 a barrel, up $5.04 or 6.31%.
이번 주도 지난주가 아니라 지지난주처럼 저점 치고 올라가는 그런 장이다. 그렇게 봐야 되겠네요. 분위기가, 느낌, 냄새가 그래요. 왜냐면은 장이 개인 투자자들끼리만 있기 때문에 한 방향으로 세게 갈 수가 없어. 진짜 수급에 의해 가지고 서플라이 디맨드 움직이는 거에 가니까 이제 여기까지 갈까? 여기서 끊어줘야 될까? 이 데스크를 보면 비드가 조금 세긴 한데
issues out there, whether it's over in Switzerland, it's over in Silicon Valley. We've still got a lot of banking issues to resolve.
Yeah, and everyone's now talking about kind of the next shoe to drop, which is kind of regulators getting involved, Congress getting involved, and whether that's
리스크가 세진다 이제.
Yeah, and what went wrong? We thought it was all fixed. We have somebody who actually knows the answer to that question. She's Anat Admati. She is professor of finance at Stanford Business School. So, welcome, professor. Good to have you.
여기서 끊고.
Just where Romain and I were after the 2008 crisis, Dodd-Frank. We kept hearing it was all fixed. We were all better. It doesn't look like it was fixed. What went wrong?
Well, they wanted you to believe it's fixed, but what went wrong is they actually did little. I mean, they tweaked a little bit here and there. They created a whole bunch of alphabet soup of new things and improved this and that so they could say, you know, it's better. It was always a safe, like nobody's saying it's completely safe, but it's better, 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 better. And we solved too big to fail and all these narratives. And it was just wrong.
So that makes it sound like it wasn't so much the regulators missed it, but the regulatory structure was wrong. It was fundamentally wrong from the beginning. If that's right, what would you do?
Well, I mean, they did stuff that didn't actually involve really looking at what was wrong and how best to fix it, meaning most cost-beneficial way, the best, most efficient way. So they created a lot of rules that are not that cost-beneficial. They're wasteful and don't do very much for you. Takes a lot of time for the banks, takes a lot of time of the regulators to, you know, read need a living will or do this or that, instead of going for the simplest, most direct way to reduce the fragility of the system, which of course, first and foremost, has to do with reducing the amount of indebtedness or leverage in the system at the individual level and at the local, the global level, that there's just less IOUs.
Well, when you look at, based on what we know publicly right now about at least the 3 failures that we had here in the U.S., was that an issue of leverage?
It's always an issue of leverage, because if the Silicon Valley Bank had a lot more ability to absorb losses, then they would be able to absorb those losses. And where does the ability to absorb losses come from, if not from investors that like every other company that lives not on the edge like that?
But is the regulatory structure, the way it was set up, was there not an ability for regulators, whether it was at the Fed, at the federal level or at the state level, to see that leverage had maybe gotten to a point that was concerning?
Definitely there was. It just, first of all, they have standards for leverage that are completely, have nothing to do with what's good. Have all to do with the politics of these regulations and with all kinds of ways in which we got stuck in bad rules. But there was, so what they are saying is capitalized, well enough capitalized, is not even beginning to be appropriate.
But what ends up being the balance? Because when you hear from a lot of the bankers, particularly with the big banks, they'll say the more restrictions you place, that's less money we can pump into the economy. Well, I want to hear your thoughts on that.
All I'm talking about is, you can build your equity by retaining your earnings, and you have plenty of money to lend. That's what Warren Buffett does. He always retains his earnings. He invests a lot. His investors are happy. The money's not burnt. It's invested. Just make a worthy investment. And so why is it that you because you're so heavily indebted already, that you hide equity? Well, I have academic research that shows you the dynamics of that. And basically, a heavily indebted borrower, especially if the creditors are not putting tough conditions on you, like depositors don't.
내 AI 미치겠다. 복수여서. 계속 떠드네 시끄럽게.
There's no end to it. The only end to it is if regulators stop it.
Does that leverage support the stock price as a practical matter? Because if you in fact say we're going to have more equity, your stock price is going to go down. CEOs don't.
오늘 또 장이 재밌어지네요.
But that's just about them.
재밌어져요. 이제 챌린지가 생기네.
Fundamentally, there's a conflict between what
어디까지 갈지.
what's good, and they somehow get away with telling us all the stuff they tell us, which is so flawed. So, the book I have on this subject is called The Banker's New Clothes, and it's about flawed claims. That's the Banker's New Clothes that we show are not really valid.
The leverage problem is not a secret. Certainly since 2008, there was a lot of talk about too much leverage. We're going to take leverage out of the system. I heard a lot of reserves, supplemental reserves, special reserves. Why didn't that take the leverage out? Because they seem to go after the reserves issue, not the equity issue.
No. So there's a huge confusion. So the first confusion is on which side of the balance sheet we're talking about. Reserves are stuff that you set aside. Now, they like to say hold capital, set aside capital, as if what I'm talking about is something that passively sits there. That's false. All I'm talking about is funding with...
우리 쭈니님 들어오셨어도 안 들어왔다는 얘기 하지 말고 가만히 계세요.
all these fancy debt securities that magically will absorb losses, which they don't.
전고점 칠 때까지.
Or then all of a sudden they get wiped out arbitrarily or whatever. So, that's the reserves is a completely
일단 저도 한번 끊었어요. 지금 이 피봇에서. 그래서 또 풀백하고 혹시 들어가면 그때 따라가야지.
At least the established ones, and most companies, nobody would even dream of living like the banks. So it's true that some of their debt serves a purpose. It's a deposit that we pay for, but that just doesn't mean that they have to pile on top of that all this wholesale short-term funding that's just funding in markets.
But what's preventing us from going to a more equity type of system?
Political will, 100%.
You mentioned actually some of the convertible debt. That reminds me of Coco's.
Yes.
It takes us over to Switzerland, away from Silicon Valley. So we talk about too big to fail. The solution looks right now, let's just get bigger.
Oh yeah,
나야말로 오늘 피가 너무 많이 나갔네.
Cocos, and then they always need new fancy names so that it looks new. So then they call them TLACs, total loss absorbing capital, and that's going to be magically, somebody actually an academic was saying, oh, now regulators have a red button on their desk and they just press the button and voila, instead of bail out, there's a bail in. And somehow that's the magical thinking that they had. Well, no creditor goes easily unless you change the law, and then all of a sudden they're gone.
After the last crisis, we were told about the need
테슬라는 내일 다시 회복할 것 같고
whether it's the United States or
지금 지수가 계속 이렇게 올라갈 건가가 퀘스천이네요. 이게 너무 세게 올라오고 있어가지고.
on the FDIC Systemic Resolution Advisory Committee, so I know very well about these. And in this new edition that we're writing
이제
now,
조정이 한번 올 것 같은 45도 이상으로 올라가고 있는데 너무 빨리 올라간다.
I mean, no country is going. They have subsidiaries all over the world. That already cross-border is impossible, and then it just takes a while. You see, they couldn't even find a buyer for a bank as small as SVB, and certainly you're not going to. They did a shotgun marriage for UBS and Credit Suisse, which was just stunning. I mean, that is like the combined bank is like twice the GDP of Switzerland. Good luck to them with that bank. You know, they better manage it properly. But you know, it's as if like Citi and JP Morgan Chase united or something.
Is there an advantage to having a broader banking system or a narrower banking system in the context of basically policing what's going on?
Good question, because everybody's saying, oh, the global world needs global banks. It's not clear. It's not clear. They say banks live globally and die locally, and it's not at all clear that we need the same corporation. And this was clear in Lehman Brothers bankruptcy too, because a corporation as a whole can move the money across jurisdictions, and then when somebody has to take over in a resolution, then you know you're in a jurisdiction, and nobody's going to let another jurisdiction. They talk about single point of entry, but it's not working.
Professor, really great to have you here. Thank you so much. That's Anat Admati. She's Stanford Graduate School of Business, Professor of Finance and Economics. And a reminder, you can catch highlights of all of our conversations every Friday on Wall Street Week at 6 p.m. New York time.
All right, still ahead. We have a lot more coming up here as we count you down to the close, setting up for the final hour of trading on this Monday afternoon. This is pretty much a yield story right now, driven by commodities. That big shock by the OPEC plus nations, it's put stocks on the back foot. It's lifted volatility here on the day. A lot more developments to come. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
여기서 밀리는 듯. 밀림. 아 진짜. 야 진짜 이게 일 보고 오시면은 올라갈란가. 이게 괜찮은데 지금 이렇게 약간 횡보해 주는 건 괜찮은데 이게 꺾이는 시점이면은 조금 안 좋죠.
I thought about it just today, like I do many times. You know, what makes a great investor? A great investment firm is comprised of people who are optimists and pessimists and realists. Because in the intersection of the debates that go across that wide range of personalities is where you find truth. It's part of the reason I'm so focused on freedom of expression. I see it in my own four walls, the robust and fulsome debates around how we commit our capital, what defines a good idea, what businesses to build or pursue. That's what drives the success. I've been very fortunate in life to have always had a group of friends who really push me.
아 이게 자꾸 평평해지네.
I get to work with 3.5
위에가.
colleagues who in their ways make me better each and every day. And collectively, as a team, we've had the opportunity to have an incredible impact on the financial landscape around the world.
이제부터는 조용하네요. 지금 조용한 느낌.
Countdown to the close. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is the countdown to the close. About 60 minutes left to go in the trading session. Romain Bostic here alongside Katie Greifeld. We're joined right now by our colleagues Carol Massar and Madison Mills in the Fishbowl. Welcome to our audiences across Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Originals, and Carol Massar.
Yes.
Even those folks streaming on YouTube.
Welcome back. We missed you. We missed you. We missed you. Having said that, interesting day. I feel like there's some forces at work on the equity trade. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But where I am seeing
By forces, you mean like what, like Jedi mind tricks? Or?
Oh, power hour.
We'll get to those vibes in just a moment. Check out the semiconductor area. Almost all the names, I hear nothing. All the names in the stocks are lower, or almost all of them.
아, 쭈님 오셨구나.
Stocks right now down about 1.25%.
반가워요. 어서 오세요.
Down about 2.25%. China's Micron probe seen as a fresh offensive in a chip war with the United States. That's between the two. Beijing launching a cybersecurity review of imports from Micron, the largest U.S. memory chip maker. So we're seeing this battle kick up. Morgan Stanley saying, there shouldn't be any near-term impact, but we are seeing some impact on Micron shares. Intel, however, we did have Bernstein come out.
아니 보세요. 쭈리님 없는 동안 얼마나 올라왔는지. 쭈리님 애들 픽업 간 사이에 올라온 거 봐요. 이제 쭈리 오셨으니까 더 올라가겠지. 올라가게 빨리.
To the chip space today.
Well, a fair amount of news on chips, but we've got to talk about oil here, Carol. Let's look at the S&P Energy Index.
뭐 마지막에 TQQQ 마무리를 한댔으니까 올라가겠지.
Today, coming on the heels of that OPEC production cut news, analysts saying that oil could pop to over $100 a barrel. We're looking at a little over 80 a barrel for crude today. But if you look at individuals too, we've got Exxon, Marathon, all popping today on the news. The question, of course, for us, Romain, what is this?
네, 나도 한 30포인트만 올라가면 좋겠다. 앞으로 30 곱하기 2 곱하기 20, 36배. 네.
Well, the S&P relatively unchanged on the day. It's up about 0.2%. The Nasdaq down about 0.6%, and the Russell down about 0.5%. The Dow Industrial Average, that's basically your outperformer on the day, but that's largely because of the push of some of those defensive names.
And if you look at the sector level, you have 7 sectors in the green. Unsurprisingly, you have energy right up at the top. That sector up more than 5% after a really rocky start to the year, taking back a lot of those losses today alone. And then, Romain, to your point, you look at what's next. It's healthcare, it's consumer staples too. Pretty defensive sectors leading the charge there. You look at what's not doing too well today. You have 4 sectors in the red: real estate, consumer discretionary, big tech, and utilities.
Yeah, big tech and utilities. Of course, you were just talking about Micron, and of course the I guess overhang, if you will, still on that company. And then of course Chevron up about 4.5%, excuse me, on the day.
이게 올라가는 거 보면은 못 보고 있겠어. 올라가다가 툭 떨어지고 올라가다가 툭 떨어지고 그럴 때마다.
Here. In fact, most of the energy space solidly in the green. Meanwhile, Blackstone solidly in the red right now, down about 3.6%. This on the back of the latest news here of more redemptions coming out of one of its main real estate funds. Tesla also on the back foot, down about 6% here. They did, of course, reach a milestone with regards to its deliveries in the most recent quarter, but a lot of that was done on the back of price cuts. We should point out there is a broader issue going on in the market. So much focus on OPEC Plus. There also should be focus on those ISM numbers, manufacturing numbers, and the contraction that we continue to see in the factory space. Believe it or not, that's been much more of a drag, guys, on the market today than anything else out there.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point here, that I think we are continuing to see a growing number of statistics that show that maybe we are continuing to see
밀려버리네.
economy and that's slowing down. Having said that, when Mike McKee caught up for his exclusive with Jim Bullard, president of the St. Louis Fed, he did want to ask him, though, specifically about that spike spike in energy prices and what it means potentially for
또
monetary.
눌려버리네 마지막에.
Mr. Bullard had to say to Mike earlier today on Bloomberg.
The median person on the committee says a little over 5%. I'm a little higher than that. I think inflation will be stickier. We're still talking about a lot of inflation, more than double our inflation target on that basis. And oil prices fluctuate around. It's hard to track exactly. Some of that might feed into inflation and make our job a little bit more difficult.
All right, that of course is the president of the St. Louis Fed, Jim Bullard, exclusively with our Mike McKee earlier on Bloomberg. And Katie, the whole point is he's still on that fight against inflation, reminding us that he was the Fed member. He's not a voting member this year, but the Fed member who really was out there front and center, raising concerns when it comes to inflation. So reminding us that we don't know what the lasting impact of energy is ultimately, but still
he was the one raising those issues?
Amongst several. I mean, Bullard's a big voice. And I mean, Romaine and I were having that conversation earlier that the Fed can't pump more oil. I think we landed on that, Romaine.
Yeah.
But they do have to sort of, it's outside of the scope of their monetary policy, but they do have to
그러네. 원래 일바 오셔야 되는데 오늘 일바를 안 하셨어.
prices, what that means for inflation expectations, which we know they care very deeply about.
Yeah, and we know that they got a lot of good news with the PCE numbers and now the ISM number here. But I wonder to what extent Jay Powell read about this OPEC news and had a fluttering of the heartstrings.
혹시
Does that, return or rewind the good news on PCE?
I always feel like they're always backing out, though, right? They're backing out energy. They're backing out housing costs. So at this point, unless it is a sustained level, does the Fed say
바닥하고 있는데 이렇게 야하게 느껴지지.
in terms of our target that it's got?
다른 생각을 하게 만들어.
And Jay Powell's made that clear here that they actually tried to back
오늘은 목두님이 안 계시네.
fluctuations. Basically, they're trying to do what they can control. When I was on vacation last week watching you guys every day, although Carol, you disappeared for some reason.
I got, I just couldn't do it without you. I just said, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Sorry,
I think
guys.
you were here on Monday, and then I think.
But then I realized he wasn't going to be here all week, and I was
had to get out.
Anyway, go ahead. What did you see on your trip?
야, 이게 파워아워의 움직임이 심상치는 않은데 이게 좀 많이 더 올라가 줄래나? 한 30포인트? 아, 그러네요. 아침에 장이 재미없으셔서 일보러 가셨나 보다.
It's a big deal, the OPEC Plus cuts, but this is not necessarily big enough to make them change pace. If the banking crisis wasn't, why would this be?
The message has been very clear from the Fed, from the get-go, despite some of the configurations of it. It's been very clear that they're going to continue fighting inflation. All right, guys, we got more to come. We're going to come back in less than an hour's time. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, Bloomberg Radio.
아, 여기서 밀린다.
Beyond the Bell at 4 p.m. Wall Street time, the first trading day.
아, 손가락이 늦었다. 밀림을 보고 이 밀림을 당한 이 치욕감.
Seeing a 3% return, the biggest since 2020. Are reasons to expect more gains in store? Let's talk to the head of U.S. rate strategy over Societe Generale, Subhadra Rajapal, joining us right now. Look, I look at where the moves that we've seen in rates, and we know that there have been sort of a lot of things that are batting them around, and obviously today.
지금은 아주 기계적으로 올려주는 시간인데 지금 기계적으로 모든 종목을 보면 그냥 잘근 올라오고 있어.
I feel like for the treasury market, at least all of this year, we've held the view that risk to yields are asymmetrically skewed towards the downside. And the reason for that is once you start getting towards the end of the cycle, something's going to break. And under the circumstances, investors are going to flock to the safety of treasuries. And that's pretty much the price action we've consistently seen all throughout this year. And we continue to see even today. I mean, today we got, and pretty much in consensus, ISM manufacturing, but the market was looking for weakness in the data, and we got it from the new orders. The new orders data was a lot weaker than expected, and that tends to be a little bit of a forward-looking indicator, if you will. So the market kind of, started looking at that, and then you saw this very sharp rally in Treasury. So you're going to see this asymmetric reaction to weaker data, but not that much of an optimism and higher yields on stronger data.
How much of the reaction that we're seeing right now is tied to the belief that the Fed is, if not done, certainly very close to it?
Well, every indicator in the market seems to suggest that the Fed is pretty much close to done. We're not really even completely fully pricing in a 25 basis point, additional 25 basis point hike at the May meeting. I think that that's definitely a possibility given recent developments. Inflation's still pretty high. Financial stability concerns have abated. So there's a good chance the Fed delivers another 25 basis point rate hike at the May meeting. But beyond that, the market's looking towards, perhaps cuts in the second half. And that's really where I think policy gets a little bit tricky. The Fed can justify a pause by saying that they've gotten to a level where they'd like to be
뭐 끝내줘야 한다.
the data progresses.
짧은
Cutting rates too soon after that would be difficult given the fact that core PC, even by their own calculations, are expecting core PC around 3.5% by the end of the year, and that's not a reason that the Fed's going to be looking at to be cutting rates.
Well, Subhadra, to that point, that after May things get kind of.
우리 페트로브라스님은 어떤 종목을 하시는데요?
Again, we were above 5% in March. Now we're hanging out around 4%.
이 종목마다 타이밍이 조금씩 다르죠. 지수가 아마 타이밍이 제일 뒤일 거고.
Different pieces will continue to relate to one another. But have we gotten ahead of ourselves? Are rates too low here?
I don't know if rates across the curve are too low. I would say that pricing in cuts for the second half of the year seems a little bit premature.
오늘은 또 조정도 아닌데요. 따져보면은 횡보죠, 그냥. 좀 이따 장기 차트를 잠깐 보면 횡보라는 게
It's where investors go to park their cash in any sort of a flight to quality type scenario. So I think the long end is going to struggle long end yields, I should say, it's going to struggle to rise meaningfully from here. The front end yields could be a lot more pegged for the remainder of the year.
So what does that mean if you translate that into a view on the yield curve, for example? I look at the 2s 10 still inverted to the tune of about 55 basis points. Are we looking at deeper inversion from here?
I think any sort of a deeper inversion from here, as well as a sell-off in yields.
부즈랑 TQQQ는 지금 나스닥 선물이랑 똑같이 움직여요. 타이밍이. 그리고 부즈는 모르겠고 FNGU 같은 경우에는 그냥 얘네 컨비네이션이라 오늘 같은 날은 나스닥 움직이는 거랑 거의 비슷하게 움직인다고 보면 돼요. 굳이 타이밍이 다를 건 없을 것 같은데 제가 보는 거랑은 거의 비슷한 것 같은데요.
Further inversion of the yield curve from here, those would be opportunities to leg in to long positions as well as into steepeners.
I am curious about, I guess, the rotation, if you will, or the potential rotation, Subhadra. The idea that now the bond market, fixed income, I should say overall, looks pretty attractive, at least relative to what we've been seeing in the equity space. But is there any concern?
다행이다. 잘 간다. 다행이다. 뭐 차트나 매수 타이밍 같은 거나 인디케이터 같은 거 같이 뭐 보고 싶으시면은 항상 언제든지 말씀하세요. 그럼 제가 돌려놓고 한번 분석하면서 얘기 한번 같이 나눌 수 있으니까요.
The instance with the regional banking crisis a few weeks back. At the same time, this is exactly what happens at the end of every cycle. Something breaks because that's really the intent of the Fed is demand destruction. Under the circumstances, if it's not for a banking crisis, it's going to be something else. So in this sort of environment where the Fed is very focused on tightening policy, you're going
고정은 아닐 거예요. 지금 이 횡보로 봐야 돼요, 우리.
investors flock to treasuries because that's the safest asset out there. Especially if you're heading into a recession, you do not really want to be putting your money into risky assets because
금요일 날 올라왔던 거에 반 이상 올라왔잖아요. 그러면 이거는 상승 속에서 약간 풀백하고 가는 그런 과정으로 봐야지. 조정이라 그러면은 거의 뭐 이 밑단까지 내려오거나 이런 식의 흐름을 보이면은 조정인데 그런 것도 아니고 횡보도 아니고 그냥 잠깐 쉬어가는 흐름이라고밖에 얘기가 안 나오네요. 모르죠. 이제 장 끝날 때 이게 더 튀어 올라갈 수도 있죠. 아직 시간이 한 액티브하게 한 20분은 남았으니까.
even bank deposits, regional bank deposits, as well as large bank.
오늘 같은 날은 다우가 좀 올라갔어도 또 이제는 다우가 또 로테이션 일어나면은 빠질 수도 있으니까 다우 쪽은 항상 밸런스를 맞추면서 보세요.
For investors who aren't sure of where things are going to progress, to put their money into money market funds or into cash-like instruments. Things like corporate bonds, corporate bond spreads have tightened out quite significantly. But again, if you head into a recession, there's a risk that corporate bond spreads would widen out. Treasury yields as well, could see some volatility. But cash might be the best place to be in for because returns, especially now, are very, very attractive.
All right, Subhadra, we're going to have to leave it there. Great stuff. Subhadra Rajapaksa, SocGen's head of U.S. rate strategy. As we count it down to the closing bells.
혹시 여러분들 중에서 여기서부터 여기까지 한 번도 안 쉬고 지금 있는 분 계세요? 중간에 수익 실현 안 하고 그냥 계속 여기서부터 여기까지. 그거는 엄청난 내공인데. 엄청난 내공도 내공이지만 엄청난 신뢰. 시장에 대한 신뢰. 나이스. 지금 아직도 안 팔고 있다 이거죠. 난 여기서 2번 팔았는데. 중간에 익절 안 한 사람 얘기하는 거예요. 그래서 100% 지금 다 가져 올라오는 사람들. 이거는 진짜 믿음이 강한 것 같아. 이거는 심장의 문제가 아니라 그냥 믿음의 문제인 것 같아. 시장을 믿을 수가 없으니까. 쭉 올라온다 그래가지고 언제 이것 봐 이렇게 나오면은 뭐 우리가 뭐 이걸 뭘 믿고 이걸 믿고 가. 눈에 보이는데 수익률만 믿고 가야지. 쭈리님 막다가 놓쳤어요. 그럼 빨리 수익 실현 한번 하세요. 그리고 다시 들어가는 거지. 그리고 내가 저기 주식으로 트레이드 안 하는 이유. 주식으로 트레이드 하면은 어쩌다가 보면은 그 와시 세일즈 때문에 세금을 좀 치사하게 내게 되더라고요. 그때부터 주식 잘 안 해. 계산이 안 되니까. 어서 오세요, 캐시님. 예, 벌써 4월이에요. 큰일 났어요. 난 11월 되기 전에 해야 될 게 있는데. 11월 되기 전에 꾹꾹 채워놔야 될 게 있는데. 빨리 시간이 너무 빨리 가네.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
Look for Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg.
11월이요. 11월에 큰 돈이 필요해서. 11월에 급전이 필요해서. 혹시 제3금융권 아시는 분 연락 좀 해주세요. 수쌤, 제 생업은 이거예요. 아유, 우리 훌륭해. 우리 쭈니님 훌륭해. 믿음이 강해. 하트 보면 진짜 못 들어갈 위치인데. 아까. 근데 아까 들어가셨을 때 한 194에 들어가지 않았나? 한 194쯤 들어가셨던 것 같은데. 그러니까 그때는 진짜로 더블 바름 치고 내려가는 게 아니라 완전히 바닥 밑으로 꽂히는 것 같은 그런 분위기였잖아요. 그림이. 그러니까 친구가 진짜로 썩은 나무 다리를 건너가는 거를 눈 놓고 볼 수는 없었는데 잘 됐네요. 아까 여기였잖아요. 여기서는 이 뒤에 그림 안 나와서 그렇지 여기서 보면은 이때부터 이렇게 빠질 때 못 견디지.
Carly Garner of DeCarly Trading has made a phenomenal call time after time around oil. But Carly, back in those dark days of the spring of 2020 when oil somehow went negative and then was trading in the teens, and this is when you first started joining us on Options Insight, and so I was like, well, let's wait and see what happens. You were calling for, I think, 40 or 45, one of the very few bullish people on this street. And of course, you trade both futures and options, so a great call there.
많이 쫄았을 것 같은데. 지금 여기서 요만큼 올라왔는데 500불 벌었으면은 여기서 여기면은 1000불 날라갔을 텐데. 거의 아침에 보일 탄 거가 거의 날라갈 뻔했을 것 같은데.
So, for example, all the stories that we were talking about in oil for the last 5 or 6 months, the China reopening, the underinvestment in exploration and that sort of thing in the U.S., those didn't matter when oil was above $100 a barrel, and most speculators were already long the market. But with oil below $100 a barrel, and speculators have dwindled all their long positions to...
이게 이렇게 거의 우리 하는 게 스캘핑 아니에요? 거기 보면 스캘핑 하다 보면은 스트레스 많이 받아요. 스스로는 아니다 그러고 하지만 몸이 알아가지고 흰머리가 막 생기더라고. 지난 몇 주 전에 머리 이렇게 정리하러 갔더니 머리숱이 많아지셨어요. 그래. 근데 왜 이렇게 흰머리는 많으셨죠? 그러더라고.
Still higher? I think so. I mean, $80 is extremely pivotal for oil. This is basically the top of the trading channel we've been in for several months. The channel started from about 75 to 90, and as time went on, it kind of lowered itself down to roughly high 60s to 80. So we're right up against that. I think eventually we will break. We may get some back and filling in the next couple of days. There's also a 200-day moving average right there around 80. So this is just a big area to succumb. But like I said, the speculators at this point, they came into last week long, but not very long based on historical standards. So there's a lot of buying power. So while the first 6 or 7 attempts to break through to the upside have failed, I think we're getting really close to a situation where that actually manifests itself and we move higher. I think we could see the mid to high 90s in the next handful of months.
Wow, and quite a few reasons there. So talk to us about how you trade this possibly bullish outlook for oil in about 30 seconds or so.
If you're not already long, it's really dangerous to chase oil.
조민님, 조민님이 진짜 우리 30대 새 멤버를 기대하시면요, 좀 더 이렇게 뭐랄까 감성적인 얘기 그리고 이렇게 케어링하는 그런 멘트들이 채팅창에 많아야 돼요. 군대 지금 약간 군대 같은 분위기보다 약간 이 교회 오빠 분위기 있죠. 그런 분위기로 가야 돼. 이제 더 못 가네 여기서. 일단 여기서 쳐줘야 될 것 같아요. 여기서 자꾸 이게 각도가 쫙 줄어들고 있죠. 그럴 땐 잠깐 쳐줘야 되고, 뭐 보통 이렇게 한 78% 정도 올라오면 여기가 한계점일 수가 있어요. 아이 또 올라가네. 내가 팔면 올라가. 하여튼 대단해. 지금 이거를 내가 공개로 못 옮기는 이유가 하기가 귀찮아. 배가 고파. 공개를 하나 올려야 될 것 같아요. 공개를.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
Look, I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. And when we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. Now, what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I think probably I try and play that role.
City. In London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo.
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai. Good morning, everyone. Have a great evening.
Here's what I want.
여길 넘어갈까 안 넘어갈까?
The kind of upside.
Well, the latest Bloomberg MLive poll survey, it's out today, and it shows that high-end travelers are pulling back on overspending on lavish vacations. I mean, these are pretty interesting results, and I gotta say, in terms of survey topics, I wasn't expecting this one from MLive, but there you go.
It was kind of interesting. I was actually on vacation when they did this survey, so I wasn't able to respond.
Did they ask you?
But I think it's interesting. They said 69% of the participants said that their maximum budget for a hotel room on a per-night basis was $500. 24% were willing to spend $1,000, and then 2% continued to entertain spending $3,000 per night or more. I want to know who those people are and why I'm not friends with them.
Exactly.
이제 저 옆집으로 넘어오세요. 옆쪽으로.
We know that travel stocks have been on a tear. You talk
옆쪽으로
about
넘어오세요.
some of these travel companies, and you've seen it in the results too, that people have not stopped spending on travel.
This is actually one of the reasons why I'm actually excited for this latest earnings season, because remember the past earnings season, the airlines were very bullish about demand and more importantly about their pricing power, similar to what you heard from
옆쪽으로 넘어가서 장 마무리를 깔끔하게 한번 해보도록 하지요.
Anecdotally, I can tell you, if you've tried to book a vacation lately, you know it's a lot more expensive than even just a year ago.
Oh, big time. It's tough. Also, OPEC Plus, to bring it back to that, interesting to hear those airlines talking about the price of fuel right now.
The price of fuel, you know, they could hedge that, but of course most of them stopped doing that for a variety of reasons. But I get it. But again, it really is about sort of what we are willing to put up with. And at least for right now, we're willing to put up with a lot.
Yeah. This is Bloomberg.
예, 거기 제가 좀 전에 올려드린 링크 클릭하셔가지고 오시면 돼요. 제발. 제발. 그렇게 오시면 됩니다.
Taking the back roads or navigating busy city streets. Make sure you're doing it in a vehicle you love. Don't wait. Shop now and get great deals during the Jeep Celebration event.